Hello, my history buffs and lovers of history. You have finally made it to the end of the day. So why don't we become comfy? And let me tell you a story here tonight. It's about something so simple yet so profound. The thin wisps of smoke that have carried human hopes, prayers, and moments of peace across thousands of years. This is a story told in curling tendrils and fragrant air, in the quiet moments when our ancestors discovered that sometimes the most powerful medicine comes not from what you swallow, but from what you breathe. If you're new here, joining the community is super quick and easy. Just tap subscribe and like the video, and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now find your comfy spot for sleeping and let's begin. Imagine you're sitting around humanity's first controlled fire maybe 400,000 years ago, give or take a few millennia. You're not quite a modern human yet. Your brow ridge is more pronounced, your posture slightly different. But your brain is asking the same questions humans still ask today. What is this? How does it work? And most importantly, how can I use this to make my life better? The fire itself was already miraculous enough. Your ancestors had watched lightning strikes for generations and seen the devastating and cleansing power of wildfire. But now they could carry this elemental force in their hands, feed it, control it, and make it dance to human rhythms. The warmth alone would have been revolutionary, transforming caves from cold stone chambers into something approaching homes. But then something unexpected happened. Someone, let's call her the world's first accidental aromatherapist, threw some green wood onto the fire. Maybe it was wet sage or pine boughs, or some resinous branch that hadn't dried properly. The smoke that rose wasn't the usual grey plume. This smoke was thick and aromatic, and when it drifted past someone's face, something changed. You have to understand that these early humans had no context for what we'd call relaxation or stress relief. Life was an endless cycle of hunting, gathering, avoiding predators, and trying not to die from infected wounds or bad weather. The concept of deliberately calming yourself would have seemed as alien as quantum physics. But when that fragrant smoke passed by, muscles that had been tense for days suddenly loosened. Minds that had been vigilantly scanning for danger found themselves drifting into something approaching peace. It probably took generations to connect the dots. Fire plus certain plants equals feeling different. But humans are pattern recognition machines, and eventually someone noticed that burning juniper made the cave smell clean and left people feeling lighter. Burning certain resins made everyone drowsy and content. Burning others seemed to sharpen the mind or lift the spirits. These early experiments weren't written down. Writing wouldn't be invented for hundreds of thousands of years, but they were passed down through demonstration and experience. The knowledge became embedded in human culture so deeply that by the time we invented writing, smoking various substances for various effects was already an ancient practice. The interesting thing is that this discovery was almost certainly made independently in dozens of different locations around the world. Humans in Africa, Asia, Europe, and eventually the Americas all figured out that smoke could be more than just a byproduct of fire. It could be a tool, a medicine, a pathway to altered states of consciousness, or simply a moment of relief in otherwise relentless lives. Consider the sensory experience for these early humans. They lived in a world that was simultaneously more vivid and more limited than ours. No artificial lights meant that fire was the only thing holding back absolute darkness. No processed foods meant every meal was an adventure in wild flavours, and no air pollution meant that the smell of burning herbs was a profound departure from the normal sense of earth, animals, and unwashed humans. When aromatic smoke filled a cave, it transformed the space entirely. The flickering firelight would make the smoke visible as it rose and swirled, creating patterns that human eyes, evolved to spot predators and prey, couldn't help but follow. The smell would announce itself immediately, overwhelming the cave's normal odours with something intentional and controlled. And the taste, because smell and taste are intimately connected, would linger on the tongue, a reminder that this moment was different from normal moments. Some of these early smoke experiments probably went badly. Certain plants, when burned, produce toxic fumes that cause nausea, headaches, or worse. There must have been countless trial-and-error incidents that ended with everyone stumbling out of a cave, gasping for fresh air and wondering why their ancestors had recommended burning that particular plant. But the successes, those plants that produced pleasant, calming, or consciousness-altering smoke, those got remembered and repeated. By the time humans were anatomically modern, roughly 300,000 years ago, the knowledge of smoke and its effects was already an established part of human culture. Archaeological evidence shows that even Neanderthals, our close cousins who died out around 40,000 years ago, used aromatic plants deliberately. We've found traces of medicinal herbs in their teeth, suggesting they were either eating them or breathing their smoke for therapeutic purposes. This wasn't superstition or primitive ignorance. These early humans were conducting empirical experiments with their own consciousness, discovering that certain substances could reliably produce specific effects. They were, in their way, the world's first pharmacologists, working without laboratories or double-blind studies, but with a deep intuitive understanding of how plants and human bodies interact. The smoke itself became a teacher. Watch how it rises, always seeking the sky, never moving straight but dancing in response to air currents too subtle for human senses to detect. See how it gathers along the cave ceiling, creating a visible layer between earth and stone. Notice how it clings to hair and clothing, marking those who sat closest to the fire with a lingering reminder of the experience. These observations would later become metaphors and spiritual concepts. Smoke rises like prayers. Smoke connects earth to sky. Smoke transforms solid matter into something ethereal and temporary. But before the metaphors came the simple, physical reality. Burning certain things produces smoke that makes you feel different. And feeling different can be exactly what you need. Fast forward several 100,000 years, humans have invented agriculture, built cities, developed writing systems, and created the first civilizations. We're now in the ancient world of temples and priests, of organized religion and institutionalized ritual. And smoke, our old friend from the cave, has become absolutely central to how humans interact with the divine. Picture yourself in an ancient Egyptian temple around 2000 BCE. You've been awake since before dawn, preparing for a ceremony that will honour the gods and hopefully secure their blessings for the coming harvest. The temple itself is a marvel. Massive stone columns carved with hieroglyphs, painted in colours that would seem garish by modern standards, but that shimmer beautifully in lamplight. But what hits you first, before you even enter the inner sanctuary, is the smell. Incense has been burning in this temple for hours, maybe days. The priests know that the sacred space must be properly prepared, and preparation means filling the air with fragrance so thick you can almost see it. The ancient Egyptians took their incense seriously. And by seriously, I mean they built an entire economic system around it. They imported frankincense and myrrh from the mysterious land of Punt, probably modern Somalia or Yemen, paying enormous sums for resins that were literally worth their weight in gold. The famous reliefs at Deir el-Bahari show Queen Hatshepsut's expedition to Punt, bringing back living myrrh trees like botanical trophies. Why this obsession with aromatic smoke? The practical answer is that temples were located in hot climates, filled with animal sacrifices and attended by crowds of people who bathed less frequently than we do. Incense was, among other things, the ancient world's most sophisticated air freshener. But that's only part of the story. The Egyptians believed that fragrant smoke was literally food for the gods. When they burned incense before a statue of Ra or Osiris, they weren't just creating a pleasant atmosphere. They were providing sustenance to divine beings who existed in a realm beyond human senses. The smoke rising from the censer was a bridge between worlds, carrying prayers and offerings to places humans couldn't reach. The physical effect of this constant incense burning would have been significant. Ancient temples used frankincense, myrrh, styrax, and other resins that we now know contain psychoactive compounds. Frankincense, for instance, contains tetrahydrocannabinol and other chemicals that can produce mild euphoria and reduce anxiety when burned in enclosed spaces. Stand in a temple filled with frankincense smoke for hours, and you're going to feel different, calmer, more contemplative, perhaps more receptive to spiritual experiences. The priests understood this, even if they couldn't explain it in modern pharmacological terms. They knew that the right combination of incense, chanting, drumming and ritual could induce states of consciousness that felt like communication with the divine. Whether these states actually involved supernatural contact or were simply altered brain chemistry is almost beside the point. The experience was real, profound, and reliably reproducible. Now travel west to ancient Greece, around 500 BCE. You're at the Oracle of Delphi, that famous sanctuary where priestesses delivered prophecies that kings and generals would stake their fortunes on. The oracle sits in a small chamber built over a geological fault, and modern researchers have discovered something fascinating. That fault releases ethylene gas, a sweet-smelling substance that produces euphoria and dissociative states in moderate concentrations. The Greeks didn't know about ethylene chemistry, but they certainly knew that the Pythia, the priestess who served as the oracle, would breathe deeply from the vapours rising from the earth, then enter a trance state during which she would speak the words of Apollo. They burned additional substances, laurel leaves, barley and other materials, to enhance the effect and create an atmosphere thick with smoke and mystery. You can imagine standing in that sacred precinct, waiting your turn to consult the oracle. The smell of burning laurel fills your nostrils, sharp, slightly medicinal, strangely compelling. The Pythia's attendants maintain the fires, adding more leaves when the smoke begins to thin. The whole process has been refined over centuries to produce maximum psychological and pharmacological effect. When the Pythia finally speaks, her words are often cryptic and ambiguous, famously so. But in that smoke-filled chamber, with your own consciousness slightly altered by the atmospheric compounds you've been breathing, those ambiguous words seem pregnant with meaning. Your mind makes connections, sees patterns, and finds significance that might not survive exposure to clear air and sober reflection. The Romans, practical as always, took incense culture and industrialized it. They imported so much frankincense and myrrh that the trade routes carrying these materials became some of the most important economic arteries of the ancient world. Roman temples burned incense constantly, not just during special ceremonies, but as a regular offering to maintain good relations with the gods. But Romans also recognized the secular uses of aromatic smoke. Wealthy households burned incense to mask unpleasant odours and create an atmosphere of luxury. Roman physicians like Galen and Dioscorides wrote extensively about the medicinal properties of different incenses, recommending specific substances for specific conditions. Headache? Try burning willow bark. Anxiety? Chamomile smoke. Insomnia? Valerian or poppy. The censers themselves, those ornate metal containers designed to burn incense, became works of art. Some were simple clay bowls, others were elaborate bronze constructions with chains for carrying, perforated lids to control airflow, and decorative elements that showed exactly how important incense had become to Mediterranean culture. Across the Mediterranean in ancient Judea, incense played a central role in temple worship. The Book of Exodus describes a specific incense recipe: stacte, onycha, galbanum, and frankincense, mixed in precise proportions, that was so sacred that making it for any purpose other than temple worship was punishable by exile. The cloud of incense smoke in the temple's Holy of Holies was thought to veil the very presence of God, making the divine bearable to human eyes. This period, roughly 3000 BCE to 500 CE, represents the high watermark of institutional incense culture in the ancient world. Smoke had evolved from a cave discovery to a cornerstone of religious practice, from an accidental finding to a deliberate technology for altering consciousness and creating sacred space. While priests were burning incense in temples, another group of professionals was discovering that smoke could heal the body as directly as it elevated the spirit. The ancient physicians, those observers of human suffering who combined empirical observation with theoretical frameworks that seem both sophisticated and charmingly wrong by modern standards. Developed an entire branch of therapeutics based on inhaling medicinal smoke. Let's visit ancient China around 200 BCE. You're suffering from a persistent cough that's been keeping you awake at night, and your family has finally scraped together enough money to consult a physician. He's a learned man who has studied the classics, understands the flow of qi through the body, and has access to the accumulated medical wisdom of centuries. After examining your tongue, checking your pulse at several points, and asking detailed questions about your diet and daily routine, he nods thoughtfully. The problem, he explains, is an imbalance of energies in your lungs, complicated by excess dampness. The treatment requires a careful combination of approaches, but one element will be therapeutic smoke. The physician produces a small bundle of dried herbs, mahuang, ephedra, some dried mulberry leaf, and other materials you don't recognize. He instructs you to burn these over charcoal and breathe the resulting smoke deeply, 3 times per day, always facing east in the morning and west in the evening. The ritual specification isn't arbitrary. Chinese medicine viewed the body as intimately connected to cosmic patterns, and timing treatments to align with daily cycles was thought to enhance their effectiveness. The herbs he's prescribed actually work, though not for the reasons he believes. Mahuang contains ephedrine, a bronchodilator that opens airways and makes breathing easier. The other herbs have antimicrobial and anti-inflammatory properties that would genuinely help a respiratory infection. The act of deliberately slowing your breathing to inhale the smoke probably helps too, inducing a relaxation response that reduces stress-related coughing. The Chinese weren't alone in developing smoke-based therapeutics. In ancient India, Ayurvedic physicians created elaborate systems of dhumapana, therapeutic smoking. The Sushruta Samhita, a medical text composed around 600 BCE, describes specific herbs to be smoked for specific conditions. Asthma, try a mixture that includes cannabis and datura. Mental disturbances, different combinations of aromatic woods and resins. Even hiccups had their own prescribed smoke treatment. These Ayurvedic physicians understood something important. Different substances produce different effects depending on how they're consumed. Cannabis eaten as food produces one set of effects. The same plant smoked produces different, faster-acting results. This wasn't superstition. It was practical pharmacology based on careful observation. The Greeks and Romans also incorporated therapeutic smoking into their medical practice. Hippocrates, the father of Western medicine, described using smoke inhalation to treat gynecological problems. His reasoning was based on the theory that the uterus could wander through the body, a delightfully wrong idea called the wandering womb, and strong-smelling smoke would drive it back to its proper position. The theory was nonsense, but some of the herbs he recommended had genuine anti-inflammatory or muscle-relaxing properties that probably provided actual relief. Galen, probably the most influential physician of the ancient world, wrote extensively about smoke therapeutics. He distinguished between different types of smoke based on their properties: hot or cold, wet or dry, subtle or thick. A physician needed to match the qualities of the therapeutic smoke to the imbalance in the patient's body. Too much heat in the lungs. Use cooling smoke from cucumber seeds or lettuce. Too much cold. Warming smoke from pepper or mustard. The interesting thing is that many of these ancient smoke remedies actually worked, even if the theoretical explanations were completely wrong. When you burn eucalyptus and breathe its vapour, your congested sinuses do clear, not because you're balancing humours or adjusting your key, but because eucalyptol is a genuine expectorant and decongestant. Ancient physicians didn't need to understand the chemistry to observe that it worked and to incorporate it into their practice. Some ancient smoke therapies were surprisingly sophisticated. Greek and Roman physicians developed fumigation tents where patients with respiratory problems could sit surrounded by therapeutic smoke from carefully chosen herbs. The dosage could be controlled by adjusting ventilation. The duration of treatment was specified precisely, and patients were monitored for adverse reactions. In ancient Persia, physicians at the famous medical school in Gundashapur compiled extensive pharmacopoeias that included detailed descriptions of therapeutic smoking. They categorized hundreds of plants by their effects when burned and inhaled, creating reference works that physicians could consult when treating specific conditions. The sensory experience of these treatments would have been significant in itself. Imagine suffering from some chronic condition, joint pain, respiratory problems, or digestive issues, and being prescribed a treatment that involves sitting in a warm room filled with aromatic smoke while a physician monitors your response. The relaxation induced by the setting, the attention from a respected healer, and the pleasant smell of the burning herbs, all of these factors would work together to produce what modern medicine calls placebo effects, though that term doesn't quite capture the complexity of what's happening. Because here's the thing about placebo effects. They're real. When your brain believes healing is occurring, it triggers physiological processes that promote actual healing. Stress hormones decrease, immune function improves, pain perception changes. The ancient physicians may not have understood the mechanisms, but they understood that healing involved the whole person, body, mind, and spirit, and that therapeutic smoke could address all three aspects simultaneously. While physicians were refining therapeutic smoke into a medical art and priests were perfecting incense rituals, merchants were creating networks that would carry aromatic substances across continents and oceans. These trade routes, particularly the famous Silk Road and the maritime spice routes, didn't just transport goods. They carried knowledge, practices, and entire cultural traditions around smoke and its uses. Picture yourself as a merchant in a caravan travelling the Silk Road around 200 CE. You've been on the road for months, moving slowly from oasis to oasis across the heart of Asia. Your camels are loaded with various goods, but the most valuable items are small, light, and incredibly expensive. Resins, herbs, and aromatic woods that will eventually be burned in temples, palaces, and wealthy homes across the known world. The economics of the incense trade were fascinating and sometimes absurd. Frankincense and myrrh, harvested from trees in southern Arabia and the Horn of Africa, could increase in value by a factor of 50 or more by the time they reached Rome or Shangan. Merchants could become wealthy from a single successful caravan, though they could also lose everything to bandits, sandstorms, or simple miscalculations about market demand. But these merchants were carrying more than commodities. At each stop along the route, they shared information about how different cultures used aromatic smoke. A Buddhist technique for burning incense learned in India might be combined with Chinese theories about herbal properties and Persian aesthetic preferences to create something entirely new. The Silk Road was like a massive, slow-motion cultural blender, mixing practices and beliefs about smoke into increasingly complex combinations. Consider sandalwood, that aromatic wood from India that has been prized for thousands of years. In its homeland, sandalwood was primarily a religious substance, burned in Hindu and Buddhist temples to purify space and honour the divine. But as it travelled along trade routes, it acquired new uses and meanings. Chinese Buddhists adopted sandalwood incense but integrated it with Taoist practices and Confucian aesthetics. Japanese culture eventually transformed incense appreciation into kodo, literally the way of incense, a ceremonial art form as refined as tea ceremony. Islamic cultures incorporated sandalwood into their own devotional practices, while developing new combinations with rose, oud, and other aromatics. Christian churches began using it as an alternative to frankincense. The same substance, moving through different cultural contexts, became multiple different things while remaining itself. This is one of smoke's interesting properties. It's concrete enough to be a definite substance with specific effects, but ephemeral enough to acquire whatever symbolic meanings humans want to project onto it. The maritime spice routes that connected the Indian Ocean world were equally important for spreading smoke culture. Arab traders sailing from East Africa to India to Southeast Asia carried not just cinnamon, cloves, and pepper, but also knowledge about aromatics and their uses. An Indonesian method for processing benzoin resin might be combined with Indian Ayurvedic theories, and Arab perfumery techniques to create new products and practices, some of these aromatic substances travelled astonishing distances. Camphor from Borneo found its way to Chinese temples and European apothecaries. Aloes wood from Southeast Asia became prized in Middle Eastern palaces. Dragon's blood resin from the Socotra Islands off Yemen travelled to China, India, Rome, and eventually medieval Europe. Each substance carried with it stories, practices, and beliefs about smoke and its properties. The traders themselves often became experts in aromatic substances. They needed to know not just market prices, but also how to identify genuine materials versus adulterations, how to store and transport delicate resins without losing their aromatic properties, and what different customers in different regions preferred. A successful incense merchant was part chemist, part cultural anthropologist, and part logistics expert. These trade routes also spread technologies for using aromatic smoke. The censer designs we discussed earlier, those specialised containers for burning incense, evolved through contact between different cultures. Chinese designs influenced Persian metalwork. Indian temple practices inspired Southeast Asian Buddhist rituals. Arab innovations in perfumery influenced European approaches to aromatic substances. By the medieval period, you could track cultural influence by following incense practices. When you see a particular way of blending aromatics or a specific ritual use of smoke appearing in a new region, you're usually seeing evidence of trade contact and cultural exchange. Smoke became a marker of cultural connection, a visible sign that ideas and practices were flowing between regions. The economic importance of the incense trade also shaped political relationships. Control over frankincense and myrrh-producing regions was contested by various powers throughout ancient history. The Romans even launched military expeditions into Arabia, partly to try to control incense supplies and reduce the enormous costs they were paying to Arabian merchants. The expeditions failed. Desert warfare is hard, but the attempt shows just how valuable these aromatic substances had become. What's remarkable is that this vast, complex trade system existed primarily to serve human desires for pleasant smells and altered consciousness. Yes, some aromatic substances had important medicinal uses, and yes, incense played crucial roles in religious practices. But at its core, the incense trade existed because humans across cultures agreed that filling the air with fragrant smoke was worth enormous effort and expense. This tells us something about human priorities. We're not purely practical creatures focused only on immediate survival needs. We're also aesthetic beings who value beauty, pleasure, and experiences that transport us beyond ordinary consciousness. The ancient incense trade served these deeper human needs, and merchants became wealthy because they understood something essential about what humans want from life. By now, several thousand years into humanity's relationship with aromatic smoke, something interesting had happened. Smoke hadn't just become a tool or commodity, it had become a language, a system of symbols through which humans expressed ideas about the sacred, the mysterious, and the boundaries between different realms of existence. Let's explore how different cultures turned this physical phenomenon into metaphor, and how those metaphors shaped human understanding of consciousness, divinity, and the structure of reality itself. Start in ancient Mesopotamia, that cradle of civilization between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. The Babylonians and Assyrians burned incense in their temples, but they also carefully observed the patterns smoke made as it rose. Specialized priests, Baru they were called, practiced divination by smoke, reading messages from the gods in how incense smoke curled, drifted, or suddenly changed direction. This wasn't as arbitrary as it might sound. Smoke is exquisitely sensitive to air currents, temperature gradients, and subtle environmental factors that human senses can't directly detect. The Baru were essentially using smoke as a visualization tool for invisible atmospheric conditions, then interpreting these patterns according to complex symbolic systems that had been refined over generations. They were wrong about the god sending messages, but right that smoke reveals information about the environment that would otherwise be hidden. The symbolism was clear. Smoke connects the visible and invisible, the known and unknown. It emerges from the solid matter of incense or herbs, transforms into something ethereal, and disappears into air, travelling perhaps to realms beyond human perception. This made smoke a perfect metaphor for the soul's journey after death, for prayers seeking divine attention, and for any movement between material and spiritual realms. In ancient China, smoke took on different but related meanings. Taoist philosophers watched incense smoke rising in temples and saw lessons about the nature of reality. The smoke follows its nature, they noted. It doesn't try to be anything other than what it is, doesn't resist its own transformation from visible to invisible, and doesn't cling to any particular form or place. This made smoke a teaching tool about wu wei, effortless action, and about accepting change rather than fighting it. Chinese poets wrote extensively about incense smoke, using it as a metaphor for everything from romantic longing to political frustration to the transience of life itself. Li Bai, one of China's greatest poets, wrote about smoke from his incense burner twisting like dragon shapes, connecting his writing desk to the realm of immortals. The smoke wasn't just decoration, it was a visual representation of the connection between mundane reality and transcendent experience that poetry sought to capture. In India, smoke symbolism became deeply embedded in both Hindu and Buddhist practice. The Sanskrit word dhuma, smoke, appears in countless religious texts, usually associated with transformation, purification, and the transition between states. When a Hindu cremation releases smoke into the sky, that smoke represents the deceased's essence beginning its journey to whatever comes next. When Buddhist monks burn incense, the rising smoke visualizes the rise of merit from good actions, the dispersion of negative karma, and the movement of consciousness toward enlightenment. The Buddha himself apparently used smoke as a teaching metaphor. In various sutras, he compared clinging to impermanent things to trying to grasp smoke. The harder you squeeze, the faster it escapes, and you're left with nothing but perhaps a lingering smell on your hands. The lesson was about non-attachment, about recognizing that everything like smoke is temporary and cannot be possessed. Native American cultures developed their own rich smoke symbolism, though we should be careful here about generalizing across hundreds of distinct cultures. Many groups use smoke from sacred plants, tobacco, sage, sweetgrass, in ways that combined practical purposes with deep symbolic meaning. Smoke might purify a space, carry prayers to the spirit world, mark the boundaries of sacred ground, or seal agreements between peoples. The peace pipe, sage, and/or ceremonial pipe. Traditions found in many North American cultures treated smoke as a covenant mediator. When former enemies shared smoke from the same pipe, they were creating a physical and symbolic bond. The smoke they exhaled had been inside their bodies, mingling with their breath and blood. Sharing that smoke meant sharing something essential. Breaking an agreement made over the pipe wasn't just political betrayal, it was spiritual violation. In Islamic cultures, smoke acquired meanings related to both beauty and transcendence. Persian poetry frequently mentioned incense smoke as a symbol of devotion, longing, and the attempt to reach beyond material limitations. Sufi mystics sometimes used aromatic smoke as part of their practices, seeing in its rising movement an image of the soul's aspiration toward God. The best smoke, pure, fragrant, rising straight and true, represented the ideal spiritual state. Medieval European Christianity inherited its smoke symbolism partly from Jewish temple traditions and partly from broader Mediterranean cultures. The smoke of incense in a cathedral represented prayers rising to heaven, but it also had more practical symbolic functions. It marked sacred space as distinct from ordinary space, created an atmosphere for experiences of the numinous, and literally illustrated theological concepts about mediation between human and divine realms. The writers of medieval mystical texts often used smoke as a metaphor for spiritual experiences that couldn't be captured in ordinary language. How do you describe a vision of God? It's like seeing through smoke. You perceive something. You know something is there, but you can't make out clear details and the experience is inherently transitory. Smoke became the language for describing encounters with the ineffable. What's interesting across all these traditions is how smoke's physical properties, its visibility combined with intangibility, its upward movement, and its gradual dissolution, made it almost universally available as a metaphor for similar concepts. Different cultures didn't arrive at identical smoke symbolism, but there are striking parallels in how humans have interpreted this phenomenon. The colour of smoke also acquired symbolic meanings. White smoke was generally positive, pure, clean, auspicious. Black smoke suggested something wrong, dangerous, or malevolent. Grey smoke was ambiguous, neither clearly good nor bad. These colour associations weren't arbitrary. They related to what actually produces different coloured smoke. White smoke comes from clean burning aromatics, and black smoke from incomplete combustion or impure materials. Humans turned these practical observations into symbolic systems. Even the smell of smoke carried symbolic weight. Sweet smoke suggested divine presence, spiritual purity, or successful ritual. Acrid smoke indicated something gone wrong, either in the physical preparation of materials or, metaphorically, in the spiritual state of the people involved. Smell, that most primal and emotionally evocative of senses, became a way of evaluating the quality and success of smoke-based practices. While temples filled with incense smoke and physicians prescribed therapeutic fumigations, another tradition was developing, one more personal, more intimate, and more focused on individual consciousness than collective ritual. This was the tradition of smoking from pipes, a practice that would eventually circle the globe and become one of humanity's most widespread ways of altering consciousness. The earliest pipes we know about come from various places, and probably represent independent invention rather than diffusion from a single source. Ancient peoples in Africa, Asia, and the Americas all developed pipe technologies, though they used them for different substances and invested them with different meanings. Let's start in the Americas, where tobacco was first domesticated and smoking first became a complex cultural practice. Long before Europeans arrived, indigenous peoples throughout North and South America were cultivating tobacco and developing elaborate technologies and rituals around smoking it. But here's something that often gets misunderstood. These weren't casual recreational practices. When a Mayan priest smoked tobacco through a long reed tube, or when a Cherokee elder filled a ceremonial pipe with sacred tobacco mixed with other herbs, they were engaging in religious practice as serious as any temple ceremony. The smoke from these pipes was medicine, sacrament, and diplomatic tool all rolled into one. The physical experience of smoking tobacco through a pipe would have been intense, far more so than modern cigarettes. Ancient tobacco varieties were significantly stronger than modern breeds, and pipe smoking delivers nicotine more efficiently than modern smoking methods. The immediate effects, mild euphoria, slight nausea, dizziness, altered perception, would have reinforced the sense that something spiritually significant was occurring. Native American pipe traditions often treated the pipe itself as sacred. Materials were chosen carefully, certain woods, specific stones, and decorations that carried symbolic meaning. The process of filling, lighting, and smoking the pipe followed prescribed patterns. Smoke might be offered to the four directions, to the earth and sky, or to ancestors or spirits. The entire practice was choreographed to create an experience that was simultaneously physical, the nicotine effects, social, pipes were often smoked communally, and spiritual, the ceremonial context provided meaning. In Asia, different pipe traditions developed around different substances. Chinese and Southeast Asian opium pipes represented a fascinating case study in how substance, technology, and culture interact. Opium smoking, which became widespread in China during the 17th and 18th centuries, required specialized equipment and technique. The pipes were often works of art, bamboo stems with ceramic bowls, sometimes decorated with intricate carvings or inlays. The opium smoking ritual was elaborate. The opium had to be prepared, cooked, cleaned, formed into pills. The pipe had to be held at the correct angle over a lamp. The smoker had to know exactly how to heat the opium pill and when to inhale. Done correctly, the process produced a distinctive sweet smell and a wave of relaxation that opium users described as like floating on a warm sea. We should note here that opium addiction became a severe social problem in 19th century China, with devastating consequences for individuals and society. But understanding the appeal requires acknowledging the sensory and psychological attractions of the practice, the ritual, the taste, the immediate relief from pain or anxiety, and cleaned, and the temporary escape from difficult lives. In the Middle East and Central Asia, water pipes, hookahs or nargilas, evolved as a way to smoke tobacco and other substances with some of the harshness filtered out. The hookah represents sophisticated engineering. Smoke is drawn through water, which cools it and removes some irritants, then through a long tube to the smoker's mouth. Multiple people can smoke from the same hookah simultaneously, making it a social technology as much as a drug delivery system. Hookah smoking in traditional Middle Eastern culture was a leisurely practice associated with coffee houses, intellectual discussion, and unhurried socializing. You didn't just smoke a hookah, you spent an evening at a hookah lounge talking philosophy or politics or everyday concerns with friends while sharing flavoured tobacco smoke that tasted of apple, rose, or other aromatics. The practice created a specific kind of social space, slightly removed from ordinary time, where conversation could wander and people could relax. European and American pipe smoking traditions, which developed primarily in the 16th through 19th centuries, created their own cultures around the practice. Clay pipes, then briar pipes, became technologies of contemplation. The ritual of choosing a tobacco blend, filling the pipe properly, lighting it with care and maintaining the burn through strategic puffing. These actions required attention and provided structure for thinking. Many scholars, writers, and artists described pipe smoking as an aid to concentration and creativity. The gentle stimulation from nicotine, combined with the meditative quality of the ritual and the pleasant taste of good tobacco, created conditions that many found conducive to intellectual work. This wasn't just justification for a habit. There's evidence that moderate nicotine intake can enhance certain cognitive functions, particularly sustained attention. The pipe itself became a symbol in European and American culture of masculinity, intellectuality, leisure, or contemplation, depending on context. Sherlock Holmes's pipe suggested his analytical mind. Father Christmas's pipe represented jolly contentment. The pipe-smoking professor became such a cultural archetype that even people who never smoked recognized the stereotype. What united all these different pipe traditions, from Amazonian tobacco to Asian opium to European briar pipes, was the intimate, personal quality of the experience. Unlike temple incense that filled a large space for many people, unlike physicians' fumigations administered as treatment, pipe smoking was about individual consciousness, personal ritual, and chosen moments of altered awareness. The pipe created a small, immediate relationship between a person and smoke. You controlled every aspect: what you smoked, when you smoked, and how much you smoked. The smoke filled your mouth, touched your tongue, and entered your lungs, or in some traditions was only taken into the mouth. It was yours in a way that communal smoke wasn't. This personal quality made pipes attractive for contemplation, for marking transitions between activities, and for creating small islands of ritual in otherwise unstructured time. You could smoke a pipe while thinking through a problem, while grieving a loss, while celebrating a success, or while simply watching the sunset. The smoke became a companion to your thoughts, a physical manifestation of the moment you were inhabiting. Different cultures developed different etiquettes around pipe smoking. In some Native American traditions, interrupting someone who was smoking would be deeply disrespectful. The act demanded its own time and space. In Victorian England, pipe smoking was gendered male and confined to specific rooms or times, creating a whole architecture of social rules about where and when smoke was appropriate. In Middle Eastern coffee houses, hookah smoking was communal and conversational. The pipe passed between friends as freely as words. The sensory experience of pipe smoking varied enormously, depending on what was being smoked and how. Tobacco could be sweet or harsh, smooth or biting, aromatic or plain. opium produced a distinctive smell that became associated with relaxation and escape. Cannabis, which has been smoked in various forms for thousands of years, offered yet another sensory profile, earthier and more pungent than tobacco, with quite different effects on consciousness. What's interesting is how quickly pipe smoking spread once global trade networks emerged in the 16th and 17th centuries. Tobacco, which was completely unknown outside the Americas before 1492, had reached every inhabited continent within a century of European contact with the New World. Pipes appeared in Africa, Asia, Europe and Oceania with remarkable speed, suggesting that the practice answered some widespread human need or desire. This rapid spread wasn't just about nicotine addiction, though that certainly played a role. It was also about the appeal of a personal ritual that could create moments of calm in increasingly complex, connected and demanding societies. As the world modernized, as traditional rhythms of agricultural life gave way to urban industrial time, the pipe offered a portable, personal technology for creating small moments of peace. Now we approach more recent history, that period from roughly 1700 to 1900, when the practices we've been discussing underwent significant transformation. The scientific revolution was changing how educated people understood smoke and its effects. Industrialization was changing how aromatic substances were produced and distributed. Colonialism was disrupting traditional practices while spreading them to new contexts. Let's consider how European expansion affected incense traditions worldwide. When Portuguese traders reached India and Southeast Asia, when Spanish conquistadors encountered American civilizations, and when Dutch merchants established themselves in Indonesia, they found elaborate, sophisticated traditions around aromatic smoke. Some of these traditions they adopted, others they disrupted, and still others they tried to suppress. Christian missionaries, for instance, often viewed indigenous smoking practices with deep suspicion. Shamanic tobacco use in the Americas looked disturbingly like religious ritual, which of course it was, and missionaries worked to suppress it as paganism. But they had no problem with incense in their own churches, which was also a religious smoke ritual, but properly Christian and therefore acceptable. This selective acceptance and rejection created interesting hybrid practices. In Latin America, indigenous smoking traditions mixed with Catholic incense used to create something new. In India, Hindu incense practices continued but also influenced British colonial culture. By the Victorian era, wealthy British homes routinely burned Indian incense, though usually stripped of their original religious meanings and appreciated primarily for their exotic fragrance. The scientific study of smoke and its effects began in earnest during this period. Chemists started analysing the compounds in various aromatic substances, identifying specific molecules responsible for particular smells or effects. Physicians began conducting something resembling clinical trials, testing whether therapeutic smoking actually worked for the conditions it was prescribed to treat. Some traditional smoke remedies held up reasonably well under scientific scrutiny. Yes, eucalyptus smoke does help respiratory problems. We can now explain exactly why in terms of chemical constituents and their interactions with human respiratory tissues. Other traditional practices didn't fare as well. No, smoke from burnt goat hair will not cure epilepsy, regardless of what ancient physicians believed. But this scientific understanding also stripped smoke of much of its mystery and symbolic power. When aromatic smoke becomes merely a delivery mechanism for specific chemical compounds, it loses something of its capacity to carry meanings beyond the physical. The rationalization of smoke knowledge made practices more effective in some ways, while making them less meaningful in others. Industrialization changed the incense trade dramatically. Instead of rare resins carried across continents by caravan, aromatic substances could be synthesized in factories, or at least mass-produced from plantation-grown materials. This made incense much cheaper and more widely available, which was good for access, but not so good for the sense of precious rarity that had surrounded aromatics for thousands of years. The 19th century also saw increasing concerns about smoking's health effects. Physicians who had once prescribed therapeutic smoking began noticing that heavy smokers seemed to develop distinctive health problems. The connection between tobacco and various diseases was beginning to be recognised, though it would take until the mid-20th century before the full scope of smoking's health impacts became clear. This created an interesting divergence. Temple incense and aromatic smoke for atmosphere remained relatively uncontroversial. People recognised you weren't inhaling enough smoke in these contexts to cause health problems. But pipe smoking, and especially cigarette smoking, came under increasing scrutiny as evidence mounted that regular smoke inhalation damaged lungs and contributed to various diseases. The cigarette, which became dominant in the 20th century, represented a departure from older smoking traditions in important ways. Cigarettes were industrial products, uniform, mass-produced, and designed for quick consumption rather than contemplative ritual. The cigarette break replaced the pipe smoking session. Same basic activity but compressed, hurried, and stripped of most ceremonial elements. Where pipe smoking had required some skill and attention, you had to pack the pipe properly, keep it lit, and manage the ash. Cigarette smoking was nearly effortless. Strike a match, inhale, exhale, repeat. This ease of use contributed to much higher consumption rates and consequently much worse health outcomes. The cigarette was smoke practice optimized for nicotine delivery, rather than for ritual, contemplation, or social bonding. Yet even cigarettes acquired their own rituals and meanings. The sharing of cigarettes between soldiers created bonds. The offered cigarette became a social gesture. The lighting of someone else's cigarette had its own etiquette, and even romantic connotations. Humans, it seems, will create ritual around any repeated practice, even industrial ones. Meanwhile, incense traditions continue to evolve in various directions. In Japan, kodo, the way of incense, became increasingly refined as an aesthetic practice, separate from religious contexts. Practitioners learned to distinguish hundreds of different aromatic woods, to appreciate subtle differences in fragrance, and to use incense as a focus for meditation and mindfulness. It was like wine tasting, but for smoke, and equally sophisticated. In India, the ancient traditions of incense making continued, but also adapted to modern commerce. Factories in cities like Bangalore produced incense sticks in enormous quantities, maintaining traditional formulations while using modern manufacturing techniques. The smell of jasmine or sandalwood incense became associated with Indian culture generally. Carried worldwide by the Indian diaspora, Western counterculture movements in the 1960s and 70s rediscovered incense and brought it into mainstream Euro-American culture. Young people burning Nag Champa in their apartments were participating, often unknowingly, in smoke traditions that stretched back thousands of years. The context had changed, Bohemian flats rather than ancient temples, but the basic practice of filling a space with aromatic smoke remained the same. This period also saw renewed interest in indigenous smoking practices, particularly ayahuasca ceremonies and similar traditions. Some of this interest was respectful and carefully conducted. Some of it amounted to cultural appropriation, with sacred practices stripped from their original context and treated as recreational drug use. The distinction matters. There's a difference between participating meaningfully in a tradition and simply consuming exotic experiences. As you nestle deeper into your blankets and perhaps notice how your own breathing has slowed while reading this story, let's turn to what modern science has discovered about why smoke-based practices affect us the way they do. Understanding the mechanisms doesn't diminish the experience. If anything, it reveals how intuitive our ancestors were in their observations. The human olfactory system, your sense of smell, is directly connected to the limbic system, those ancient structures deep in your brain that process emotion and memory. This is why certain smells can instantly transport you to childhood, evoke powerful emotional responses, or create immediate feelings of calm or anxiety. When you smell incense or aromatic smoke, the molecules trigger not just sensory perception, but emotional and memory responses that bypass conscious reasoning. Ancient peoples didn't know about the limbic system, but they certainly knew that certain smells made them feel certain ways. They were working with the same neurological architecture we have today, conducting empirical experiments in altering their own consciousness and carefully noting which plants produced which effects. Modern chemistry has identified the specific compounds responsible for many traditional incense effects. Frankincense contains boswellic acids and other molecules that have genuine anti-inflammatory and anxiolytic, anxiety-reducing properties. When burned, frankincense releases these compounds in a form that can be absorbed through the respiratory system, producing measurable effects on brain chemistry and emotional state. Lavender smoke contains linalool and linaloyl acetate, compounds that have been shown in laboratory studies to reduce stress hormones and promote relaxation. The Greeks and Romans, who burned lavender to promote calmness, weren't just engaging in superstition. They were using a substance that genuinely affects human neurobiology in ways that reduce anxiety. Similarly, the therapeutic smoking practices of ancient physicians often prescribed genuinely effective substances. When Chinese doctors recommended smoking mahuang for respiratory problems, they were unknowingly prescribing ephedrine, a powerful bronchodilator. When Indian Ayurvedic physicians prescribed cannabis smoke for various conditions, they were using a substance with documented effects on pain, nausea, and several other symptoms. Modern neuroscience has also helped explain why ritual and setting matter so much for smoke-based practices. The brain doesn't just respond to chemical compounds, it responds to expectations, context, and meaning. When you burn incense in a context you've learned to associate with relaxation or spiritual experience, your brain begins producing the associated response before you've even inhaled any smoke. This isn't just psychological, by the way. The expectation of relaxation triggers real, measurable changes in brain chemistry, increased serotonin and dopamine, and decreased cortisol and adrenaline. The chemical compounds in the smoke then enhance and extend these changes, creating a synergistic effect that's more powerful than either context or chemistry alone. Breathing patterns matter too, and this is something ancient practitioners understood intuitively. When you deliberately slow and deepen your breathing to inhale aromatic smoke, you're activating your parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest mode that counteracts stress responses. The compounds in the smoke enhance this effect, but the breathing pattern itself is doing significant work. This explains why similar practices emerged in different cultures. Humans everywhere have the same basic neurobiology, the same limbic system responses to aromatic compounds, and the same parasympathetic relaxation response to slow breathing. Ancient peoples in China, India, Rome, and the Americas independently discovered that burning certain plants and breathing the smoke deeply produced specific desirable effects because they were all working with the same human hardware. Modern research has also revealed some unexpected benefits of certain aromatic compounds. Rosemary smoke, for instance, contains molecules that appear to enhance memory and cognitive function. Studies have shown that people performing memory tasks in rooms scented with rosemary perform better than control groups. Ancient peoples who burned rosemary while studying or before important meetings may have been unwittingly using a genuine cognitive enhancer. Interestingly, the communal aspects of smoke practices also have measurable effects. When people participate in shared rituals, whether religious incense ceremonies or communal pipe smoking, their stress hormones decrease, their sense of social connection increases, and various measures of well-being improve. The smoke is part of this, but so is the ritual itself, the shared experience, and the sense of participating in something larger than yourself. The placebo effects we mentioned earlier turn out to be far more complex and interesting than once thought. Modern research shows that placebo responses involve genuine changes in neurotransmitter levels, immune function, and even gene expression. When ancient healers conducted elaborate smoke rituals for sick patients, they were triggering healing responses that were as real as any pharmaceutical effect, even if the mechanisms were completely different from what the healers believed. There are also risks, and modern science has made these clearer than ever. Regular smoke inhalation, regardless of the substance, damages respiratory tissues and increases risks of various cancers and lung diseases. The difference between occasional ceremonial incense exposure and daily tobacco smoking is enormous in terms of health outcomes. But even aromatic smoke in high concentrations can be problematic for people with respiratory conditions. This creates an interesting tension. The practices we've been discussing do have genuine effects, psychological, neurological, and social. But they also carry risks that increase with frequency and intensity of use. Ancient peoples generally used these practices more sparingly than modern recreational smokers, which likely limited health impacts while preserving the ritual and psychological benefits. The modern scientific understanding of smoke and its effects suggests that our ancestors were remarkably sophisticated observers of human consciousness and the substances that alter it. They couldn't explain the mechanisms in terms of neurotransmitters and receptor sites, but they could reliably predict that burning substance X in context Y would produce effect Z. That's empirical science, even without the theoretical frameworks we've added. Now, as we move into the present day, the story of smoke becomes more personal and immediate. You might have your own experiences with incense, with the smell of wood smoke from a fireplace, with the lingering aroma of sage or sweet grass, or with memories attached to particular scents that rise in curling wisps. The relationship between modern people and aromatic smoke is complicated, full of contradictions that would have baffled our ancestors. We know more about the chemistry and health effects than any previous generation, yet we often use this knowledge poorly. We have access to aromatics from around the world at prices that would astound ancient merchants, yet we often fail to appreciate the depth of traditions behind them. Walk into most metaphysical bookstores, yoga studios, or wellness centres in the Western world, and you'll find incense for sale, often Nag Champa from India, but also white sage bundles, Palo Santo sticks, copal resin, and various other aromatics from traditions worldwide. This represents unprecedented access to global smoke traditions, but also raises questions about cultural appropriation, sustainable harvesting, and whether transplanted practices retain their meaning outside their original contexts. The white sage situation is particularly instructive. White sage is sacred to various Native American peoples, particularly in California and the Southwest. Smudging with white sage, burning bundles of the dried herb to purify spaces, is an important practice in these traditions. But commercial harvesting has put white sage populations under pressure, and seeing their sacred plant sold in every New Age shop understandably bothers many Native Americans. This is the smoke tradition encountering globalization, and it's complicated. On one hand, people worldwide seeking calm and purification through aromatic smoke are participating in fundamentally human practices that transcend culture. On the other hand, there's something troubling about sacred traditions being commodified and stripped of their contexts. The smoke remains the same, but the meanings change in translation. Meanwhile, incense traditions in their homelands continue to evolve. Visit a Buddhist temple in Taiwan, Thailand, or Japan, and you'll find practices that combine ancient formulations with modern sensibilities. The incense might be made using traditional recipes, but manufactured in climate-controlled facilities, with quality testing that ensures consistent products. The rituals continue, but in buildings that have electric lights, air conditioning, and live stream services for distant devotees. In India, the incense industry has become a significant economic sector, employing thousands of people in traditional craft manufacturing that's been modernized without being completely industrialized. Families that have made incense for generations now export their products globally, while maintaining recipes and techniques passed down through the centuries. It's tradition adapting to modernity, finding ways to continue that don't require rejecting change entirely. The medical use of aromatic smoke has largely disappeared in developed countries, replaced by more reliable pharmaceutical approaches. Your doctor isn't going to prescribe therapeutic fumigation for your respiratory infection. They'll give you antibiotics or antivirals. But aromatherapy, the use of essential oils and aromatic compounds for psychological and mild physical benefits, has found a niche as complementary medicine. Essential oil diffusers represent an interesting evolution of smoke practice. Instead of burning aromatic substances, these devices vaporize essential oils in water, creating a fragrant mist that disperses through a room. It's smoke without combustion, aromatics without ash, and a sanitized version of ancient practices adapted for modern homes that have smoke detectors and fire codes. Does it work? Yes and no. The aromatic compounds still affect the limbic system, still produce psychological responses, and still create pleasant environments. But something is lost when you remove the visual element of smoke rising, the slight edge of danger from working with fire, and the ritualized aspects of preparing and lighting incense. The diffuser is more convenient and probably safer, but convenience and safety aren't the only values that matter. The cigarette culture that dominated much of the 20th century is finally declining as health consequences become undeniable, and social acceptance evaporates. Fewer people smoke cigarettes now than at any time since the 1920s in most developed countries. This is undoubtedly good for public health, but it's also removed one of the few remaining widespread smoke practices from everyday life. Some of this void is being filled by cannabis legalization in various jurisdictions. As cannabis becomes legal for recreational use, new traditions and practices are emerging around its consumption. Some of these echo older traditions. The passed joint as a social bonding ritual has parallels to passed pipes in various cultures. Others are distinctly modern, vaporizers and edibles representing approaches to cannabis consumption that minimize or eliminate smoke entirely. The use of incense in religious and spiritual contexts continues worldwide, relatively unchanged by modernity's other transformations. Walk into a Catholic church during High Mass, visit a Hindu temple during puja, or attend a Buddhist meditation session. You'll encounter aromatic smoke being used for purposes that would be instantly recognizable to practitioners from centuries ago. This continuity is remarkable given how much else has changed. Interestingly, there's been a modern revival of interest in contemplative practices generally, and incense has followed along. Mindfulness meditation, which has become surprisingly mainstream in secular Western culture, often incorporates incense as a focus for attention or simply as atmosphere. The practice has been stripped of religious associations, but retains the basic insight that aromatic smoke can help create mental states conducive to calm awareness. The Japanese incense ceremony, Kodo, has even found adherents outside Japan, though whether these practitioners fully appreciate the aesthetic and philosophical depths of the tradition is debatable. Still, the fact that people are willing to spend hours learning to distinguish subtle differences in aromatic woods suggests that ancient approaches to smoke appreciation can still resonate with modern sensibilities. Environmental concerns are adding new dimensions to how we think about smoke. Burning incense or anything else releases particulate matter and various chemicals into the air. Indoor air quality has become a recognized health concern, and burning substances indoors regularly isn't great for it. This creates another tension. The practices that brought calm to countless generations now face questions about whether they're worth the environmental and health costs. There's also the simple fact that many modern people don't know how to safely work with fire. We've outsourced flame to gas stoves, furnaces and pilot lights, controlled, automatic, requiring no attention. The idea of deliberately lighting something on fire and managing it while it burns is foreign to people who've grown up with smoke detectors that sound at the first hint of combustion. Ancient practices assume a comfort level with fire that many modern people simply lack, yet the fundamental human responses to aromatic smoke haven't changed. When you smell sandalwood or frankincense, your brain processes it using the same neural pathways that lit up in an ancient Egyptian's brain. When you watch smoke curl and rise, you're seeing the same patterns that fascinated Mesopotamian diviners. When you associate certain smells with calm or contemplation, you're participating in conditioning processes that humans have been using for millennia. As we approach the end of our journey through smoke's history, it's worth pausing to reflect on why this matters, why the story of humanity's relationship with aromatic smoke deserves telling, and what it reveals about who we are as a species. At the most basic level, the story of smoke is a story about human curiosity and experimentation. Our ancestors didn't have to figure out that burning certain plants produced pleasant or interesting effects. They could have just burned whatever wood was convenient and been content with warmth and light. But humans don't work that way. We experiment, observe, remember, and refine. We notice patterns and explore possibilities. We turn accidental discoveries into deliberate practices. The fact that humans in wildly different cultures independently discovered similar uses for aromatic smoke tells us something about universal human needs. Across every continent, in climates from Arctic to tropical, people sought ways to alter consciousness, create sacred space, mark important moments, find relief from pain or anxiety, and connect with something beyond everyday reality. Smoke became one tool among many for meeting these needs. This suggests that the desire for altered consciousness isn't a pathology or a weakness, but a fundamental aspect of human psychology. We're not meant to exist in one constant state. We need variety in our experiences, access to different modes of consciousness, and ways to step outside ordinary perception and see from different angles. Aromatic smoke provided this for most of human history, which is why its practices spread so widely and persisted so long. The story of smoke is also a story about the tension between material and meaning. Smoke is a physical phenomenon, combustion, producing particulate matter suspended in air. But humans have never been content to treat it as merely physical. We've invested smoke with meanings, used it as a language for concepts that can't be expressed in words alone, and made it carry our hopes and prayers to realms we can't directly perceive. This capacity to see beyond the purely physical, to find meaning in natural phenomena, to create symbol systems that let us think about abstract concepts, this is distinctly human. Other animals might enjoy pleasant smells, but only humans burn aromatics in specific contexts to deliberately alter their mental states, while simultaneously expressing spiritual beliefs through the act itself. The global spread of smoke traditions through trade routes tells us something about human connectivity. We tend to think of ancient peoples as isolated in their own cultures, but the fact that frankincense from southern Arabia ended up in Chinese temples, that tobacco from the Americas reached Asia within decades, and that incense formulas spread across continents, all this reveals networks of human connection that were surprisingly robust and far-reaching. These trade networks weren't just about economics. They were about shared human experiences, about the recognition that people in distant lands were seeking similar things: calm, transcendence, healing, and connection to the divine. The merchant who carried frankincense from Arabia to Rome was carrying more than a commodity. They were carrying one culture's approach to these universal needs and introducing it to people who would adapt it to their own purposes. The evolution of smoke practices over time shows human creativity and adaptability. The same basic principle, burning aromatic substances and breathing or being present with the smoke, has been endlessly varied and refined. From cave fires to temple censers, to ceremonial pipes to modern incense sticks. Humans have found countless ways to engage with this simple practice, each variation reflecting different values, technologies, and cultural contexts. There's something deeply democratic about smoke practices. Unlike some technologies that require rare materials or expert knowledge, almost anyone can burn aromatic substances and benefit from the experience. Yes, there are elaborate traditions that require years to master, but the basic practice is accessible to everyone. This accessibility helps explain why smoke practices spread so widely and persisted across huge differences in wealth, power, and social organisation. The modern decline of some smoke traditions raises questions about what we're losing. Not just specific practices, but a whole way of engaging with consciousness, ritual, and the material world. When we replace incense with room deodorizers, when we substitute essential oil diffusers for sensors, when we eliminate smoke practices entirely due to health concerns, what are we giving up along with what we gain? This isn't a call to reject modernity or ignore legitimate health concerns. But it is worth recognizing that our ancestors' smoke practices emerged from and spoke to genuine human needs that don't disappear just because we've developed new technologies. The need for ritual, for moments of deliberate calm, for sensory experiences that anchor us in the present, these persist whether we acknowledge them or not. Perhaps what's most remarkable is how such a simple thing, aromatic smoke, could carry so much weight across so many cultures and so many centuries. We've developed incredibly sophisticated technologies, mapped the human genome, and sent probes to the edge of the solar system. Yet something as basic as burning aromatic resins and breathing the smoke can still produce experiences that modern science fully explains, but can't quite replicate through any other means. The smell of frankincense or sandalwood, the sight of smoke curling upward, the taste of aromatic vapour on your tongue. These experiences connect you directly to humans who lived thousands of years ago, who found in these same smells and sights access to states of consciousness they valued. It's a form of time travel, not through technology, but through shared experience across the centuries. As you finish this story and prepare for sleep, you might be more aware of the air you're breathing, the way scents linger in your room, and the quality of stillness that can settle over a space in the evening. These awarenesses are part of what smoke practices cultivated. Attention to subtle sensory experiences, recognition that the invisible can be as important as the visible, and understanding that consciousness is not fixed but fluid. The story of smoke is, in the end, your story too. Whether you've ever burned incense or not, whether you have any personal smoke practices or not, you're part of a species that has been exploring consciousness, seeking calm and finding meaning in rising wisps for hundreds of thousands of years. That's worth remembering as you drift towards sleep. You're not separate from this history. You're its latest chapter, carrying forward patterns of human experience that stretch back to those first cave dwellers who threw aromatic branches on their fires and discovered that the world could suddenly seem different, more spacious and more full of possibility. The practices change, the substances vary, and the cultural contexts shift, but the underlying human impulses remain constant. We seek moments of peace in difficult times. We create rituals to mark the sacred and separate it from the mundane. We use our senses to anchor ourselves in the present moment. We explore altered states of consciousness because ordinary consciousness, while necessary, is not sufficient for a fully human life. Smoke, visible breath, transformation made tangible, the boundary between solid and air, serves all these purposes and more. It's been medicine and sacrament, recreation and therapy, art form and spiritual practice. It's linked distant cultures and revealed common humanity. It's been studied by scientists and mystics, sought by kings and available to peasants. Tomorrow you might smell wood smoke from a neighbour's fireplace, or incense from a nearby temple, or simply the lingering aroma of your evening tea. When you do, you might remember this story and recognise that you're experiencing something humans have found meaningful for longer than we've had written language. You might notice how the smell affects your mood, how your breathing changes, and how the moment feels slightly different from moments without that aromatic presence. Or you might not. You might simply go about your day, unaware of the ancient traditions playing out in the background of modern life. Either way, the smoke will continue to rise, carrying with it meanings and memories accumulated across millennia. The practices we've discussed face an uncertain future. Climate change, urbanization, health concerns and cultural shifts all challenge traditional smoke practices. Some will adapt and continue, others will fade, and new forms will emerge that we can't yet predict. But the human needs these practices address aren't going anywhere, which suggests that some form of smoke tradition will persist as long as humans do. Perhaps future historians will look back at our era as the moment when humanity's ancient relationship with aromatic smoke underwent its most dramatic transformation. Or perhaps they'll see our time as just another adaptation in an ongoing story that continues to unfold in ways both familiar and surprising. What we can say with certainty is that smoke has been a faithful companion to human consciousness for longer than any other deliberately sought-altered state. Before alcohol fermentation, before plant cultivation, before writing or wheels or cities, humans were burning aromatic substances and discovering that the right smoke at the right time could open doors to experiences that made life more bearable and sometimes transcendent. That's not a small thing. That's evidence that humans have always been more than just survival machines focused on food, shelter, and reproduction. We're meaning-making creatures, consciousness-exploring animals, beings who seek not just to live but to experience living fully in all its varieties and depths. As you close your eyes and feel yourself beginning to drift into sleep, imagine for a moment all the people across all the centuries who have lain down at day's end with the smell of aromatic smoke still lingering in their awareness. Roman priestesses after a day of temple service. Chinese scholars after evening study sessions. Native American elders after ceremonial pipe sharing. Medieval monks after evensong. Victorian gentlemen after contemplative pipe smoking. You're part of that vast, invisible community. All the humans who have sought and found moments of peace, insight, or transcendence through the simple act of being present with aromatic smoke. The specific practices differ, the beliefs vary, and the cultural contexts shift. But the experience connects you across time to countless others who breathed deeply, watched smoke rise, and felt something shift in their awareness. Sleep well, knowing that the air you breathe has carried not just oxygen but meaning for as long as humans have existed. The darkness that gathers around you as you sleep once glowed with firelight, and the stillness you enter was filled with the scent of sacred smoke. You're not alone in this moment. You're accompanied by ancestors beyond counting who found in smoke something worth preserving and passing down. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and joys, its own moments of stress and peace. But you'll carry with you now this story, this awareness that calm has always been available, that humans have always found ways to create space for reflection and renewal, and that something as simple as aromatic smoke has served as a bridge to better states of mind for longer than we can fully comprehend. And if you choose to light incense or simply notice the scent of wood smoke drifting past your window, you'll do so with deeper understanding of what you're participating in. Not just a personal preference or a pleasant smell, but a practice that connects you to the oldest, most persistent human traditions. The last ember glows, fades, and finally goes dark. The smoke rises one last time, thinning as it climbs, becoming invisible as it joins the air. The story continues, even as this telling ends. Rest now. In the hushed darkness of a 13th century manor house, as the last embers in the central hearth faded to soft orange glows, the lord of the manor would not retire alone. Around him, in the enormous hall, lay his household staff, family members, and perhaps even trusted servants, all arranged in a careful choreography of medieval sleep. This collective slumber, so foreign to our modern sensibilities, represents one of history's most misunderstood phenomena, the medieval relationship with sleep. Contrary to popular assumptions about the discomforts of pre-industrial life, medieval Europeans may have enjoyed sleep patterns more aligned with human biology than our current regimens. The sleep of the Middle Ages wasn't merely a functional necessity squeezed between brutal days of toil. It was an elaborate practice infused with ritual, social significance, and a profound understanding of human needs that modern science is only now rediscovering. The medieval night began not with the flick of a light switch, but with the gradual recession of daylight. As twilight descended across Europe's countryside and burgs, a natural wind-down period commenced. Without the harsh blue light of electronic devices to disrupt melatonin production, medieval bodies responded naturally to environmental cues. The dimming of the day triggered sleep hormones in perfect synchronicity with the body's circadian rhythm. Evidence from medieval household accounts, monastic records, and medical manuscripts reveals that medieval people practiced what sleep researchers now call sleep hygiene, not through scientific understanding, but through customs evolved over centuries. Families would gather around fires in the hours before bed, engaging in what one 14th century English text called the gentle telling of tales. This storytelling tradition served multiple purposes, reinforcing community bonds, passing down cultural knowledge, and, crucially, allowing the brain to transition from the active demands of daytime to the receptive state conducive to sleep. Inventories from noble households across Europe list specialized items for sleep comfort that defy our image of medieval discomfort. While commoners might sleep on straw-filled mattresses regularly refreshed with aromatic herbs like lavender and chamomile, natural sleep aids, the wealthy invested heavily in sleep quality. Featherbeds, documented in the 1380s household accounts of John of Gaunt, could contain up to 60 pounds of down. These were topped with linen sheets, woolen blankets in winter, and lightweight coverlets in summer, seasonal adaptations showing a sophisticated understanding of sleep temperature regulation. The medieval bed itself evolved into an architectural feature in its own right. Far from a simple platform, the bed became what historian Sasha Handley calls a micro-environment for sleep. High bedsteads kept sleepers above drafts, while bed curtains created microclimates that preserved body heat. Particularly in northern regions, these enclosed bed spaces maintained optimal sleeping temperatures through bitter winters without central heating. Perhaps most notably, medieval people organised their sleep around natural human ultradian rhythms. Medical texts from Salerno's famed medical school advised sleeping with the head slightly elevated, and on the right side initially for proper digestion. Then turning to the left side in deep sleep, advice that echoes modern recommendations for optimising airway positioning during sleep. Despite the absence of memory foam or adjustable bases, medieval sleepers customised their experience through ingenious means. Illuminated manuscripts show various pillow configurations, from cylindrical bolsters supporting the neck to smaller cushions tucked under elbows or knees. Personalised comfort adaptations we've rediscovered through ergonomic design. Archaeological findings from cesspits in London and York have revealed remains of medicinal herbs commonly used for sleep, including valerian root and passion flower, showing sophisticated pharmacological approaches to sleep management. The physical arrangements for sleep extended beyond beds. Manor houses and even modest dwellings were designed with sleeping areas positioned to maximise morning light exposure. An architectural feature that modern chronobiologists recognise for its importance in maintaining healthy circadian rhythms. East-facing bedchambers allowed sleepers to wake naturally with the sunrise, reinforcing their internal body clocks in ways that modern blackout curtains and alarm clocks disrupt. What truly distinguished medieval sleep, however, was its social nature. Unlike our privatised, individualised approach to sleep, medieval slumber was communal. This behaviour wasn't merely for practical reasons like shared warmth or protection, although these benefits were real, but reflected a fundamentally different conception of sleep as a vulnerable yet shared human experience. Even kings were rarely alone while sleeping, attended by trusted chamberlains who slept at the foot of the royal bed, creating a sleep culture where the boundaries between private and public were permeable in ways we might find uncomfortable, but that provided unique psychological benefits. People didn't expect to sleep all night in medieval Europe when darkness fell. The idea that people should sleep 8 hours is post-industrial. Medieval medical records, diaries, household histories, and literary sources show a quite distinct pattern. First sleep and second sleep separated by a nighttime wakeful quiet. This biphasic sleep pattern was common throughout social strata. After going to bed at nightfall, medieval people had a 4-hour first sleep or dead sleep. After waking up naturally for 1 to 2 hours, they went back to second sleep until daybreak. Medieval folks used this midnight awakening as a natural window of consciousness, not sleeplessness. European monastery church records provide some of the best evidence of this interval. The monastic rule of St. Benedict scheduled midnight prayers, matins, during the wakeful hour to accommodate this natural sleep divide. Instead of fighting their biology to stay awake for devotions, monks synchronized their spiritual practices with human sleep architecture. The significance of midnight awakening goes beyond religion. Medical manuscripts from Salerno and Montpellier, Europe's top medical schools, show that doctors believed midnight waking was crucial for health. The 13th century physician Aldebrandon of Siena said that this wakeful period allowed the vapours of food to be properly distributed through the body, a pre-scientific knowledge of how sleep stages affect digestion and metabolism. This nightly waking gave regular households an unusual opportunity. It was common for homeowners to check on their property, bank fires for the second sleep, and examine their security. The 14th century guide for parish priests recommends middle night marital intercourse because the body is rested but the mind clear. The recommendation implies a profound awareness of how restful sleep influences mood and physical receptivity. Interestingly, this wakeful interlude produced various types of consciousness that current neuroscience has only recently learned to detect. Neurologists call the state between first and second sleep hypnopompic consciousness, which boosts creativity, imagery, and emotional processing. Medieval folks innately understood and practiced this distinct mental condition. Court records and diaries show how midnight wakers considered legal issues. A 15th century Ghent judge said he made his toughest decisions after consulting his thoughts in the watch between sleeps, believing it provided deeper moral insight than daylight deliberation. Craftspeople conceived new designs, farmers planned seasonal rotations, and merchants planned business initiatives during this contemplative period. Wakefulness had emotional and social benefits. Larger medieval households described night talking, intimate chats during midnight waking. These nighttime conversations allowed for exceptional emotional honesty, unlike daytime contacts confined by societal hierarchy and public presentation. A 14th century English noblewoman's diary says she learned her husband's innermost worries only in the watch between sleeps, when souls speak more truly. This split sleep pattern boosted creativity. Chaucer writes poetry during his watching times, and illuminated manuscripts often state they were written in the midnight thinking time. Medieval dream interpretation guides distinguished between dreams during first sleep, processing daily events, and those during second sleep, prophetic or insight-bearing, due to the quality of thoughts during this period. Archaeology confirms this practice's prevalence. Medieval home excavations sometimes reveal little oil lamps for nighttime activities. In household inventories across social classes, night tables with writing tools, miniature prayer books, and meditation tools are common. When modern researchers removed artificial light from test subject settings for several weeks, they automatically reverted to biphasic sleep. Strong proof that segmented sleep is our biological rhythm. Medieval people honoured this cycle rather than pushing continuous sleep, aligning with their evolved sleep architecture in ways modern civilization rarely allows. Psychological benefits make segmented sleep valuable. The midnight wake-up allowed memory consolidation and emotional processing. Modern sleep science shows that disrupted sleep can improve memory formation. A 15th century French physician advised pupils to reread difficult material before bed and allow the mind to work upon it in the midnight watching. Medieval folks knew the value of this processing time. Medieval sleep environments were more complex and deliberate than popular belief. Medieval sleeping arrangements were frequently utilitarian marvels that represented considerable household investments and years of comfort technology, unlike the crude, unpleasant platforms depicted in modern media. Archaeology from intact medieval households shows that sleep quality was important. Excavated 13th century merchant homes in London showed specialised floor designs with insulating materials packed beneath sleeping areas, including wool, straw, and even feathers in wealthier homes, to block the cold from stone or packed earth floors. This intelligent underfloor insulation shows heat transmission concepts that affect sleep quality. Medieval sleep revolved around the bed, which evolved quickly. Bed technology improved by the 13th century from simple raised platforms. Estate inventories from around Europe reveal more sophisticated bed designs with specialised comfort components. The bed's hardwood frame, termed the bedstock, has mortise and tenon joints allowing minor flexibility without squeaking, which 14th century Florence Carpenter Guild laws required for undisturbed rest. Medieval mattress technology improved constantly. Peasant homes still used straw-filled beds, although they were more advanced. Traditional European farming groups using medieval methods used straw beds, not loose straw piled into sacks. Specially selected straw, oat straw, was recommended for its softness. Completely dried to prevent mould and broken to provide a springier texture was used. Most homes emptied and refilled these beds seasonally. For the wealthy, mattress technology evolved. By the 14th century, merchants and artists used wool-filled mattresses, while feather beds were the height of medieval sleep luxury. These were constructed sleep surfaces, not feather sacks. Guild regulations from 14th century Paris required feather beds to be built with particular weights of different feather varieties piled for compression and rebound. The most sumptuous examples had goose down on top and stiffer feathers underneath for stability. Similar to modern high-end mattresses, medieval pillows are often forgotten sleep technologies. Modern pillows are uniform, whereas medieval pillows were individualized. Archaeological evidence and household inventories show at least 4 pillow types. neck bolsters for spinal alignment, softer head pillows for comfort, wedge pillows for medical conditions, particularly respiratory issues, and smaller support pillows for positioning. Salerno medical writings advise lifting the head for digestion disorders and supporting the legs for back pain. Bed sheets were also designed for sleep comfort. Linen sheets were valued for their breathability and moisture-wicking capacity. Even small houses had many sets of linens and regular laundry records. In winter, woolen blankets provided insulation, while silk or light wool coverlets gave summer warmth. Seasonal bedding rotation shows a profound awareness of how ambient temperature influences sleep quality. Equally inventive was sleeping room climate control. Bed curtains were attractive and microclimatic. Fully enclosed bed curtains conserved body heat in winter. Large medieval houses recorded various curtain weights for different seasons, with summer curtains blocking insects, allowing airflow. This seasonal sleep environment adaptation shows a comprehensive awareness of how ambient variables affect rest quality. Medieval dwellings also showed excellent sleep management. Sound-dampening interior shutters were common in metropolitan bedrooms. In intact York and Bruges homes, archaeologists found woven rush mats put on walls near public streets as early sound insulation. Medieval folks recognized noise pollution as a sleep disruptor and addressed it with intentional design. Medieval sleep was influenced by aromatherapy. Domestic and archaeological records show aromatic herbs in bedding. These were lavender and chamomile for relaxation, mint and rosemary for insect repellent, and dried rose petals for fragrance. For decades, home manuals have recommended inserting little herb-filled sachets into pillowcases to improve sleep. Researchers even reviewed illumination for its impact on sleep quality. Medieval dwellings used candles or rushlights in bedrooms for specific purposes. When affordable, beeswax candles were recommended near beds because they smoke less than tallow. Rushlights, manufactured by immersing river rushes in fat, burned longer and dimmed to help people fall asleep. These thoughtful evening light selections follow recent advice to avoid bright light before bed. Medieval sleep environments were sophisticated enough to regulate nighttime temperature. Bed warming technologies improved in Northern Europe. Early medieval hot stones evolved into warming pans equipped with adjustable handles and ventilated lids, which diffused heat evenly without causing burns. These gadgets were used in houses of all social strata, demonstrating the importance of ideal sleeping temperatures. Medieval Europe saw a number of systematic sleep hygiene activities when the sun set. These were centuries-old practices that prepared body and mind for repose. The intricacy of these pre-sleep practices undermines the idea that scientific sleep optimization is new. The transition to night began with day-shutting rituals that separated waking and sleeping. Closing shutters or drawing curtains were symbolic thresholds. Even humble 14th century French households had practices for closing the day, typically with brief spoken phrases or prayers to signal that labour was over and rest could begin. Medieval Europeans intuitively knew the necessity of light reduction before sleep, according to archaeology. Medieval dwelling excavations reveal clever shutter designs that blocked light more completely. Rich urban homes had exterior shutters for security and inside fabric hangings to exclude remaining light by the 15th century. These dark generation investments showed how much society valued sleep. Staged light reduction was notable in medieval times. As darkness approached, homes switched from brilliant central fireplaces to dim lights. Church and monastic records show that different candle types were used for different evening activities, leading to rush dips at bedtime. Our modern abrupt shifts from brightness to darkness impede melatonin production, but this progressive dimming naturally signaled sleep. Evening meals were part of sleep preparation. Despite expectations about primitive medieval diets, household records and medical writings show sophisticated sleep nutrition. Evening meals were eaten at least 2 hours before bed to allow for partial digestion. In the evening, Salerno medical books advise lighter diets like lettuce, almonds, and warm dairy liquids mixed with mildly sedative spices to promote sleep. Physical sleep preparation was also deliberate. Cleaning before bed highlighted psychological shifts as well as cleanliness. Even in simple families without bathing facilities, people washed their hands, face, and feet before bed and for its relaxing benefits, according to housekeeping manuals. Some 15th century manor buildings had evening bathing chambers next to bedrooms for more extensive pre-sleep bathing procedures. Medieval sleep habits for stress reduction and brain clearing were unique. Monastic and household texts suggested evening reflection and concern control that mirrors modern mindfulness. 14th century merchant advice advocated examining the day's transactions and resolving mental issues before bed, since unresolved matters will otherwise disturb rest. The early observation that cognitive stimulation reduces sleep quality is extraordinary psychological insight. Bedtime prayer sequences were both spiritual practice and sleep induction. These were systematic mental activities that diverted attention from daily worries, not just religious observances. Popular nighttime prayers alternated between simple, repetitive elements, relaxing, and brief narrative segments, focusing the attention. This advanced structure naturally induced tiredness from active thought. Even bed-making was ritualized, according to household sources. Medieval folks of all classes made beds each night. It was common to shake and turn mattresses to rejuvenate their loft, arrange bedding for best warmth distribution, and sweep the area around the bed to remove dirt and symbolically clear the space for rest. Social interactions were manipulated to aid sleep transitions. Manurial records required quiet time in the evening. Sleep preparation began with specific phrases or little customs in some households. For quieter, more introspective conversation, a 15th century housekeeping manual encouraged the head of the home to say, "The day is now put away." Most notably, medieval sleep rituals addressed sleep onset insomnia. Medical manuscripts provide advanced sleep treatments. They comprise mental tracing of patterns, rhythmic breathing, and progressive muscle relaxation expressed in language that resembles modern approaches. A 14th century Montpellier medical treatise discusses body scan meditation, similar to that taught in sleep clinics. Medieval sleep literature emphasized posture. Medical texts outlined ideal sleep postures for different body types and health issues. Modern understanding of how body position influences digestive processes during sleep suggests commencing sleep on the right side to help digestion before turning to the left. This was not common wisdom, but scientific observation of sleep quality. Auditory practices helped wakefulness transition. Night watch calls the hours in villages and cities, providing temporal grounding. These repetitive sound patterns may have helped maintain sleep rather than disrupt it. People say the familiar calls comforted and oriented them during brief overnight awakenings without disturbing sleep architecture. The social structure of sleep may be the biggest distinction between medieval and modern sleep. Medieval sleep was a shared, vulnerable state entrenched in well-arranged social ties that offered distinct psychological benefits not found in modern, isolated sleep. European household archaeology shows sleep arrangements that challenge privacy notions. From humble farmhouses to royal palaces, medieval sleeping places were shared. This sharing wasn't just for economic reasons, it represented attitudes about sleep vulnerability and communal protection. It started in childhood. Medieval children slept with family, unlike modern Westerners. Household inventories and architectural evidence demonstrate that wealthy people rarely had separate nurseries until the late medieval period. Young children usually slept on communal beds near parents or caregivers. This arrangement provided physical warmth and safety as well as auditory and olfactory cues from trusted people to promote sleep. Children continued to sleep together as they grew. Household and guild records show service children, apprentices, and biological children sleeping together by age. Young people slept 2 or 3 to a bed, clustered by gender and age, establishing sleep communities, groups that share sleep vulnerability and build sleep standards. The psychological benefits of these arrangements were significant. Medieval medical literature says youngsters who sleep together have fewer night terrors and sleep disturbance. Medieval folks intuitively knew that trusted persons' sensory awareness triggers parasympathetic nerve system reactions that deepen sleep. Modern sleep science has just lately recognized this. Adults slept together beyond family. Medieval residences had a central hall where servants, apprentices, and extended family slept. This setup gave psychological security rather than disrupting sleep. Household accounts provide methods for grouping sleepers to accommodate individual needs and relationships. Even the rich, who could afford separate sleeping chambers by the later medieval period, rarely slept alone. Noble household chamber accounts show that servants lay on pallets at the foot of the bed with their masters. Medieval nobility preferred reliable companions during vulnerable sleep phases over loneliness. This communal sleep design had several psychological benefits that modern sleep experts are now recognizing. Shared sleep rooms corrected sleep patterns, reducing anxiety over perceived sleep anomalies. When brief nightly awakenings occurred, The noises and presence of other sleepers reassured and reduced anxiety-induced sleeplessness. Medieval travel tales show how rooted these communal sleep obligations were. One 15th century merchant called private sleeping unnatural and disquieting to the mind. Inn regulations across Europe required tourists to share beds with strangers of the same gender until the early modern period, demonstrating how common shared sleep vulnerability was deemed. The intimacy of communal sleep areas encouraged unusual social bonds. Medieval stories emphasize pre-sleep discussions for resolving conflicts and improving relationships. Before bed, a 14th century family manual encourages settling disputes because harmony before rest brings better health to all. This incorporation of dispute resolution into sleep habits provided regular relationship healing that standalone sleep arrangements rarely do. Medieval sleep's communality improved safety. Before modern locks and security measures, numerous sleepers were protected by collective vigilance. Medieval households generally placed younger, lighter sleepers, usually apprentices or younger servants, near doorways, establishing a natural surveillance system. Household accounts recommend having different grades of sleepers with different awakening thresholds across the sleeping area. Social levelling was also achieved through sleep vulnerability. Daytime activities were hierarchical, but sleep momentarily lowered status. Snoring, shifting postures, and the universal weakness of unconsciousness made even high-status people seem more real to their subordinates, according to historical reports. This periodic reminder of shared humanity softened medieval social hierarchies. The communal sleep environment helped vulnerable populations more than our private sleep arrangements. Shared sleeping arrangements helped new mothers care for their babies at night. Village records and household narratives show that nursing mothers slept near other women who could help with evening feedings and child calming. Instead of being separated, older people were included in home sleeping arrangements, allowing the collective to adapt their natural sleep habits. Community sleep normalized nightly distress, which was important for psychological wellness. Nightmares and anxiousness were immediately relieved. Medical writings from the time prescribe a trusted sleeping companion's voice to comfort people awakening from terrible dreams, which is easier in shared sleep places than in our secluded bedrooms. Sleep historians now recognize the shift from communal to privatized sleeping, which began among the wealthy in the late medieval period, but didn't reach most communities until much later. This shift had mixed effects on human psychology. While privatizing sleep increased individual control, it eliminated many of the security and social benefits of communal sleep. Medieval understanding of dreams and nighttime consciousness was highly developed, predicting modern findings concerning dreams' effects on emotion, creativity, and problem-solving. Medieval civilization developed intricate frameworks for identifying dream varieties and promoting positive dream experiences. Medieval dream theory classified dreams by psychological cause and meaning. Medical books from Salerno and Montpellier distinguished digestive dreams, those influenced by nutrition and physical conditions, from spirit dreams, those originating from deeper psychic processes. This distinction acknowledges dreams' psychological purposes and modern awareness of how physical variables affect dream content. Medieval understanding of how sleep absorbed everyday events was sophisticated. The 13th century encyclopedist Bartholomeus Anglicus observed that the mind sorts through the day's events while the body rests, foreshadowing REM sleep memory consolidation research. Household instructions advise quickly revisiting important daily events before bed to aid this processing function, which sleep researchers now know improves memory integration. Medieval dream notebooks show that people actively engaged with their dreams. Several preserved monastic and noble household dream diaries document dream content with attention to repeating themes and emotional patterns. A 14th century Florentine merchant kept a thorough book about how he tracked dream symbols, linking them to his waking concerns and using dreams to make commercial decisions. Medieval dream practice used complex dream incubation techniques to actively influence dream material to answer specific inquiries or difficulties. The monastic records describe focusing on certain questions before sleep and utilizing visualization to bring them into dream consciousness. This goal was practical cognitive training, not just spiritual. Multiple craft guild records mention masters telling trainees to consult their dreams when designing. Archaeology supports medieval dream practice. Excavations found dream-related objects near beds. These include modest religious artifacts, symbolic emblems, and written queries or issues under pillows, physical expressions of medieval belief that sleep consciousness might address waking difficulties. Medieval nightmare treatment was centuries ahead of modern methods. Medieval dream guides advised dealing with nightmares rather than suppressing them. One 14th century physician guide advocates helping patients achieve dream re-entry, returning to terrifying dream scenes while waking and imagining altering them. This method is similar to nightmare disorder treatments that rewrite distressing content. Medieval understanding of dreams and nighttime consciousness was highly developed, predicting modern findings concerning dreams' effects on emotion, creativity, and problem-solving. Medieval civilization developed intricate frameworks for identifying dream varieties and promoting positive dream experiences. Medieval dream theory classified dreams by psychological cause and meaning. Medical books from Salerno and Montpellier distinguished digestive dreams, those influenced by nutrition and physical conditions, from spirit dreams, those originating from deeper psychic processes. This distinction acknowledges dreams' psychological purposes and modern awareness of how physical variables affect dream content. Medieval understanding of how sleep absorbed everyday events was sophisticated. The 13th century encyclopedist Bartholomeus Anglicus observed that the mind sorts through the day's events while the body rests, foreshadowing REM sleep memory consolidation research. Household instructions advise quickly revisiting important daily events before bed to aid this processing function, which sleep researchers now know improves memory integration. Medieval dream notebooks show that people actively engaged with their dreams. Several preserved monastic and noble household dream diaries document dream content with attention to repeating themes and emotional patterns. A 14th century Florentine merchant kept a thorough book about how he tracked dream symbols, linking them to his waking concerns and using dreams to make commercial decisions. Medieval dream practice used complex dream incubation techniques to actively influence dream material to answer specific inquiries or difficulties. The monastic records describe focusing on certain questions before sleep and utilizing visualization to bring them into dream consciousness. This goal was practical cognitive training, not just spiritual. Multiple craft guild records mention masters telling trainees to consult their dreams when designing. Archaeology supports medieval dream practice. Excavations found dream-related objects near beds. These include modest religious artifacts, symbolic emblems, and written queries or issues under pillows, physical expressions of medieval belief that sleep consciousness might address waking difficulties. Medieval nightmare treatment was centuries ahead of modern methods. Medieval dream guides advised dealing with nightmares rather than suppressing them. One 14th century physician guide advocates helping patients achieve dream re-entry, returning to terrifying dream scenes while waking and imagining altering them. This method is similar to nightmare disorder treatments that rewrite distressing content. Due to historical changes in sleep interactions, medieval Europeans' excellent sleep quality slowly declined. Understanding this decline helps us apply medieval sleep advice today. Late medieval European towns installed public mechanical clocks, changing sleep patterns. Early watches didn't affect sleep, but they did change the attention from environmental cues to time. Town records from the 15th century show the gradual adoption of clock time instead of sunrise and sunset as daily reference points, the first step toward divorcing human timetables from natural light cycles. Archaeology shows this window design change. Later medieval homes prioritized privacy and heat retention over natural light, although early medieval bedrooms contained windows that let in morning light. This architectural change devalues sleep-natural light alignment, which is increasingly critical for circadian rhythms. Industrialization and artificial lighting most affected medieval sleep. Although early 19th century gas illumination extended productive hours into the evening, industry schedules demanded standardized waking times unaffected by seasonal light. Early industrial society documents reveal plant owners fighting inefficient sleep patterns. In 1883, a factory manual warned against workers' persistent habit of night waking between sleep phases due to industrial schedules eliminating biphasic sleep. Sleep conditions changed. The 18th and 19th centuries saw single-family residences and individual beds replace medieval communal slumber. The architectural change increased solitude but removed shared sleep's social security and closeness. Medical records from this transitional era show rising claims of sleep difficulties due to unusual solitude at night, from the new sleeping arrangements. Changes in labour habits eroded medieval notions of sleep as a transition. Natural cycles and moderate activity shifts characterised pre-industrial work. Industrial time discipline destroyed the natural wind-down time of medieval sleep patterns. Industrial and office timetables created guillotine waking, sharp, alarm-driven transitions. Many found sleep uncomfortable during this change. Early mass production homogenized sleeping surfaces without regard for comfort. Yet medieval people of all classes had devised sophisticated bedding systems that met bodily demands. Historical records indicate that workshop dwellings had crude beds, unlike medieval peasants. Over centuries, sleep comfort technologies would improve. These changes lead to consolidated sleep culture, the idea that normal sleep is a single, unbroken period rather than the centuries-old biphasic pattern. Medical texts of the late 19th century pathologized nocturnal waking as a disorder. This medical reinterpretation replaced medieval sleep wisdom with modern norms. This historical transformation goes beyond discomfort. Medieval sleep practice was physically and psychologically advantageous, according to modern studies. With unprecedented rates of insomnia, sleep-disordered breathing, and circadian rhythm issues, sleep professionals call the global sleep crisis caused by suppression of natural sleep patterns. The loss of medieval sleep's midnight waking period is notable. A normal sleep break was essential biologically and psychologically. Neurological research found this interval had brainwave patterns that supported creativity and emotional processing. Industrial and post-industrial sleep practices eliminated this cognitive state by requiring continuous sleep. Medieval slumber societies offered psychological stability that modern ones lack. Modern sleep experts have established that trusted people reduce sleep delay and stress hormones. Modern sleep arrangements eliminate these benefits, creating anxiety-related sleep disruptions. Even in medieval times, seasonal sleep duration fluctuations were biologically good. Pre-industrial civilizations and historical sources show that medieval people slept longer in winter due to natural melatonin synthesis. Modern sleep schedules ignore seasonal changes, creating winter circadian misalignment. Medieval and pre-industrial sleep traditions are being rediscovered despite these losses. Sleep medicine now admits that medieval sleep practice was sophisticated and biologically sound, so we should revisit it. New sleep transition. Understanding is the best rehabilitation. After centuries of alarm clocks disrupting sleep, sleep professionals emphasize pre-sleep wind-down, reclaiming the medieval idea of sleep as a transitional activity. Modern sleep hygiene follows medieval practices of gradually reducing light exposure, quieter evening activities, and systematic pre-sleep routines. Modern technology harms and helps sleep. Screen usage influences melatonin production, yet apps and devices measure sleep and support circadian cycles. There are programs that regulate lighting throughout the day to approximate natural light progression, and alarm systems that pinpoint optimal awakening points throughout sleep cycles to recreate medieval sleep patterns. Architecture honors sleep wisdom. After decades of decreasing natural light in bedrooms, modern sleep-focused architecture prioritizes eastern exposure for morning wake-ups, reverting to medieval design. Some creative neighborhoods are investigating communal sleep solutions for uneasy sleepers. Researchers and sleep experts studied medieval segmented sleep. Biphasic sleep patterns like first and second sleep improve sleep, mood, and cognition in long-term studies. Sleep clinics increasingly recommend this routine for insomniacs who believe their sleep disorder is their body re-establishing its natural cycle. Medieval sleep surroundings were rediscovered. Modern designers emphasize natural materials, temperature regulation, and personalized support similar to those used in medieval bedding systems, following years dominated by artificial sleep environments. Adjustable firmness mattresses and weighted blankets are inadvertent homages to medieval sleepers' custom bedding. Medieval sleep still affects psychology and spirituality. Sleep experts recommend medieval home evening contemplation style mindfulness. Increasing interest in dream work and creative dream engagement rediscovers medieval ideas of dreams as valuable sources of knowledge and creativity. The rising recognition that sleep is a cultural habit motivated by societal values and goals is positive. Medieval people valued sleep quality and built social norms to protect it, unlike modern production cultures. The slow sleep movement promotes workplace and societal practices that respect natural sleep patterns. A key paradigm change is realizing that societal institutions mismatch human nature and create numerous sleep disorders. Modern companies are experimenting with flexible timetables that match natural chronotypes and seasonal changes, like medieval civilizations did. Workers were organized around seasonal light shifts and human energy cycles. These strategies apply medieval wisdom to modern conditions. Medieval sleep reminds current sleepers that many human sleep features are neither infinitely adaptable nor flawless to copy. Human nature operates best when aligned with rhythms our medieval ancestors intuitively recognized and honored. Despite great pressure to conform to industrial and post-industrial sleep demands, medieval sleep teaches us to examine whose pre-industrial sleep expertise remains physically and psychologically helpful, not to reject comfort or technical progress. Current knowledge and rediscovered old customs may help us create sleep patterns that match evolutionary and current needs. Researchers say medieval people didn't understand the neurochemistry of sleep, but they recognized its patterns and respected its requirements in ways we're only now beginning to appreciate. That appreciation can solve our sleep crisis without drugs or technology by restoring decades of pre-industrial sleep practice. Medieval sleep advice is more than just history. It offers ways to sleep better and honor our natural heritage. As research validates medieval sleep patterns and practices, we may find that rediscovering our ancestors' centuries-old knowledge of natural sleep is the best sleep advancement. Picture yourself settling into your favourite reading chair on a foggy Edinburgh evening in 1886. The gas lamps flicker outside your window, casting dancing shadows on cobblestone streets that seem to whisper secrets. This exact atmosphere enveloped a young medical student named Arthur Conan Doyle as he sat in his cramped flat staring at a blank piece of paper and questioning how he would manage to pay his rent. You know that feeling when you're desperately trying to come up with a brilliant idea and your brain feels like it's been stuffed with cotton wool? Well, that's precisely where Arthur found himself. He'd been scribbling away at various stories, trying to make a name for himself as a writer, but nothing seemed to stick. His medical practice was about as successful as a chocolate teapot, and his bank account was looking rather anemic. But here's where the story gets captivating. Arthur had been studying under a professor named Dr. Joseph Bell, and this man was absolutely extraordinary. Not in a flashy look-at-me sort of way, but in a quietly brilliant fashion that would make your jaw drop. Dr. Bell had this uncanny ability to look at a patient and deduce their entire life story just from observing the smallest details. He'd glance at someone's hands and tell them their profession, notice a particular type of mud on their boots, and know exactly which part of Edinburgh they'd walked through that morning. It was like watching a magician, except the tricks were real, and the magic was simply keen observation mixed with logical thinking. Arthur would sit in those medical lectures completely mesmerised, watching Dr. Bell work his deductive wizardry on unsuspecting patients. The excellent doctor would peer at a man's fingernails and announce, "Ah, I see you're a carpenter who's been working with oak recently, and judging by that slight stain on your thumb, you've been using a particular type of varnish that's only sold in 3 shops in the city." The patients would stare at him like he'd just read their minds, but Arthur began to understand that it wasn't mind reading at all. It was merely the skill of recognising what others missed, and linking seemingly unconnected elements. Dr. Bell wasn't performing magic tricks. He was demonstrating that the world is full of clues if you just know how to read them. As Arthur sat in his flat that foggy evening, the memory of Dr. Bell's methods began to percolate through his mind like a perfectly brewed cup of tea. What if, he thought, someone could solve crimes using these same techniques? What if a detective could see not just what happened at a crime scene, but how, who, and why? The idea began to take shape slowly, like a photograph developing in a dark room. Arthur imagined a tall, thin man with sharp features and even sharper intellect. He had the ability to enter a room and instantly identify the 17 details that others had overlooked. A person who found the ordinary world rather dull, but came alive when presented with a puzzle that needed solving. And so, in that small Edinburgh flat, with the fog pressing against the windows and the gas lamp flickering on his desk, Arthur Conan Doyle began to write about a consulting detective named Sherlock Holmes. He had no idea that he was about to create the most famous fictional detective in history, or that over a century later, people would still be arguing about whether Holmes was real or not. Dr. Bell's methods didn't just inspire the character Arthur created. He was a blend of Victorian anxieties, scientific optimism, and the growing belief that logic could solve any problem. Holmes represented everything the Victorian era wanted to believe about itself, that reason would triumph over chaos, that careful observation could reveal truth, and that even the most complex mysteries could be unravelled by a sufficiently clever mind. Little did Arthur know that his creation would outlive him, outgrow him, and eventually become more real to many people than the man who dreamed him up. Let's delve deeper into Dr. Joseph Bell, as comprehending him is akin to comprehending the hidden element in your grandmother's renowned recipe. Without him, there would be no Sherlock Holmes, and the world would be a significantly less interesting place. Dr. Bell wasn't your typical Victorian gentleman. While other doctors of his era were still debating whether washing hands between patients was really necessary, Bell was revolutionising the entire approach to medical diagnosis. He believed that a doctor's job wasn't just to treat symptoms, but to become a detective of the human body, piecing together clues to solve the mystery of what was actually wrong with a patient. Imagine walking into his classroom at the University of Edinburgh. The room would be thick with anticipation, as students waited to see what miracle of deduction their professor would perform that day. Bell would summon a volunteer patient, prompting a hapless individual to shuffle forward, likely pondering their current circumstances. Bell would meticulously circle around them, his keen eyes scrutinising every detail. "Ah," he might say, stroking his chin thoughtfully, "I see you've recently returned from the continent. Germany, I'd say, based on the particular type of clay under your fingernails. You're a gardener by profession, but you've been doing some carpentry work lately. Oak, judging by the wood shavings in your hair, and that slight limp suggests you injured your left leg about 3 weeks ago, probably from a fall." The patient would nod in amazement, confirming every detail while the students scribbled frantically in their notebooks trying to capture the magic. But Bell would always explain his reasoning. The clay was a specific type found only in certain German regions. The calluses on the man's hands showed the pattern of someone who worked with plants, but had recently been gripping different tools. The wood shavings were a clear indicator, and the man's preference for his right leg during walking revealed a recent injury. What made Bell truly extraordinary wasn't just his powers of observation, though those were remarkable, but his ability to teach others to see the world differently. He would tell his students that most people looked but didn't observe. They saw a man with dirty hands and thought, labourer, but they missed the specific type of dirt that could tell them exactly what kind of work he did and where he'd been doing it. Bell had this wonderful way of making the ordinary seem extraordinary. He'd pick up a walking stick left behind by a patient and turn it into a treasure trove of information. The wear patterns on the handle could tell him if the owner was left or right-handed. The type of wood and craftsmanship revealed their social class. Scratches and dents told stories of how it had been used. Even the height of the stick provided clues about the owner's stature and gait. Arthur Conan Doyle would sit in these demonstrations, absolutely captivated. Years later, he would write about Dr. Bell with obvious affection, describing him as a man who could diagnose not just diseases but entire life stories. Bell became Arthur's model for what a truly observant person could achieve, and those classroom demonstrations became the blueprint for countless Sherlock Holmes adventures. But here's something delightfully ironic about the whole situation. Dr. Bell, the man who inspired the world's most famous detective, was actually quite modest about his abilities. He insisted that his methods weren't magical or even particularly difficult. They just required patience, practice, and a willingness to pay attention to details that others ignored. Bell would often say that the key to his success was simply remembering that every person carries their story, written on their body, in their clothes, and in their mannerisms. Most people, he explained, are so focused on looking ahead that they never really look around. They miss the poetry written in calluses, the stories told by shoe leather, and the novels hidden in the way someone holds their shoulders. When Arthur finally created Sherlock Holmes, he was essentially asking the question, what if someone took Dr. Bell's methods and applied them not to medicine, but to crime? What if that keen eye for detail and logical mind were turned towards solving mysteries instead of diagnosing illnesses? The result was a character who could walk into a room and immediately see things that would take ordinary people hours to notice, if they noticed them at all. Let's transport ourselves to Victorian London for a moment, because understanding the world that embraced Sherlock Holmes is like understanding why certain songs become hits. It's all about timing, atmosphere, and what people desperately need to hear at exactly the right moment. Picture London in the 1890s, and you'll find yourself in a city that was both magnificent and terrifying, often simultaneously. The Industrial Revolution had transformed it into this massive, sprawling beast of a metropolis, with over 4 million people crammed into spaces that had been designed for maybe a quarter of that number. The city was growing so fast that it seemed to be bursting at the seams, like a sausage that's been overstuffed. You'd walk down streets where magnificent Victorian mansions stood just a few blocks away from slums that would make your stomach turn. The contrast was jarring. One moment you might be strolling past elegant gaslit boulevards where well-dressed gentlemen tipped their hats to ladies in elaborate bustles, and the next you'd find yourself in narrow, fog-choked alleyways where the sun barely penetrated and danger lurked around every corner. This was the London of Jack the Ripper, after all. The very real terror of those unsolved murders had gripped the city just a few years before Holmes made his debut. People were genuinely frightened, and the police seemed completely baffled. The idea that someone could commit such horrible crimes and simply vanish into the urban maze was deeply unsettling to a society that prided itself on order and progress. But here's where it gets intriguing. This era was also the age of scientific optimism. People believed that rational thinking and careful observation could solve any problem. Darwin had shown them that even the mysteries of human existence could be unravelled through patient study. Electric lights were beginning to push back the darkness, and the telegraph was shrinking the world. There was this wonderful sense that humanity was on the verge of conquering all the great mysteries of existence. Into this mixture of fear and hope stepped Sherlock Holmes, and he was flawless for the moment. This character could make sense of the chaos of city life. He could walk into the most baffling situation and, through pure logic and observation, restore order to the world. He was like a lighthouse in a storm, cutting through the fog of uncertainty with the bright beam of reason. The timing couldn't have been better. People wanted stories that showed the world made sense, that every problem had a solution, and that good could win over evil through cleverness rather than luck or divine intervention. Holmes represented the Victorian dream of the rational man who could solve any puzzle if he just applied enough intelligence and careful observation. But there was another layer to London's readiness for Holmes. The city had transformed into a vibrant hub of individuals from diverse backgrounds. In a single day, you might encounter a Russian count, a Chinese merchant, an Irish dock worker, and a Scottish professor. Each person carried their own story, their own secrets, and their own mysteries. The city itself had become a kind of living, breathing puzzle, and people were fascinated by the idea that someone could read the clues hidden in plain sight. The police, bless their hearts, were doing their best, but they were essentially using medieval methods to solve modern crimes. They heavily relied on confessions, eyewitness testimony, and capturing criminals in the act. The idea of carefully examining a crime scene for clues, of using scientific methods to analyse evidence, of building a case through logical deduction. These were revolutionary concepts that most real detectives hadn't even considered. So when readers opened those early Holmes stories, they weren't just getting entertainment, they were getting a glimpse of what crime solving could be like if someone really smart was in charge. Holmes represented everything that Victorian readers wished their actual police force could be: observant, logical, incorruptible, and successful. The stories also tapped into something deeply satisfying about the Victorian belief in progress. Here was proof that human intelligence, properly applied, could triumph over any challenge. Holmes never solved crimes through luck or accident. He solved them through careful observation, logical thinking, and refusing to accept that any mystery was unsolvable. This was a society that was simultaneously proud of its achievements and worried about its problems. Crime was rising, the cities were becoming more complex and dangerous, and traditional solutions weren't working. Holmes offered hope that intelligence and method could restore order to a world that sometimes seemed to be spinning out of control. Now here's where our story takes a fascinating turn, because Arthur Conan Doyle didn't just create a character, he accidentally invented an entire literary genre. Before the arrival of Holmes, crime fiction lacked a crucial component. You see, crime stories existed before Holmes, but they were quite different creatures. Most of them were sensational tales focused on the gruesome details of murders or the dramatic capture of villains. They were less about solving puzzles and more about shocking readers with tales of urban horror. Think of them as the Victorian equivalent of those breathless newspaper headlines you see at the grocery store checkout, designed to grab attention rather than engage the mind. The few detective stories that did exist were often clumsy affairs, where the solution came out of nowhere, like a magician pulling a rabbit from a hat without showing it to you first. Readers were expected to sit back and be amazed rather than participate in the solving process. It was entertaining, but it wasn't particularly satisfying entertainment. Then along came Holmes, and suddenly everything changed. Arthur created what would become known as fair play detective fiction. Stories where the reader was given all the same clues as the detective and could, theoretically, solve the mystery themselves. Of course, most of us would miss the significance of tobacco ash patterns or the 17 different types of footprints, but the clues were there for anyone sharp enough to spot them. This innovation was revolutionary. Instead of just reading about crimes, people could now participate in solving them. Arthur had turned passive entertainment into an interactive experience. Readers would eagerly follow Holmes through his investigations, trying to spot the clues themselves, attempting to deduce the solution before the brilliant detective revealed it. It was akin to the difference between observing someone play a game and engaging in it yourself. But Arthur's innovation went deeper than just including clues. He devised an impeccable and gratifying framework for detective stories, which remains in use today. Every Holmes story follows a similar pattern. A baffling mystery is presented. Holmes observes details that others miss. He forms a theory based on logical deduction, and then he proves his theory through dramatic revelation. Once you've immersed yourself in this well-choreographed dance, other types of crime stories begin to feel incomplete. The genius of this structure is that it mirrors the way our minds work when we're trying to solve a problem. We gather information, we form hypotheses, we test them, and we reach conclusions. Holmes's stories felt natural because they followed the same thought processes that readers used in their own lives, just with much more dramatic stakes. Arthur also created something that hadn't existed before, the recurring detective character. Previous crime stories typically featured different protagonists in each tale, but Holmes was the same brilliant detective in every story, growing more familiar to readers with each adventure. People began to feel like they knew him personally, like he was a friend they could rely on to make sense of a confusing world. This familiarity allowed Arthur to develop Holmes's character in ways that wouldn't have been possible with one-off protagonists. Readers learned about his habits, his methods, his preferences, and even his weaknesses. Holmes became real to people in a way that few fictional characters ever achieve. He wasn't just a problem-solving machine. He was a person with quirks and flaws and a distinctive personality. The success of Holmes's stories also established the template for the detective's sidekick. Dr. Watson played a crucial role as the reader's representative in the story. He was intelligent enough to understand Holmes's explanations, but not so brilliant that he could solve the mysteries himself. He asked the questions that readers wanted to ask, and expressed the amazement that viewers felt when Holmes revealed his deductions. Arthur had stumbled upon something that would become one of the most enduring formulas in all of literature. The brilliant detective, the loyal companion, the baffling mystery, the careful investigation, the logical solution. These elements were so perfectly balanced that they created a template that countless writers would follow for the next century and beyond. What's particularly remarkable is that Arthur didn't set out to create a new genre. He was merely attempting to craft entertaining stories that would contribute to his financial stability. But in creating Holmes, he had tapped into something fundamental about how human minds work, and what kinds of stories satisfy us at the deepest level. The impact was immediate and lasting. Other writers began creating their own detective characters, but they all followed the Holmes model. The genre that Arthur had accidentally invented became one of the most popular forms of fiction, spawning thousands of books, plays, movies, and television shows. Here's where our story takes an ironic twist that would make Holmes himself smile wryly. Arthur Conan Doyle, having created the most beloved detective in literary history, began to view his creation with something approaching horror. It's like watching someone create a beautiful garden and then become frustrated when everyone wants to talk about the flowers instead of the vegetables. You see, Arthur had bigger ambitions than writing detective stories. He fancied himself a serious literary author, the kind who would write important historical novels that would be studied in universities for generations. He dreamed of crafting sweeping epics about medieval knights and noble causes, stories that would elevate the human spirit and earn him a place among the foremost literary masters. But every time he published a historical novel, readers would politely applaud and then immediately ask, "When's the next Holmes story coming out?" It was like being a chef who creates an elaborate 7-course meal, only to have everyone ignore the artistically arranged vegetables and ask for more of the simple bread rolls. The problem was that Holmes had become phenomenally successful. By the 1890s, Arthur was earning more money from his detective stories than he had ever dreamed possible. The Strand magazine was paying him handsomely for each new Holmes adventure, and readers couldn't get enough of them. However, Arthur realised that success could also be a form of isolation. He began to feel like Holmes was overshadowing everything else he wanted to accomplish. People introduced him as the creator of Sherlock Holmes, not as the author of historical novels about medieval England. His serious literary work was being treated as a side project, while his detective stories were considered his main achievement. It was deeply frustrating for a man who had worked so hard to establish himself as a serious writer. In 1893, Arthur made one of the most shocking decisions in literary history, bringing the situation to its peak. He decided to kill off Sherlock Holmes. He did not kill off Sherlock Holmes gradually, through old age, or in a subtle manner. Instead, he did so dramatically in a story called The Final Problem. He sent Holmes tumbling over the Reichenbach Falls in Switzerland, locked in mortal combat with his arch-nemesis, Professor Moriarty. Arthur believed he was liberating himself from the detective, whom he considered a burden. He imagined that with Holmes gone, readers would finally pay attention to his other work. He could write about historical subjects, explore spiritual themes, and create the kind of literature that would earn him lasting respect. But Arthur had seriously underestimated how much people loved Holmes. The reaction to The Final Problem was unlike anything the literary world had ever seen. Readers were devastated. The Strand magazine lost 20,000 subscribers overnight. People wore black armbands in mourning. Some readers wrote furious letters accusing Arthur of literary murder. Others simply refused to believe that Holmes was really dead. The outcry was so intense that it surprised even Arthur. He'd considered Holmes to be merely another character in yet another story, but to readers, Holmes had evolved into something far more significant. He was a symbol of rational thought triumphing over chaos, of justice prevailing over evil, of intelligence solving problems that seemed impossible. Killing Holmes felt like killing hope itself. For 8 years, Arthur held firm. He continued writing his historical novels, his spiritual explorations, and his serious literary works. But the ghost of Holmes haunted everything he did. Readers kept asking when the detective would return. Publishers kept offering him enormous sums for new Holmes stories, and Arthur kept insisting that the character was dead and buried. Finally, in 1901, Arthur gave in to the pressure. He wrote The Hound of the Baskervilles, which he positioned as a story from before Holmes's death. But readers weren't satisfied with a prequel. They wanted their detective back in the present, solving new mysteries. The demand was so intense that Arthur eventually had to perform literary resurrection surgery, bringing Holmes back to life in The Adventure of the Empty House in 1903. Arthur's explanation for how Holmes survived the fall was ingenious, but clearly written by someone who was trying to solve a problem he'd never intended to create. Holmes had faked his death, he explained, living in hiding for 3 years while tracking down the rest of Moriarty's organisation. It was a clever solution, but you could almost hear Arthur sighing as he wrote it. The whole episode reveals something fascinating about the relationship between authors and their creations. Arthur had intended Holmes to be a temporary character, a means to an end, a way to pay the bills while he worked on more important projects. But great fictional characters have a way of taking on lives of their own, becoming more real to readers than the people who created them. For the remainder of his life, Arthur continued to write Holmes stories, yet he never fully reconciled with the success of his creation. He was proud of the detective's popularity, but he was also frustrated that his serious work never received the same attention. It's one of literature's finest ironies that the work Arthur considered his lesser achievement turned out to be his greatest contribution to the world. Now let's dive into something that makes the Holmes stories particularly fascinating. The way Arthur wove real scientific advances into his fictional detective work. It's like watching someone build a bridge between the world of imagination and the world of scientific progress, creating something that was both entertaining and educational. Arthur wasn't just a writer. He was a trained physician who had studied the latest scientific methods of his time. When he created Holmes, he was essentially asking the question, what would crime-solving look like if it were approached with the same scientific rigour that was revolutionising medicine and other fields? Consider Holmes's famous method of deducing someone's entire life story from tiny physical clues. This approach wasn't just literary fantasy, it was based on real scientific principles that Arthur had learned in medical school. Dr. Joseph Bell had shown that careful observation could reveal incredible amounts of information about a person's life and habits. Arthur took this concept and applied it to detective work, creating a character who could read people like books. Holmes's use of fingerprints is particularly intriguing because Arthur was actually ahead of his time. Police forces didn't widely use fingerprinting until the early 1900s, despite the publication of the first Holmes story in 1887. Arthur had read about the scientific work on fingerprints and incorporated it into his fiction before most real detectives had even heard of it. In many ways, Holmes was using forensic techniques that wouldn't become standard police procedure for another decade or two. The same was true for many other scientific methods that Holmes employed. He analysed handwriting, studied different types of tobacco ash, examined footprints with scientific precision, and used chemical tests to detect bloodstains. These weren't just clever plot devices, they were based on real scientific techniques that were being developed in laboratories around the world. Arthur was particularly fascinated by the emerging field of toxicology, the study of poisons and their effects on the human body. Arthur's medical background and his interest in using science to solve crimes are evident in several Holmes stories that feature exotic poisons and their detection. He understood that poison was often a weapon of choice for clever criminals because it was difficult to detect with the crude methods available to most police forces. Holmes's laboratory at 221B Baker Street was filled with the kind of equipment that real scientists were using to make breakthrough discoveries. Any serious research facility of the time would have contained the chemical apparatus, microscopes, and reference books that Arthur described. He was showing readers that scientific methods could be applied to criminal investigation, turning detective work from a matter of luck and intuition into a systematic process. But Arthur's genius was in making these scientific methods accessible to ordinary readers. He didn't bog down his stories with technical details or lengthy explanations of scientific principles. Instead, he showed Holmes using these methods in action, solving crimes through careful observation and logical analysis. Readers could follow the detective's reasoning process without needing background in chemistry or biology. This approach had an unexpected educational effect. Many readers learned about scientific methods through Holmes's stories, often without realizing they were getting a science lesson, along with their entertainment. The stories helped popularize the idea that rational scientific thinking could solve complex problems, contributing to the growing public respect for scientific methods. The Victorian belief that human behaviour followed logical patterns that were understandable and predictable also influenced Holmes's approach to crime solving. If you studied someone carefully enough, Holmes suggested, you could understand their motivations, predict their actions, and solve the puzzles they created. This was a reassuring message for readers who were living through a period of rapid social change and uncertainty. The scientific accuracy of Holmes's methods varied, of course. Some of his deductions were based on solid observational principles, while others were more fantastical. But Arthur was careful to ground even his most dramatic solutions in plausible scientific reasoning. He wanted readers to believe that Holmes's methods could actually work, even if they were sometimes exaggerated for dramatic effect. What's particularly remarkable is how many of Holmes's fictional forensic techniques eventually became standard police procedure. Arthur's imagination frequently foresaw real scientific advancements, proposing investigative techniques that would not gain widespread acceptance for years or decades. In many ways, the Holmes stories served as a kind of training manual for future detectives, showing them possibilities they might not have considered otherwise. The scientific foundation of Holmes's methods also helped establish the credibility of detective fiction as a genre. These weren't just wild adventure stories. They were logical puzzles that could be solved through careful reasoning. This intellectual respectability helped elevate crime fiction from mere sensational entertainment to a more sophisticated form of literature. As we reach the end of our cozy journey through the origins of Sherlock Holmes, it's worth pondering why this character has refused to stay buried in the Victorian era where he was born. Like a particularly persistent ghost, Holmes has haunted every generation since Arthur first dreamed him up, adapting to new times while somehow remaining eternally himself. The remarkable thing about Holmes is how he's managed to transcend his original time and place. You can transplant him to modern-day London, give him a smartphone and access to the internet, and he's still fundamentally the same character. His methods change. He might use DNA analysis instead of tobacco ash identification, but his essential nature remains unchanged. He continues to be a brilliant outsider who perceives what others overlook, a man capable of bringing order to chaos through sheer intellect. This adaptability suggests that Arthur tapped into something deeper than just Victorian anxieties about crime and urban life. He created a character who represents timeless human desires, the wish to make sense of a confusing world, the hope that intelligence can triumph over evil, and the comfort of knowing that there's someone out there who can solve problems that seem impossible to the rest of us. Every generation has found its reasons to love Holmes. During the World Wars, he represented British resilience and the triumph of civilization over barbarism. In the 1960s, he became a counterculture hero, the ultimate individualist who refused to conform to social expectations. In our current age of information overload, he's the person who can cut through the noise and find the signal, who can separate truth from the overwhelming flood of data that surrounds us. The stories themselves have taken on a life that goes far beyond what Arthur ever imagined. There are more than 25,000 Holmes stories that have been written by other authors, creating a vast literary universe that continues to expand more than a century after the character's creation. Holmes has appeared in every medium imaginable: radio shows, television series, movies, video games, and even virtual reality experiences. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about Holmes is how he's managed to become more real than many actual people. You can visit 221B Baker Street in London, where there's a museum dedicated to the fictional detective. The Royal Mail issues stamps featuring Holmes. The British government has given him an official address. There are societies around the world dedicated to studying his methods and analysing his adventures, as if they were historical documents. This blurring of the line between fiction and reality would have amused Arthur, who spent so much of his later life trying to convince people that Holmes was just a character in stories he'd written. But the public's insistence on treating Holmes as a real person speaks to something profound about the power of outstanding fictional characters to capture our imaginations and become part of our shared cultural reality. The influence of Holmes on real-world detective work has been enormous. Police departments around the world have adopted methods that Holmes used in fiction decades before they became standard practice. The careful examination of crime scenes, the scientific analysis of evidence, and the psychological profiling of suspects. These techniques that seem obvious to us now were revolutionary when Arthur first wrote about them. Holmes has also influenced how we think about problem-solving in general. His method of careful observation, logical deduction, and systematic analysis has been applied to fields far beyond criminal investigation. Business leaders, scientists, and educators have all found ways to apply Holmesian thinking to their challenges. As you settle back into your comfortable chair, and perhaps close your eyes for a moment, consider this. Somewhere in the world right now, someone is discovering Sherlock Holmes for the first time. They're experiencing that same sense of wonder that readers felt more than a century ago when they first encountered the tall, thin detective with his piercing eyes and incredible deductive abilities. The character that Arthur Conan Doyle created in frustration, developed with reluctance and tried to kill off in exasperation, has become one of the most enduring figures in all of literature. Holmes represents our eternal hope that reason can triumph over chaos, that careful observation can reveal hidden truths, and that there's always a logical solution to even the most baffling mystery. In a world that often seems random and senseless, Holmes offers the comforting assurance that everything makes sense if you just know how to look at it properly. He's the friend we all wish we had, the mind we all wish we possessed, and the reassurance we all need that somewhere out there, someone is smart enough to solve the problems that baffle the rest of us. Picture this. You're sitting in your favourite armchair, maybe with a cup of tea getting cold on the side table, and someone asks you to name the richest person who ever lived. You might consider Bezos or Musk, particularly on a positive day when Tesla's stock isn't experiencing significant fluctuations. But you'd be wrong. The richest human being in recorded history was a man most people have never heard of, and here's the kicker. He disappeared so completely that for centuries, individuals wondered if he'd ever existed at all. His name was Mansa Musa, and calling him wealthy is like calling the ocean damp. This guy had so much gold that when he went on vacation, pilgrimage, to Mecca in 1324, he accidentally crashed the Egyptian economy for a decade. This was not an intentional action. He was just being generous, tossing around gold like you might toss breadcrumbs to ducks at the park. The only difference was that his breadcrumbs were actual gold bars and the ducks were entire cities. But here's where our story gets intriguing, in that deliciously mysterious way that makes you want to pull the blankets up a little higher. Mansa Musa ruled the Mali Empire in West Africa, exerting control over an abundance of gold mines. Mansa Musa's empire spanned an area larger than Western Europe, requiring every gold dust that emerged from those mines to submit to him first. Imagine having a monopoly on the thing everyone wanted most in the medieval world. It's like owning all the coffee shops and Wi-Fi passwords simultaneously. The thing about Musa that made him different from your average billionaire wasn't just the mind-boggling wealth, it was what he did with it. While other rulers hoarded their riches like dragons sleeping on treasure piles, Musa built universities, libraries, and mosques. He turned Timbuktu into the intellectual hub of the world, a place where scholars from across Africa, Europe, and the Middle East came to study and debate. Picture Oxford or Harvard, but with better weather and more gold leaf on everything. Now you might be wondering why you've never heard of this guy in school. Well, that's partly because medieval Europe was still figuring out that the world extended beyond their backyards, and partly because what happened next was so strange that chroniclers didn't quite know how to write it down. See, Mansa Musa didn't just fade away like most historical figures. He didn't die in battle or succumb to some medieval plague. He didn't even retire to a luxurious palace somewhere to count his gold coins. He vanished. Completely. It seemed as though the earth had opened up, engulfing him, his family, his court, and nearly half of his empire's gold reserves. One day he was there, running the most prosperous kingdom in the world, and the next day, nothing. Not a trace. There was not even a whisper. There was not even a strongly worded letter of resignation. The last reliable sighting of Mansa Musa was in 1337, when he was supposedly preparing for another grand expedition. Some claim that Mansa Musa was planning to sail across the Atlantic, a move that occurred more than 150 years before Columbus lost his way in search of India. Others claim he was organising a massive trade mission to China. A few whispered that he'd discovered something in the deepest mines of his empire, something that made even his legendary wealth seem insignificant. But then, silence. The silence was so profound that it prompted you to double-check the functionality of your phone. His advisors claimed he'd gone into seclusion for religious contemplation. His enemies assumed he'd died and were preparing their armies accordingly. His people waited for announcements that never came. It was as if the richest man in history had simply decided that being unimaginably wealthy was overrated and had gone off to try something else entirely. What makes this disappearance even more puzzling is that Musa wasn't just any ruler. He was obsessively organised. This was a man who planned his famous pilgrimage down to the last camel load of provisions. He didn't do anything on a whim, yet somehow he managed to vanish without leaving behind a single clue about where he'd gone or why. You know that feeling when you're looking for your keys and you've checked everywhere twice, but they've somehow vanished into that mysterious dimension where lost socks go to party? Well, imagine that feeling. But instead of keys, it's the world's richest man, and instead of your house, it's an empire the size of Western Europe. That's precisely what happened to the Mali Empire in 1337. The Mali Empire wasn't just wealthy, it was stupid wealthy. The kind of wealthy that makes lottery winners look like they're counting pocket change. The empire sat on top of the largest gold deposits in the known world, and Mansa Musa controlled every ounce of it. But gold wasn't even his only trick. He also controlled the salt mines, and if you think salt isn't exciting, you've never lived in a world without refrigeration. Salt was literally worth its weight in gold, which was convenient since Musa had plenty of both. Picture the empire as a massive spiderweb, with Musa sitting at the centre and every strand representing a trade route. Caravans loaded with gold, salt, ivory and slaves moved along these routes like blood through arteries. The empire's capital cities, Niani, Timbuktu and Jenne, were medieval Las Vegas, but instead of losing money, everyone was making it hand over fist. Merchants from as far away as Venice and Cairo would make the dangerous journey across the Sahara just to get a piece of the action. But here's where things get as twisty as a pretzel factory. The Mali Empire had a peculiar system of succession that would make even the most complicated family reunion look straightforward. The crown didn't automatically pass from father to son. Instead, it went to the previous ruler's brother, then to his son, then to the next brother, and so on, like a royal game of musical chairs that could last for generations. This system had worked beautifully for centuries, mainly because there was so much wealth to go around, that even the distant cousins lived better than most European kings. When Mansa Musa disappeared, this orderly system suddenly looked like a house of cards in a windstorm. Nobody knew if he was dead, alive, or just taking a really long bathroom break. His designated heir, a nephew named Magan, stepped up to fill the void, but ruling an empire isn't like house-sitting for a friend. You can't just water the plants and collect the mail. Magan found himself trying to hold together a massive political and economic machine without the instruction manual. The first sign that something was seriously wrong came from the gold mines. The miners, who had worked for generations under the watchful eye of Musa's appointed governors, suddenly found themselves with no clear chain of command. Some mines shut down entirely when local chiefs couldn't agree on who had the authority to keep them running. Others kept operating, but with no one to report to about production levels or security. It was like having an ATM that kept spitting out money but with no bank behind it. The confusion spread like spilled coffee on a white tablecloth. Trade routes that had operated smoothly for decades suddenly became hazardous, as local rulers, sensing opportunity, started demanding their own tribute from passing caravans. Some caravans simply stopped coming, which was catastrophic for cities that depended on trade like fish depend on water. Timbuktu, which had been the intellectual capital of the world, found its universities struggling to pay scholars as funding dried up. What made the situation even more bizarre was the complete absence of any explanation. In medieval times, when a ruler died, there were ceremonies, announcements, and usually quite a bit of dramatic wailing. When they went missing, search parties were organised, rewards were offered, and generally speaking, someone made a fuss. But in Musa's case, there was nothing. No official statement, no search efforts, no leaked gossip from palace servants. It was as if the entire imperial court had collectively decided to pretend nothing had happened. The neighbouring kingdoms, meanwhile, were watching this unfold like spectators at a tennis match. The kingdom of Songhai to the east and the Moroccan sultans to the north had spent decades being politely envious of Mali's wealth, while maintaining careful diplomatic relations. Now they found themselves wondering if they should send condolence gifts, congratulation cards, or invasion armies. The uncertainty was driving everyone a little crazy. Some historians believe that Musa's disappearance was actually part of an elaborate plan, possibly connected to information he'd received about Portuguese explorers who were beginning to probe the West African coast. Others suggest that he'd discovered something in his empire's archives or mines that required immediate and secret action. A few romantic souls like to imagine that he'd simply grown tired of being the richest man alive and had decided to try being anonymous for a while. Let's take a step back and talk about the last time anyone was absolutely, positively sure they knew where Mansa Musa was, and boy did they know where he was. It was 1324, and Musa had decided it was time to fulfill his religious duty of making the Hajj to Mecca. Now, when most people go on pilgrimage, they pack light, maybe bring a few snacks for the road, and try not to spend too much money. Musa approached his pilgrimage the way some people approach Black Friday shopping, with overwhelming force and a complete disregard for economic consequences. Imagine a caravan so vast that it resembled a bustling small city. We're referring to a caravan of 60,000 individuals, comprising soldiers, servants, merchants, scholars, and likely a few individuals who merely wished to observe the excitement. The most significant aspect is that Musa brought 80 camels, each of which carried 300 pounds of gold. This amounts to approximately 24,000 pounds of gold, which Musa casually carried across the desert as if it were a routine task. To put the situation in perspective, that's more gold than most countries had in their entire national treasuries. The caravan moved across North Africa like a slow-motion parade of abundance. Every city they passed through became, temporarily, the richest place on earth. Musa didn't just travel, he celebrated. He threw parties that would make modern billionaires' birthday bashes look like modest potluck dinners. He employed local musicians, occupied entire marketplaces, and lavishly distributed gold as if it were a fashion statement. But the real fireworks happened in Cairo. The city was already one of the great trading hubs of the medieval world, a place where merchants from Europe, Asia and Africa came to make deals and exchange not just goods, but gossip. When Musa rolled into town with his golden caravan, it was like a celebrity walking into a small-town diner. Every conversation stopped, every eye turned, every hand extended in greeting. Musa stayed in Cairo for 3 months, and during that time he single-handedly redefined the concept of generous spending. He bought everything that caught his eye, tipped servants with chunks of gold, and made donations to local mosques that left the religious leaders speechless. One chronicler wrote that Musa gave away so much gold that its value didn't recover for 10 years. 10 years! This behaviour is not generosity. It resembles economic warfare disguised as kindness. The Egyptian merchants and government officials found themselves in a complex and challenging situation. On one hand, they were making more money than they'd ever dreamed of. On the other hand, they were watching their entire monetary system collapse in real time. When gold becomes as common as sand, suddenly your life savings don't seem quite as substantial. Some clever merchants started trading their gold for silver and other goods, essentially playing the medieval equivalent of currency speculation. However, this is where the story becomes particularly intriguing, as it prompts one to consider whether medieval people were inherently more skilled at drama than we are today. Musa's display of wealth wasn't just about showing off. It was a carefully calculated diplomatic move. He was announcing to the world that Mali wasn't just some distant kingdom that happened to have gold mines. It was a major power that could afford to destabilize entire economies casually, just by being generous. The news of Musa's pilgrimage swiftly disseminated throughout the medieval world, akin to a lively conversation at a family gathering. European mapmakers, who had previously labelled most of Africa as "here be dragons" or just left it blank, suddenly started drawing detailed pictures of a king holding a massive gold nugget. The famous Catalan Atlas of 1375 shows Musa sitting on his throne, crown on his head, gold orb in his hand with the caption describing him as the richest king in the world. But perhaps the most telling detail about Musa's pilgrimage was what happened on the way back. By the time he reached Cairo again, the gold market still hadn't recovered from his previous visit. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. The man who had crashed the gold market now found himself in the unusual position of having to borrow money. Yes, the richest man in the world took out a loan. He needed Egyptian gold to fund the remainder of his journey home, promising to pay it back with interest once he reached his own gold mines. This little detail tells us something important about Musa's character. He wasn't just wealthy, he was practical. He understood that wealth was a tool, not a trophy. He was willing to go into debt temporarily to maintain his expedition's momentum, confident that he could easily repay the loan once he returned to his empire. It's the kind of financial flexibility that comes from owning most of the world's gold supply. The pilgrimage also revealed something else about Musa. He was genuinely curious about the world beyond his empire. He spent time in Cairo's libraries, met with scholars and religious leaders, and generally acted like a man who understood that knowledge was as valuable as gold. Some historians believe that it was during this pilgrimage that he first heard rumours about lands across the Western Ocean, rumours that would later play a crucial role in his mysterious disappearance. You know how some people have a lucky penny or maybe a special coffee mug that just makes their day better? Well, Mansa Musa had entire mountains that did that for him, except instead of luck or caffeine, they provided literally tons of gold. The Bambouk and Bure goldfields weren't just mines, they were the economic foundation of the medieval world, and Musa controlled them like a medieval oil sheikh with a really shiny product. The nature of gold mining in medieval Africa differed significantly from the typical guy with a pickaxe and a dream operation. These were sophisticated enterprises that had been running for centuries, with techniques passed down through generations like family recipes. The miners used a combination of surface panning and deep shaft mining that would have impressed Roman engineers. They diverted rivers, built elaborate water systems, and created mining communities that were basically underground cities. But here's where it gets intriguing in that makes you want to dig deeper sort of way. The exact locations of these mines were state secrets of the highest order. Musa didn't just control the gold, he controlled the knowledge of where it came from. Foreign merchants could buy all the gold they wanted in the markets of Timbuktu or Jenne, but they were never allowed near the actual mines. It was like having the world's most exclusive club, except instead of a velvet rope, there were armed guards and a policy of permanent membership denial for outsiders. The secrecy wasn't just about protecting the gold, it was about protecting the entire economic system. If word got out about the exact location and scale of the mines, every ambitious king from Morocco to Egypt would have started planning invasion routes. So Musa created layers of security that would make modern intelligence agencies jealous. The gold was mined in one location, processed in another, and transported through a network of routes that changed regularly. The miners themselves were bound by oaths that were more serious than modern non-disclosure agreements. They weren't just employees, they were part of a secret society that understood their work was the foundation of an entire civilization. Many of them lived their entire lives within the mining communities, rarely venturing into the outside world. They developed their own customs, their dialects, and their ways of talking about their work that outsiders couldn't understand. What made the situation even more remarkable was the scale of production. Conservative estimates suggest that during Musa's reign, the Mali Empire produced more gold than the rest of the world combined. We're talking about thousands of pounds of gold per year, flowing out of the earth like water from a spring. This wasn't just mining, it was geological magic on an industrial scale, but gold wasn't the only secret hiding in Mali's mines. The same geological formations that produced gold also contained other valuable minerals: silver, copper, and most importantly, salt. The salt mines of Tahaza were almost as valuable as the gold mines, and they were even more carefully guarded. In a world without refrigeration, salt was a crucial commodity, and managing its supply was akin to managing the entire food chain. The relationship between Musa and his miners was complex, almost like a marriage between practical necessity and mutual respect. He provided protection, infrastructure, and fair compensation, while they provided the foundation of his empire's wealth. It was not exactly feudalism, nor was it modern capitalism. It was something uniquely African, a system that balanced individual skill with collective responsibility. Some historians believe that Musa's disappearance was directly connected to something discovered in the mines. Maybe it was a new deposit so vast that it required complete secrecy to exploit safely. Maybe it was the discovery of other materials, precious stones, rare metals, or even written records from previous civilizations. The mines had been worked for centuries before Musa's time, and it's entirely possible that they contained archaeological treasures along with geological ones. There's also the intriguing possibility that Musa discovered the mines were running out. Medieval mining techniques, while sophisticated, were limited by the technology of the time. If geological surveys had suggested that the gold deposits were finite, Musa might have realized that his empire's foundation was less permanent than everyone assumed. That kind of information would have required immediate and secret action to protect Mali's future. The transportation of gold from the mines to the markets was itself a masterpiece of logistics. Caravans moved in carefully planned sequences, with decoy routes, false destinations, and security measures that would have impressed modern armoured car companies. The gold was disguised, divided among multiple caravans, and transported along routes that changed with the seasons and the political climate. But perhaps the most important secret about the mines was something that Musa took with him when he vanished: the knowledge of how to find new deposits. Medieval African prospectors had techniques for reading the landscape, understanding geological formations, and predicting where gold might be found that were far more advanced than anything Europeans possessed. When Musa disappeared, he took not just his knowledge, but the entire institutional memory of the empire's geological expertise. Here's where our story takes a turn that's stranger than anything Hollywood could dream up. Sitting in his palace in Niani, surrounded by more gold than most people can imagine, Mansa Musa became obsessed with something that should have been completely irrelevant to the world's richest man: the Western Ocean. Not the Mediterranean, which was basically medieval civilization's highway, but the Atlantic, which most people considered the edge of the world where dragons lived and ships went to die. Now, you might be thinking, why would someone who controlled half of Africa's wealth care about a bunch of water? Well, it turns out that Musa wasn't just wealthy, he was curious, and in medieval times, curiosity about the unknown was often the first step toward doing something completely insane. According to several Arab historians, Musa had become convinced that there were lands beyond the Western Ocean, lands that might contain riches that would make even his legendary wealth seem modest. The story goes that Musa's predecessor, a ruler named Abu Bakr II, had become so obsessed with exploring the Atlantic that he'd abdicated his throne to lead a naval expedition himself. Indeed, a medieval African king relinquished his crown to embark on a voyage into the unknown. Abu Bakr had assembled a fleet of 2,000 ships, loaded them with supplies, and sailed west in 1311. Only one ship returned, and its captain reported that the others had been swallowed by the ocean. Most reasonable people would have taken the incident as a sign that maybe the Atlantic wasn't worth the trouble. But Musa wasn't most people. Musa was a man who saw a business opportunity in a collapsed gold market. The disappearance of Abu Bakr's fleet didn't discourage him. It challenged him. He began planning an expedition that would make his predecessor's attempt look like a pleasure cruise. Multiple sources provide evidence of Musa's ambitions in the Atlantic, revealing a man who was thinking beyond the conventional boundaries of his time. He commissioned the construction of ships that were larger and more advanced than anything Africa had ever seen. These were not merely trading vessels, but exploration vessels, built to transport months' worth of supplies and outfitted with navigational equipment that would have been fitting for a European ship a century later. But here's where it gets even more interesting, in that makes you want to check your history book sort of way. Historians hold the belief that Musa's ships successfully traversed the Atlantic long before Columbus lost his way in search of India. There are tantalizing hints, linguistic similarities between West African languages and certain Native American dialects, archaeological evidence of African presence in pre-Columbian America, and most intriguingly, references in Mayan and Aztec texts to dark-skinned visitors from across the Eastern Sea. The preparation for Musa's Atlantic expedition was typically thorough. Musa didn't simply assemble a fleet of boats and rely on luck. He spent years studying ocean currents, wind patterns, and navigation techniques. He consulted Arab sailors who had experience with long-distance ocean travel, and he even brought in experts from as far away as China and India. His voyage was going to be a scientific expedition, not a medieval equivalent of a road trip. The ships themselves were marvels of medieval engineering. Based on descriptions from Arab chroniclers, they were massive vessels, some over 200 feet long, with multiple decks, sophisticated steering systems, and storage capacity for months of supplies. They were built using techniques that combined traditional African shipbuilding with innovations borrowed from Arab and possibly even Chinese maritime technology. But perhaps the most telling detail about Musa's Atlantic preparations was the secrecy surrounding them. Musa kept the Atlantic expedition quiet, unlike his famous pilgrimage that aimed to impress the world with Mali's wealth. Ships were built in remote locations, supplies were gathered discreetly, and crew members were sworn to secrecy. This mission wasn't about showing off. This was about achieving something that would change the world. Many historians conclude that Musa didn't vanish at all. He sailed, especially given the timing of his disappearance, just as these preparations were reaching completion. The theory goes that Musa, perhaps inspired by his predecessor's failure and armed with better ships and more knowledge, decided to lead the expedition himself. It would explain why he disappeared so completely, why there were no remains or obvious successors, and why the preparations for the Atlantic voyage stopped so abruptly. If Musa did sail west, it raises fascinating questions about what he might have found. The Atlantic currents that flow from West Africa toward the Americas would have carried his ships directly to the Caribbean or the coast of South America. Given the sophistication of his preparation and the resources at his disposal, it's entirely possible that he not only survived the journey, but also established contact with Native American civilizations. The idea of Mansa Musa, the richest man in medieval history, encountering the Inca or Maya empires decades before European contact, is the kind of historical what-if that makes you wonder how different the world might have been. The meeting of two incredibly wealthy and sophisticated civilizations occurred not through conquest, but through exploration and trade. It's a tantalizing possibility that history has largely forgotten. You know that eerie feeling you get when you're in a house and the air conditioning suddenly shuts off, and you realise there was this constant background hum that you'd completely gotten used to. That's exactly what happened to the medieval world after Mansa Musa vanished. The constant buzz of news, trade updates, and diplomatic messages from the Mali Empire just stopped, and the silence was deafening. The immediate aftermath of Musa's disappearance was like watching dominoes fall in slow motion. His nephew Magan, who had been left in charge, tried to maintain the illusion that everything was normal. Royal proclamations continued to be issued, trade agreements were honoured, and the machinery of government kept running. But anyone paying attention could see that something fundamental had changed. It was like watching an orchestra continue playing after the conductor had left the stage. The first people to notice were the merchants. These merchants, akin to international businessmen from the medieval era, possessed a keen awareness of political instability. Caravan routes, which had been stable for decades, suddenly lost their reliability. Traders who had made regular trips to Mali's market started reporting delays, confusion, and a general sense that nobody was quite sure who was in charge of what. It was like trying to do business with a company where all the phones kept going to voicemail. Within a year, rumours began to circulate. Traders whispered in the Cairo markets that jealous relatives had assassinated Musa. Sailors in the ports of Morocco asserted that Christian crusaders had captured him. European courts, many of which had never heard of Mali until Musa's famous pilgrimage, suddenly found themselves fascinated by reports of succession crises and civil wars in the mysterious Golden Empire. But perhaps the most intriguing theories came from within Mali itself. Palace servants spoke in hushed tones about Musa's final days, claiming he'd been spending long hours in the royal library, studying ancient texts and consulting scholars about subjects that nobody else understood. Some said he'd become obsessed with prophecies about the end of the world. Others claimed he'd discovered something in the deepest minds that had convinced him to abandon his throne. The Atlantic expedition theory gained traction slowly, mainly because it sounded so completely insane that it took a while for people to consider it seriously. But as the months passed, and no trace of Musa appeared anywhere in Africa or the Middle East, the idea that he'd sailed into the Western Ocean started to seem less crazy, and more like the kind of thing that someone with unlimited resources and a serious case of wanderlust might actually do. What made the Atlantic theory particularly compelling was the discovery of Musa's personal effects. It's more accurate to say that there was no discovery made. When medieval rulers died, they left behind distinctive personal items: crowns, sceptres, religious artifacts, and personal jewellery. These items were usually displayed, buried with the ruler, or passed down to successors. But none of Musa's personal effects were ever found. His crown, his famous golden staff, and his personal copies of the Quran, all gone. It was as if he'd packed for a very long trip. The economic impact of Musa's disappearance rippled outward like waves from a stone dropped in still water. The gold market, which had been stable for decades under his careful management, began to fluctuate wildly. Some mines shut down entirely when local managers couldn't get clear direction from the central government. Others kept operating, but with reduced security, leading to the first recorded gold thefts in Mali's history. Meanwhile, neighbouring kingdoms watched these developments with the mixture of concern and opportunity that medieval rulers were famous for. The Moroccan sultans, who had spent years being politely envious of Mali's wealth, began making subtle diplomatic overtures to Mali's border provinces. The Kingdom of Songhai, which had been Mali's respectful eastern neighbour, started expanding its influence into territories that had previously been under Mali's control. But perhaps the most poignant aspect of Musa's disappearance was its effect on the people of Mali itself. At stake wasn't just the loss of a ruler, it was the loss of a symbol. Musa had represented not just wealth and power, but the idea that African civilizations could compete with anyone in the world. His pilgrimage had firmly established Mali on the medieval map, both literally and figuratively. His disappearance left a psychological void that was as significant as the political one. The scholars of Timbuktu, who had enjoyed generous royal patronage under Musa's rule, found themselves in a particularly difficult position. The libraries and universities that had made the city the intellectual centre of the medieval world suddenly faced funding cuts and uncertain futures. Some scholars packed up their books and headed for Cairo or Baghdad, where patronage was more reliable. Others stayed, hoping that Musa would return or that his successors would continue his educational investments. As months turned into years, the theories about Musa's disappearance became more elaborate and, frankly, more entertaining. Some claimed he'd been transformed into a spirit and was wandering the desert, protecting travellers and merchants. Others insisted he'd discovered a secret valley where gold grew on trees and was living there in paradise. A few romantic souls maintained that he'd fallen in love with a mysterious princess from a distant land and had abandoned his throne for love. but perhaps the most persistent theory was also the most practical. Both medieval and modern historians hold the belief that Musa meticulously planned and carried out his disappearance as a political strategy. The idea is that he'd identified threats to his empire, perhaps Portuguese exploration of the African coast or internal political challenges, and had decided that the best way to protect Mali was to make himself unavailable for capture or assassination, while secretly managing the empire's transition to new leadership. You may be wondering what happened to the gold, the theories, and how this relates to your life in the 21st century. Well, pour yourself another cup of tea, because the ending of this story is both more and less satisfying than you might expect, in that wonderfully human way that real history defies our need for neat conclusions. The truth is, nobody knows what happened to Mansa Musa. Despite centuries of investigation, speculation, and the occasional treasure hunter with more enthusiasm than sense, his fate remains one of history's most compelling mysteries. No convenient diary detailing his plans was left behind, no loyal servant penned a detailed memoir, and no archaeological discovery has yielded definitive answers. He simply vanished, as completely as if he'd never existed at all. But here's the thing about mysteries. Sometimes the not knowing is more important than the knowing. Musa's disappearance created a legend that has lasted longer than most medieval kingdoms, which had clear and documented endings. While other rulers are remembered for their deaths, their defeats, or their boring administrative achievements, Musa is remembered for his ultimate mystery. He became, in effect, immortal through absence. The Mali Empire itself limped along for another century or so after Musa's disappearance, but it was never the same. Observing the Mali Empire after the departure of its lead singer is akin to witnessing a band attempt to carry on, despite the absence of the unique element that contributed to its magic. The gold mines continued to produce wealth, the trade routes remained profitable, and the cities maintained their importance, but the empire gradually fragmented into smaller kingdoms that were easier to manage but less impressive to contemplate. What's fascinating is how Musa's story was forgotten and then rediscovered. For centuries after Mali's decline, European historians dismissed stories about the Golden African King as myths, presumably because they couldn't imagine that medieval Africa had produced someone wealthier than any European ruler. It wasn't until the 20th century that serious historical research confirmed that, yes, there really had been a man who controlled most of the world's gold supply and who had casually crashed the Egyptian economy just by being generous. Today, Mansa Musa is finally getting his due recognition. He regularly appears on lists of the wealthiest people in history, adjusted for inflation and purchasing power. Modern estimates put his wealth at somewhere between $400 billion and $600 billion in today's money, making him roughly 4 times wealthier than the current richest person alive. This is impressive considering he has been deceased for 7 centuries. But Musa's real legacy isn't just about money, it's about imagination. He embodies the innovative mindset of the medieval world, advocating for the use of wealth and power for exploration, education, and genuine curiosity about the world. His pilgrimage was not solely motivated by religious duty, but also by the desire to map his kingdom and establish diplomatic relations with the global community. His possible Atlantic expedition wasn't just about conquest, it was about discovery. In our modern world, where we're constantly told that the age of exploration is over and that everything has been discovered, Musa's story serves as a reminder that human curiosity and ambition can take us to places we never imagined. He looked at an ocean that everyone else considered impassable and saw an opportunity. He looked at wealth that everyone else would have hoarded and saw a tool for building something greater. The mystery of his disappearance also speaks to something deeply human about our relationship with success and achievement. Here was a man who had everything, literally everything, and he chose to walk away from it. Whether he sailed into the Atlantic, retreated to a secret location, or simply decided that being the richest man in the world was overrated, he made a choice that prioritized mystery over certainty and adventure over security. Maybe that's why Musa's story resonates so strongly today. In a world where we're constantly tracking, monitoring and documenting everything, there's something appealing about someone who managed to disappear so completely. He reminds us that even in our hyper-connected age, there are still mysteries, unknowns, and places where the human spirit can go that surveillance cameras and GPS tracking can't. So the next time you're feeling overwhelmed by the demands of modern life, remember Mansa Musa. Remember that the richest man in history chose mystery over certainty, adventure over security, and the unknown over the comfortable. He reminds us that sometimes the most important journeys are the ones that take us beyond the map, beyond the known, beyond the places where we think we're supposed to be. And if you ever find yourself wondering what happened to all that gold, well, maybe it's still out there somewhere, waiting for someone curious enough to go looking for it. After all, the world is still full of mysteries, and some of the best stories are the ones that never really end. Remember, sometimes the most valuable treasures are the ones that remain hidden, waiting for the right person to discover them. Just like Mansa Musa himself, some things are worth more when they remain wonderfully, mysteriously unknown. In the late 17th and early 18th centuries, France was a land of contrasts. By candlelight in a grand chateau's garden, a curious noblewoman listens as a witty philosopher describes the stars above. He explains that those stars are suns like our own, each perhaps circled by the worlds of their own. A radical idea in an age when questioning the heavens could be dangerous. The scene could be lifted from Bernard de Fontenelle's Conversations on the Plurality of Worlds, 1686. A clever book where a lady and a scientist stroll nightly under the sky discussing Copernicus's sun-centered universe. Fontenelle's charming prose made the latest scientific discoveries accessible to the layperson, planting seeds of curiosity, even as Louis XIV's strict rule cast long shadows. His ideas, along with those of fellow thinker Pierre Bayle, formed a foundation for what would soon be called the Enlightenment. At the turn of the 18th century, official France was still firmly absolutist and devoutly Catholic. Louis XIV, the Sun King, had revoked the Edict of Nantes in 1685, driving Protestants like Bailey into exile. Yet even as the king insisted on religious unity, dissenting ideas quietly took root. In his safe haven abroad, Bayle wrote a skeptical historical and critical dictionary, 1697, that poked holes in dogma and advocated tolerance. These volumes, printed in Amsterdam and London, were smuggled over the borders in barrels of cloth and hidden compartments, finding eager readers in Paris and Lyon. A tradition was beginning. Forbidden ideas could not be easily extinguished. Bailey's call for a society of pluralistic views, a daring notion that people of different beliefs might live together in peace, resonated with a small but growing circle of French minds. Quietly, the Msabour, monopoly of church and crown on truth, was being challenged by pamphlets and letters passed hand to hand. After Louis XIV's death in 1715, the atmosphere in France relaxed somewhat, allowing these early sparks to flare up. In Paris, coffee houses and literary clubs buzzed with talk. One towering figure of this early Enlightenment was Baron de Montesquieu, a provincial nobleman with a dry wit and keen insight. In 1721, Montesquieu published The Persian Letters, a playful novel of letters in which two fictional Persian travellers lampoon French customs. Nothing was sacred in its pages. Parisian high society, the pretensions of the king's court, the absurdities of the Catholic clergy, all were held up to gentle ridicule through these eyes of outsiders. Readers were amused and intrigued. Beneath the satire lay serious critiques of absolutism and religious hypocrisy. The book, though published anonymously, created a stir. It was passed from salon to salon, read aloud in amused whispers. France's own institutions were being examined as if under a foreign lens, and many found them wanting. Montesquieu's success emboldened others. Soon he would take his analysis further. Retiring to his estate, he quietly toiled on a magnum opus about laws and governments around the world. By the 1730s, the term philosophe was coming into use. Not quite the same as philosopher, it meant a man, or occasionally a woman, of ideas who applied reason to all areas of life. These Enlightenment thinkers saw themselves as bringing light into the dark corners of ignorance and oppression. They drew inspiration from English writers like John Locke and scientists like Isaac Newton, whose works were now circulating in French translation. In fact, a fashionable young writer named Voltaire had travelled to England and returned in 1729 bubbling with enthusiasm for Newton's physics and the English spirit of free debate. He set about spreading both. With his vivacious lover Émilie du Châtelet, herself a brilliant mathematician, Voltaire explained Newton's findings in French and praised England's relatively liberal society in his letters on the English. Though the French authorities condemned his book and briefly imprisoned its author for it, the ideas could not be unread. The taste of intellectual freedom abroad only sharpened French appetites for more. Thus, in the decades before the Revolution, the early stirrings of Enlightenment thought took hold. A handful of bold voices, Fontenelle with his popular science, Bayle with his sceptical erudition, Montesquieu with his satire, and Voltaire with his sharp pen, prepared the ground. Their writing circulated in manuscript and in contraband print, fertilizing minds from Paris to the provinces. Over supper tables and university halls, people began asking new questions. Could reason, not tradition, guide human affairs? Must religious uniformity trump individual conscience? Could a king's authority have limits set by natural law? These questions, sown in the early 1700s, would sprout dramatically as the century progressed. For now, they were still whispered. But the Enlightenment in France had begun, a dawn of new thinking that promised to chase away medieval shadows. In the mid-18th century, some of the most radical ideas in France were not plotted in dark alleys but discussed over champagne in elegant drawing rooms. The Parisian salon was a unique institution, part social club, part intellectual seminar, typically hosted by a wealthy or aristocratic woman, the salonière. These gatherings brought together writers, philosophers, artists and statesmen under one chandelier. On a given evening you might find the sharp-tongued Voltaire trading barbs with a bishop, or Jean-Jacques Rousseau shyly unveiling his latest essay to a circle of curious marquises. Salons were private and by invitation only, yet they became engines of public discourse. There was a democratic, cosmopolitan and tolerant atmosphere, rare for the time nobles, bourgeoisie, and even an occasional artisan or foreign savant mingled politely, united by a love of wit and ideas. Here, Enlightenment thought took on a human face as diverse guests debated art, science, and politics late into the night. The women who ran these salons wielded subtle power in a society that otherwise confined female influence. Take Madame Geoffrin, for example. Born Marie-Thérèse Rodet-Geoffrin by the 1740s, she had established herself as the premier hostess of Paris. Every Monday, her well-appointed home on the Rue Saint-Honoré welcomed the leading writers and philosophes to dinner. Wednesdays were reserved for artists. With motherly charm, Madame Geoffrin presided over the conversation, tactfully steering away from overly explosive topics so as to keep the gathering convivial. She even provided financial support to struggling men of letters, quietly paying debts or buying paintings from her artist guests. The respect she commanded was such that even the crusty Voltaire deferred to her. In her salon one had to follow certain rules. Wit was appreciated, but vulgarity was not. Lively debate was welcome, but shouting and personal attacks were frowned upon. Under her guidance, the tone remained civil, clever, and enlightening, a model of the refinement of manners and speech that salons originally aimed for. Other salonières adopted different styles. Madame de Dudefend, an older contemporary of Geoffrin, hosted gatherings from 1745 onward, but famously disdained the more radical philosophe, except for Voltaire, whom she adored. Her salon favoured high society gossip and classical letters over bold new philosophy. In contrast, the witty Mademoiselle Julie de Lespinasse ran a more freewheeling salon in the 1770s. Julie had been tutored in the art by Madame du Deffand until a falling out, and, with a small stipend from Madame Geoffrin, struck out on her own. She innovated by opening her home almost every evening to a select but mixed company. Young intellectuals, older statesmen and foreign visitors. Nibbles and wine were served, nothing lavish, but the talk flowed. One frequent guest, the writer Jean-François Marmontel, marvelled at Julia's ability to inspire frank discussion. He described her as an astonishing compound of reason and wisdom, with the liveliest mind and most ardent soul. Under her edifice, philosophers from diverse generations convened and exchanged ideas, while even the poorest scholars were welcome to express their thoughts. Such inclusion was unusual. In many salons, one's rank and attire still mattered, but Julia de Lespinasse proved that intellectual passion could trump pedigree. A typical salon evening might unfold like this. As dusk fell, a liveried footman admitted guests to a candlelit parlour decorated with art. Gentle music played in the next room. Elegant women in silks and men in embroidered coats formed small clusters, exchanging news and bons mots. The hostess circulated, deftly introducing a young poet to a renowned scientist or drawing a shy scholar into a lively debate about the latest play. Conversation was the main event. good salon guest had something to bring to this conversation, at the very least wit and elegant French. A rising dramatist might recite a scene from his new comedy, met with applause and gentle critique. A visiting American like Benjamin Franklin might regale the company with tales of scientific experiments with lightning. Serious discussions could break out, the merits of Voltaire's newest tract or Rousseau's eccentric theories on education. But if tempers flared or someone droned on too long, the hostess would smoothly change the subject or propose a diversion, perhaps a brief chamber music performance or a round of cards. The result was a peculiar mix of ludic and learned. By evening's end, ideas that might have been seditious in print could be bandied about safely in the salon, cushioned by politeness and mutual respect. The salon thus served as an incubator for Enlightenment ideas. It connected thinkers to patrons. Many an author found a publisher or a financier through salon contacts. It allowed women a rare opportunity to engage in intellectual life, albeit as conveners rather than professors, with notable exceptions like Emily du Châtelet, who, though not a salonière, proved women could match men in science. Salons also helped erode class barriers, if only slightly. Some hostesses prided themselves on gathering a potpourri of talents regardless of noble birth. There were limits, of course. Peasants and labourers did not stroll into these parlours. The salons primarily catered to the elite, who were open to new talent and ideas, not just those inherited from their lineage. In these candlelit rooms, the public sphere had a private cradle. Before newspapers could freely criticise the king or church, and before any elected assembly existed in France, the salons were training grounds for reasoned debate. They fostered what one historian later called the Republic of Letters, a community of minds that transcended social ranks and national borders. Foreigners like the Scottish historian David Hume or the Italian economist Cesare Beccaria were feted at Paris salons when they visited. In turn, French philosophers built networks of correspondence with thinkers abroad. The cosmopolitan chatter in Madame Geoffrin's salon had echoes in London, Geneva or Berlin as ideas spread. By the 1770s and 1780s, even as economic troubles and political conflict loomed in France, one could still find on any given evening a salon in full swing, a microcosm of an ideal Enlightenment society, where conversation flowed freely, differences were bridged by civility, and a new rational France was imagined in talk long before it existed in fact. By the middle of the 18th century, the written word in France was undergoing an explosive proliferation. In bustling Parisian print shops and in secret presses hidden in attics or across the border, printers churned out mountains of paper, books, pamphlets, journals, broadsides. An insatiable reading public had arisen, hungry for everything from scandalous verse to serious treatises on philosophy. The statistics tell part of the story. By the 1780s, literacy had risen markedly. Roughly half of French men and a quarter of women could read, almost double the rates from a century earlier. More people reading meant more demand for reading material. Where the state or the church tried to censor or limit that material, enterprising publishers found ways to supply it regardless. A veritable underground press emerged, and with it a new kind of intellectual warrior, the hack writer and the clandestine bookseller. Together they would spread Enlightenment ideas to every corner of France, even as authorities scrambled to stem the tide. Officially, the French crown maintained strict censorship. All books were supposed to be approved by royal censors and carry the censor's name. Hundreds of titles were outright banned. The Catholic Church, through the Sorbonne faculty and the infamous Index Librorum Prohibitorum, Index of Prohibited Books, also condemned works deemed heretical or immoral. Punishments for illegal printing could be severe: fines, imprisonment, even the gallows for repeat offenders. But by the 1770s, enforcement was increasingly like plugging holes in a sieve. The appetite for new ideas was too strong and the profits to be made from satisfying it too tempting. Smugglers carried forbidden books into France by the crate, stashing them in false-bottom wagons, or floating them down rivers at night. It was said that in some frontier towns, nearly every customs officer could be bribed. Meanwhile, within France, pirate printers secretly duplicated popular works without permission. One way or another, what was officially banned often ended up widely read. A few examples illustrate the cat-and-mouse game of publishing. In 1759, the monumental project of the Encyclopédie, the great encyclopedia of sciences, arts, and trades edited by Denis Diderot, was banned by King Louis XV after the first 7 volumes, under pressure from church authorities who found its articles too impious. but Diderot did not abandon it. Thanks to sympathetic insiders, not least the enlightened censor Malgerbe, Diderot continued the work in secret, finishing 10 more volumes of articles and plates under a false imprint in Switzerland. Officially, the encyclopedies were suppressed. In reality, subscribers received the remaining volumes clandestinely by 1765. As one contemporary quipped, the authorities had winked at the enterprise. They pretended to shut it down to appease the church, but turned a blind eye to its continued existence because it employed hundreds of workers and had powerful supporters. This delicate dance, ban in name, tolerate in practice, typified the later old regime's lax censorship. By 1780, Diderot's encyclopédie stood complete at 35 volumes, an astonishing trove of Enlightenment knowledge made available to the public, despite all edicts to the contrary. In addition to the Encyclopédie, Geneva, Amsterdam, London, and the Rhineland produced illicit literature. Scholars believe that around 600 prohibited books circulated in France before the Revolution. These included philosophical books, scurrilous political pamphlets, and censored novels. According to historian Robert Darnton, several were forbidden bestsellers, books too filthy or seditious for the censors, but eagerly read by everyone who could. Rousseau's Emile on education and the social contract were prohibited in 1762, but pirated volumes spread and made him famous. Obscene leaflets criticising the royal family's morals and crazy stories about the king's ministers were other underground bestsellers. Grub Street writers, hack authors living hand-to-mouth in Paris who wrote whatever sold, specialised in libelles, libellous pamphlets. To get money, such writers might mock the king's mistress one week, compose a natural rights tract the next, and spy for the police the next. Voltaire and Diderot mocked this literary underworld. Voltaire called hack writers things. Ironically, radical ideas sometimes spread through these less recognised venues. The hackers, hungry and alienated from the previous regime, hated authority and fueled the revolution. Print circulation is immense. A recent police inventory of a seized bookstore or the Bastille's confiscated shipment documents shows thousands of illegal books. Popular illegal titles have been republished many times. In the 70s, the Swiss underground publisher Société Typographique de Neuchâtel transported tens of thousands of volumes into France, from Voltaire's philosophical fables to prohibited novels. By 1796, 20 sanctioned and 50 pirated volumes of the forbidden anti-colonial work History of the Two Indies 1770 surfaced. Abbé Raynal's History of the Two Indies, which boldly denounced slavery and tyranny, was banned by the French government and exiled, while the clergy despised him as one of the most seditious writers, which only piqued readers' interest. Despite the embargo, the book was a bestseller and influenced American colonists with its human rights advocacy. The paradox of French Enlightenment publishing was that repression often increased a work's fame and audience. Reading revolutions spread outside the capital. Provincial cities developed lending libraries and reading societies, where members pooled funds to buy books and newspapers under the watchful eye of a suspicious bishop or magistrate. Literature was available to many residents and artisans by the 1780s. Budget-friendly Bibliothèque Bleue books simplified Enlightenment ideals, fairy tales, and practical information. Peddlers sold chapbooks in local marketplaces, spreading new ideas. In a tavern, a peasant may hear a hot story about the king's mistress, or a Voltaire joke. Of course, not everyone liked this print deluge. Conservative voices argued that excessive reading, especially forbidden materials, was corrupting ordinary people. One booklet at a time, some worried that authority was losing respect. They were partly right. Before 1789, printed words affected French public opinion. Pamphlet avalanche swayed public opinion after high-profile scandals or trials, like the Diamond Necklace Affair, 1785, involving Queen Marie Antoinette. Enlightenment authors inform and influence public opinion. They thought education and critical thinking could improve society. It worked, but it also fueled high expectations and simmering discontent. A prison kiosk sold a cheap Rousseau leaflet on the eve of the Revolution stating, "Man is born free and everywhere he is in chains." A bawdy song mocking the fat archbishop or a broadsheet celebrating America's successful uprising against its ruler were available. Rights, liberty, and equality, formerly discussed in salons, have permeated common consciousness. The future was printed on legal and unlawful presses. Despite their efforts, the old order's guardians could not unprint it. The clatter of the printer's type and the rustle of secretly turned pages shook a changing France. In a modest Paris apartment in the 1750s, two brilliant men sit exchanging letters, not amicably, but as rivals locked in intellectual combat. On one side is Voltaire, the most famous wit of the age, now in his 60s, polished, urbane, a skeptic who relishes skewering folly. On the other, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 2 decades younger, intensely earnest, a loner who distrusts the very society Voltaire so enjoys. They rarely meet in person, but across miles they trade barbs in print. Upon reading Rousseau's latest work, Voltaire cannot resist sending a withering reply. "I have received, sir, your new book against the human species, and I thank you for it," Voltaire writes with biting sarcasm. "No one has ever employed so much intelligence to make us all stupid. Reading your book inspires a strong desire to take action." His words drip with mock praise. Rousseau's idealization of primitive man, Voltaire implies, is absurd. Civilization may be flawed, but it's far better than the savage life Rousseau extols. This famous quip that Rousseau's philosophy is enough to make a man want to become a beast epitomizes the clash between two towering Enlightenment thinkers whose visions of human nature and society were worlds apart. The Enlightenment was not a singular entity, rather, it represented a multitude of diverse perspectives, frequently engaged in intense debate. Voltaire and Rousseau's rivalry is legendary. Voltaire championed reason, science, and a certain cosmopolitan elitism. He believed enlightened monarchs, ideally advised by philosophers like himself, could gradually improve society. Religion, to Voltaire, was useful as a social glue, but needed purging of superstition. Écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous thing, a fanaticism he would famously declare of the church's abuses. Rousseau, by contrast, distrusted the pretensions of polite society. He thought civilization had corrupted man's originally good nature. In works like Discourse on Inequality, he argued that arts and sciences had led not to progress, but to vanity and oppression. His ideal was a simpler life in harmony with nature and a political community based on genuine equality and the general will of the people, as he later outlined in the Social Contract. To Voltaire, the idea sounded naive at best, dangerous at worst. Their correspondence started courteously but soured over time. After the devastating Lisbon earthquake of 1755, Voltaire wrote a poem questioning providence. How could a just God slaughter innocents? Rousseau oddly rebuked Voltaire, saying people should not question God's plan, and that if men didn't live packed in cities, the quake would do less harm. Voltaire privately scoffed that Rousseau wanted to send mankind backwards. "One longs, in reading your book, to walk on all fours," he jeered, stung by Rousseau's critique. Rousseau, for his part, grew increasingly convinced that Voltaire and his clique were conspiring against him, mocking him behind his back. By the 70s, their relationship had fractured completely. Rousseau even refused Voltaire's offer of refuge when Rousseau was fleeing arrest. The Voltaire-Rousseau split was not just personal, it symbolized a deeper divergence in Enlightenment thought. Voltaire stood for the party of reason, progress through enlightened authority and sharp criticism of tradition. Rousseau became the voice of the party of feeling, valuing emotion, authenticity, and the wisdom of the common man over the polished salon sophisticature. Their quarrel highlighted contradictions. The Enlightenment celebrated reason, yet Rousseau accused reason's apostles of being cold and elitist. It preached equality, yet Voltaire privately disdained the uneducated masses and preferred benevolent despotism to democracy. In their ways, each was prophetic. Voltaire of the liberal, secular values that would shape modern Europe, Rousseau of the romantic, democratic, and even revolutionary currents that would soon erupt. It's fitting that both men died in 1778, a decade before the Revolution, almost as if fate meant to clear the stage for the drama to come. Beyond this famous duo, the Enlightenment was rife with intellectual rivalries and collaborations. Diderot and D'Alembert, co-editors of the Encyclopédie, had their share of squabbles. D'Alembert quit the project in frustration in 1759, leaving Diderot to slog through the remaining volumes largely alone. Diderot also fell out bitterly with Rousseau, who had once been his close friend. Diderot and Baron de Holbach welcomed Rousseau as a kindred spirit in the 1740s, but as Rousseau's ideas diverged and his paranoia grew, he came to believe Diderot had portrayed him negatively in a satirical play. Their friendship collapsed, illustrating how personal slights could fracture even those working for the same broad cause. Meanwhile, Baron de Holbach, host of a famously irreverent salon of atheists, published The System of Nature 1770, a book denying the existence of God outright. This extreme materialism alarmed even Voltaire, who attacked Holbach's atheism as fanatical in its own way. Voltaire believed society needed belief in God as a moral bedrock. If God did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him, he quipped. Holbach and Diderot, however, privately ridiculed Voltaire's deism as a lack of nerve. To them, reason pointed to a universe without need of a divine being. Thus, even among philosophes united against the Church's tyranny, there were deep fractures about religion's role. Another poignant clash involved Montesquieu and Rousseau's political theory. Montesquieu's The Spirit of the Laws, 1748, argued for a balanced constitution, like Britain's, with powers separated among king, parliament, and courts, a moderate vision to prevent despotism. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, dismissed Montesquieu's model as too aristocratic. Instead, Rousseau envisioned a republic so egalitarian that, in theory, everyone would obey laws they themselves willed. Voltaire found Rousseau's political ideas as impractical as his primitivism. He quipped that Rousseau's ideal republic was a city of ghosts, and indeed Rousseau's notion that citizens be forced to be free if they violate the general will would trouble critics for its potential for tyranny. Yet these quarrels were not destructive in the long run. Rather, they enriched the Enlightenment's legacy by presenting contrasting ideas that later generations could draw upon. In the salons and in print, either philosophers might lampoon each other, but they also all contributed to a broader movement questioning the status quo. Occasionally the debates got personal and nasty. Pamphlets full of character assassination flew about. Voltaire was a master of the artful insult. When a pompous critic, the Abbé Desfontaines, attacked him, Voltaire retaliated by portraying Desfontaines as a criminal and a fool in a biting satire, effectively destroying the man's reputation. Rousseau too lashed out. In his later years, he wrote withering letters accusing former friends of treachery. Still, these human dramas had larger consequences. The sharp exchanges clarified differences in thought. What was the best form of government? The true foundation of morality? What is the role of religion? Through argument, the philosophy refined their positions. By the 70s, a new generation was emerging too. Figures like Condorcet, a mathematician and protégé of d'Alembert, admired both Voltaire and Rousseau trying to synthesize Enlightenment ideals with practical reforms. Condorcet would advocate for the abolition of slavery and women's rights, pushing the Enlightenment's egalitarian logic further than his predecessors dared. Meanwhile, the rifts among the older philosophers presaged splits in the coming revolution. Aristocratic liberals versus radical democrats, deists versus atheists, and pragmatists versus idealists. The Enlightenment was not one sun but a constellation, with Voltaire and Rousseau as two bright stars often in eclipse of each other. Their clashes, bitter though they were, gave the era much of its dynamism. The salon gossip about Voltaire versus Rousseau was the talk of intellectual Europe. Interestingly, when both Rousseau and Voltaire passed away in 1778, they received brief eulogies as if they had been complementary heroes. Within a few years, the French Revolution would enshrine them by interring both their ashes in the Panthéon in Paris, Voltaire in 1791, Rousseau in 94, symbolically reconciling the two in the Republic of Posterity. France, it turned out, would need both Voltaire's razor wit and Rousseau's passionate cry for freedom as it hurtled toward a new age. The Palace of Versailles courtyard was packed on a sunny September afternoon in 1783, with eyes fixed on the sky. Two provincial brothers, the Montgolfier brothers, were ready to attempt the first hot air balloon flight by the living creatures in front of King Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette. A sheep, duck and rooster were placed into a wicker basket under a taffeta balloon at the sound of a cannon. A second cannon fire announced release. As the balloon gracefully climbed 600 meters, tens of thousands of people gasped. It carried its barnyard aeronauts through the heavens for 8 minutes. Royal biologists quickly examined the animals, which were alive and eating hay, after it softly landed a few kilometers away. The audience applauded. The king was thrilled, albeit the inventors deftly avoided his suggestion to use convicted felons as test passengers. More than amusement, this balloon flight symbolized the Enlightenment's faith in science and reason to expand the conceivable. That moment, even the ancient dream of flight seemed possible. Ingenuity and experimentation had turned imagination into reality before the French public. French Enlightenment science pervaded daily life and great politics. Savants, learned men and a few women, who passionately studied nature, rose in the 18th century. They studied chemistry, anatomy, botany, astronomy and electrical. Importantly, they sought practical social reforms. The former Royal Academy of Sciences in Paris was full of experiments. Antoine Lavoisier, a rich Parisian tax officer who loved chemistry, discovered oxygen's role in combustion and established the idea of mass conservation. Lavoisier and his wife Marie, who illustrated and took notes, measured gases and metals with astonishing precision in their home laboratory. He proved that rusting metal gains weight by mixing with airborne oxygen, disproving the phlogiston idea. Such work paved the way for modern chemistry. Lavoisier was a systematic, empirical Enlightenment savant who felt knowledge should advance humanity. Outside the lab, he improved France's gunpowder industry, helping the military, and agricultural research to boost yields. Science historically clashed with religious theology, but by mid-century many clergy were fascinated by it. After the Galileo episode a century earlier, the Church was cautious. Jesuit instructors in France adjusted Cartesian and Newtonian principles. Still, tensions grew. In the 1770s, the Comte de Buffon, the king's naturalist, proposed that the world may be far older than the Bible's 6,000 years. Paris's Faculty of Theology forced him to include a pious disclaimer in his book. Enlightenment science favoured natural explanations above magical ones, contrary to traditional beliefs. Many devout Christians saw scientific findings as proof of God's laws. Medicine and public health were where science and belief intersected most. The introduction of smallpox inoculation, a predecessor to vaccination, was noteworthy. Millions, including royalty, pindurized or scarred by smallpox. After Louis XV died brutally of smallpox in 1774, the new King Louis XVI decided to undergo inoculation, a risky, purposeful infection to bestow immunity. Marie Antoinette supported it. Parisian milliners produced the pouf à l'inoculation, a hairdo with symbols of medicine and victory, a serpent-entwined rod, a rising sun for the king, and an olive branch for peace, to commemorate the royal inoculation's success. Fashion and science were linked. The poof made inoculation look cool and calm public worries. After the monarchy's high-profile sponsorship, what many considered a dubious, possibly impious activity, deliberately infecting someone, gained legitimacy. It was the moment when empirical knowledge, inoculation success in England and the Ottoman Empire, triumphed superstition. People's veins were filled with Enlightenment notions. Enlightenment science influenced common devices and advances. The elite enjoyed mechanical and scientific exhibitions. Salons had electrical machines with spinning glass globes that generated static electricity, sparking and raising arm hair. These machines were novelty but important research tools. When American scientist Benjamin Franklin showed lightning was electrical by harnessing it with a kite, Europe was enthralled. France copied the experiment. Franklin was a star in Paris as a revolutionary diplomat and scientist, and his lightning rod creation was praised as a reasoned defense against nature. By the 1780s, even churches were putting lightning rods, possibly recognizing that saving a steeple from blowing up was worth it. Some churchmen first opposed them, believing that it was blasphemous to meddle with the artillery of heaven. So science quietly challenged the idea that disasters were divine will by treating them as mechanical issues. No subject was too obscure for the philosophers to probe. Enlightenment thinkers compared doctors' discussions about the heart to a state's circulation of commerce. Philosophy considered classifying human civilizations like naturalists did species. The encyclopedia includes many scientific articles and images, from anatomical diagrams to windmill improvement designs, aiming to gather and disseminate essential knowledge. To catalogue and communicate practical information was an Enlightenment ideal. Knowledge should not be hidden or guild-bound, but shared for the common good. Diderot published on metallurgy, music theory and other subjects because he believed nature and art might liberate minds and enhance life. During this era, the state often linked scientific development to its goals, fostering a culture of enlightened absolutism. Louis XVI and his ministers wanted to use science to improve armaments, maps and agriculture. In the 1760s, the French government supported the enormous meridian voyages to estimate the Earth's form, reflecting Enlightenment curiosity and state pride. The Academy of Sciences researched ways to enhance navigation and chronometers and gave prizes for practical answers. Nutritionists like Parmentier staged meals featuring potato dishes to convince aristocracy it could prevent starvation. To promote potatoes, Parmentier had a field guarded by troops but let peasants steal from it at night. In urban living, the Enlightenment provided new conveniences. Paris's nightly street illumination improved, bringing enlightenment. Public places like the Jardin du Roi, now Jardin des Plantes, offered botanical gardens and a small zoo, representing the era's natural science curriculum. Travelling lecturers demonstrated physics experiments, such as how an air pump could smother a bird in a vacuum jar, ugly, but a dramatic lesson in air. Crowds watched. These shows blurred the lines between education and spectacle. Science was trendy by the 1780s. In clubs, men debated the ideas of Newton and Descartes, while aristocratic women wore small lightning rods as jewellery. The revolutionary idea of rationally evaluating and engineering society also drew inspiration from science. As scientists sought natural rules, philosophers sought social laws. Scientists' skill in describing the world encouraged them to question whether social structures like the monarchy, church, and feudal privileges were logical or historical accidents. Why not redesign a kingdom if a balloon could fly? Science wasn't politically neutral. Some Enlightenment savants faced persecution and challenges. Revolutionaries denounced Lavoisier for being a tax collector in 1794, despite his gunpowder and chemistry advances. Despite his scientific credentials, Lavoisier faced execution when the public turned against experts with links to the Ancien Regime. The Republic has no need of scientists, the judge allegedly declared, rejecting mercy requests. The new administration returned Lavoisier's things to his widow with a note. To the widow of Lavoisier, who was falsely convicted, a year after his execution, acknowledging his innocence and genius, mathematician Lagrange mourned, "It took them only an instant to cut off that head, and 100 years may not suffice to produce another like it." The convergence of Enlightenment science and revolutionary politics was fragile. Science permeated salons, state policies, and street culture in Enlightenment France. It offered control over nature and reflected society. People cooked, healed, travelled, and illuminated their homes differently. It also influenced their thinking by encouraging them to believe that empirical observation and reason could explain and improve the natural and human world. They would put this optimism to the test, but it held significant power. The Montgolfier balloon soaring to cheers at Versailles showed how knowledge may lift humanity. Once a place of gods and mystery, the sky today hosted human achievement. Everything appeared possible currently, and a social and political revolution was about to happen, spurred in part by Enlightenment science's confidence and inquisitive attitude. Toulouse experienced a horrible scene that exemplified the Enlightenment's fight against injustice in 1762. The cruel wheel punishment sentenced Protestant merchant Jean Calas to death for the murder of his son, who was reportedly converting to Catholicism. Calas claimed innocence, but anti-Protestant sentiment decided his fate. He suffered and maintained his innocence until death. Voltaire learned about this injustice at his Ferney house. The famous philosopher was outraged. I believe it's in everyone's interest to study this topic, which some may consider the apogee of fanaticism. Voltaire wrote, "To ignore such a thing is to abandon humanity." Voltaire pursued Calas's vindication and the diligent judge's prosecution. He wrote to powerful people, authored a treatise on tolerance, 1763, and stirred popular support for religious freedom. After years of struggle, Voltaire succeeded. In 1765, the King's Council in Paris overturned Calas's sentence and exonerated him posthumously. This victory of reason over bias was applauded by Europe and the age of Voltaire. The Calas scandal proved that the monarchs could be swayed to right or wrong, advancing Enlightenment religious tolerance and legislative change. Voltaire's "Écraser l'infâme," crush the infamous thing, inspired the philosophes. Legibigrui's superstition and priests' misuse of authority were his concerns, not religion itself. Numerous examples enraged the philosophie. 1766 saw the execution of 19-year-old aristocrat Chevalier de la Barre for impiety for not removing his hat during a religious procession and defacing a crucifix. The authorities fastened Voltaire's philosophical dictionary to La Barre's burning body, blaming Enlightenment principles for teenage irreverence. Voltaire, outraged at La Barre's execution, wrote harshly about the cruelty and stupidity of it. These events led philosophes to strengthen their attacks on the Catholic Church and the absolute monarchy with its nobility as oppressors. Enlightenment ideas held the monarchy and religion accountable to reason, justice, and human rights. In the 70s, old regime criticism, previously nuanced and typically articulated through satire or foreign tales, became bolder. Montesquieu questioned absolute monarchy by praising England's equilibrium. Some went further. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, opens with the bold claim, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains," attacking royal and noble privileges. Rousseau believed that sovereignty was with the people, that laws should represent the public will, and that aristocratic titles were illogical. Secret copies of the banned and destroyed book disseminated its ideas quickly. In later works, Diderot focused on colonialism and slavery and suggested that oppressed people should rise up. Raynal and Diderot's popular History of the Two Indies predicts a slave insurrection and the fall of European authority overseas. That conversation exploded. The French crown spanned, censors tried to crush it, but they merely pushed it underground, where it became more appealing. Not all Enlightenment figures were radicals. Many favoured enlightened despotism, which held that a wise and sensible king could reform from power. Voltaire courted Frederick the Great of Prussia and praised Emperor Joseph II of Austria for religious toleration and serfdom reform. Enlightenment influenced French ministers and nobility included Turgot, who tried to deregulate grain trade and abolish forced labour, and the Marquis de Condorcet, who promoted educational and judicial reforms in aristocratic circles. Britannica.com. These men attempted internal system reform. In 1780, mild-mannered Louis XVI prohibited torture and interrogations, inspired by Cesare Beccaриa's Enlightenment essay on crimes and punishments. By providing Protestants civil rights in 1787, he advocated immunization and religious tolerance. The monarchy often failed and faced opposition from existing interests. Nobles resisted Turgot's reforms, dismissing him. The church leadership actively opposed privilege reduction. The French Catholic Church was a key Enlightenment target. The church had long ruled education, literature, and dissenters with immense great riches. Philosophers, mostly deists or agnostics, denounced church persecution. Voltaire opposed intolerance, like the Calas scandal, to humble the church. Candide, his satirical tale, attacked religious hypocrisy and other flaws. In Cannabis, Diderot subtly mocked European religious communion by comparing Pacific Islander customs to European religious communion. Baron de Holbach's system of nature atheism depicts priests as deceptive characters who use hell to subjugate people. The words were provocative. Toulouse experienced a horrible scene that exemplified the Enlightenment's fight against injustice in 1762. The cruel wheel punishment sentenced Protestant merchant Jean Calas to death for the murder of his son, who was reportedly converting to Catholicism. Calas claimed innocence, but anti-Protestant sentiment decided his fate. He suffered and maintained his innocence until death. Voltaire learned about this injustice at his Ferney house. The famous philosopher was outraged. I believe it's in everyone's interest to study this topic, which some may consider the apogee of fanaticism. Voltaire wrote, "To ignore such a thing is to abandon humanity." Voltaire pursued Calas's vindication and the diligent judge's prosecution. He wrote to powerful people, authored a treatise on tolerance, 1763, and stirred popular support for religious freedom. After years of struggle, Voltaire succeeded. In 1765, the King's Council in Paris overturned Calas's sentence and exonerated him posthumously. This victory of reason over bias was applauded by Europe and the age of Voltaire. The Calas scandal proved that the monarchs could be swayed to right or wrong, advancing Enlightenment religious tolerance and legislative change. Voltaire's "Écraser l'infâme," crush the infamous thing, inspired the philosophes. Legibictory superstition and priests' misuse of authority were his concerns, not religion itself. Numerous examples enraged the philosophie. 1766 saw the execution of 19-year-old aristocrat Chevalier de la Barre for impiety for not removing his hat during a religious procession and defacing a crucifix. The authorities fastened Voltaire's philosophical dictionary to La Barre's burning body, blaming Enlightenment principles for teenage irreverence. Voltaire, outraged at La Barre's execution, wrote harshly about the cruelty and stupidity of it. These events led philosophes to strengthen their attacks on the Catholic Church and the absolute monarchy with its nobility as oppressors. Enlightenment ideas held the monarchy and religion accountable to reason, justice, and human rights. In the 70s, old regime criticism, previously nuanced and typically articulated through satire or foreign tales, became bolder. Montesquieu questioned absolute monarchy by praising England's equilibrium. Some went further. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, opens with the bold claim, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains," attacking royal and noble privileges. Rousseau believed that sovereignty was with the people, that laws should represent the public will, and that aristocratic titles were illogical. Secret copies of the banned and destroyed book disseminated its ideas quickly. In later works, Diderot focused on colonialism and slavery and suggested that oppressed people should rise up. Raynal and Diderot's popular History of the Two Indies predicts a slave insurrection and the fall of European authority overseas. That conversation exploded. The French crown spanned, censors tried to crush it, but they merely pushed it underground, where it became more appealing. Not all Enlightenment figures were radicals. Many favoured enlightened despotism, which held that a wise and sensible king could reform from power. Voltaire courted Frederick the Great of Prussia and praised Emperor Joseph II of Austria for religious toleration and serfdom reform. Enlightenment influenced French ministers, and nobility included Turgot, who tried to deregulate grain trade and abolish forced labour, and the Marquis de Condorcet, who promoted educational and judicial reforms in aristocratic circles. Britannica.com, Britannica.com. These men attempted internal system reform. In 1780, mild-mannered Louis XVI prohibited torture and interrogations, inspired by Cesare Beccaриa's Enlightenment essay on crimes and punishments. By providing Protestants civil rights in 1787, he advocated immunization and religious tolerance. The monarchy often failed and faced opposition from existing interests. Nobles resisted Turgot's reforms, dismissing him. The church leadership actively opposed privilege reduction. The French Catholic Church was a key Enlightenment target. The church had long ruled education, literature, and dissenters with immense great riches. Philosophers, mostly deists or agnostics, denounced church persecution. Voltaire opposed intolerance, like the Calas scandal, to humble the church. Candide, his satirical tale, attacked religious hypocrisy and other flaws. In Cannabis, Diderot subtly mocked European religious communion by comparing Pacific Islander customs to European religious communion. Baron de Holbach's system of nature atheism depicts priests as deceptive characters who use hell to subjugate people. The words were provocative. The mathematician, philosopher, and liberal nobleman Marquis de Condorcet died in a dismal Bourg-la-Reine jail cell in August of 1794. He fled from the extremist Jacobin regime that called him a traitor. Condorcet, who championed human rights, slavery abolition, and women's suffrage, almost alone among his peers, was now a victim of the revolution he supported. His lifeless body was uncovered by guards. He may have died from disease and exhaustion or from poison he hid when the guillotine approached. The terror's gloom killed one of the Enlightenment's brightest lights. His demise typified the tragic irony that befell many Enlightenment luminaries during the revolutionary storm. Their promised progress had turned on them. As previously mentioned, Lavoisier faced execution despite his claims that his scientific efforts benefited the nation. Madame Geoffrin's daughter saw her salon acquaintances scattered, some executed, as genteel reform conversations gave way to mobs. Even after their deaths in 1793, Voltaire and Rousseau were disputed by revolutionaries, with radicals favouring Rousseau's egalitarianism and moderates Voltaire's tolerance. The Enlightenment inspired the revolution, but the revolution tested it. The French Revolution both upheld and undermined Enlightenment values. On one hand, it formalised many philosophers' essential ideas. Based on Montesquieu, Voltaire, Rousseau and Locke, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, 1789, advocated freedom of speech and religion, equality before the law, and the right to resist injustice. The philosopher's dream of a meritocratic society was realised on August 1789, when feudal privileges and tithes were abolished in one night. The Constitution of 1791 established a constitutional monarchy with a Montesquieu-like division of powers. The Revolution fulfilled Voltaire's calls for toleration by seizing church property in 1790 and awarding full citizenship to Protestants and Jews in 1791. When Louis XVI was guillotined in 1793, Rousseau's vision of popular sovereignty, the people's will above divine right kingship, was most clearly confirmed. However, the revolution's violent, illiberal turn troubled many. The Enlightenment sought to replace tyranny with reasoned conversation, not crowd or one-party power. The Committee of Public Safety murdered thousands of enemies of the revolution during the Reign of Terror, 1793-4, a terrible inversion of Enlightenment ideas. Reason gave way to another frenzy. Under Robespierre, the revolutionaries formed a municipal religion of the Supreme Being and held deistic festivals, a guillotine-enforced version of Rousseau's civil religion. People executed under the guise of reason for being aristocrats or moderate republicans would have horrified Voltaire. The terror exposed an Enlightenment contradiction. The confidence in a single truth, rational or ideological, can lead to tyranny. Philosophers like d'Holbach and Helvetius were as intolerant of religious people as atheists. The revolution showed how abstract enlightenment may become dogmatism. No one shall spread darkness, on pain of death. Many Enlightenment thinkers did not want democracy. Voltaire favoured an enlightened monarch over an uninformed mob. Some intellectuals said early revolutionary assemblies' disarray showed Voltaire was right about the Cannabis rabble. Before his 1784 death, Diderot had become pessimistic, arguing that despotism might only cease when the last monarch was strangled with the last priest's entrails, a dismal hyperbole the revolutionaries half-jokingly repeated. Diderot probably wouldn't have celebrated the 1793 mass guillotining. Philosophers had not solved how to justly implement principles. This gap existed between theory and practice. Enlightenment supporters faced social contradictions. Few addressed women's condition directly, although they promised equality. Though a proponent of democracy, Rousseau believed women should be educated exclusively to please men and stay at home, contrary to Olympe de Gouges and Condorcet, who authored an essay in 1790 advocating for women's political rights. After writing a Declaration of the Rights of Woman, the revolutionary authority guillotined de Gouges. The Enlightenment fraternity had excluded their sisters from universal rights. There was division among Enlightenment views on race and slavery. Some, like Diderot and Condorcet, strongly criticised slavery as against natural law. The 1788 Society of Friends of the Blacks, founded by Enlightenment-influenced men, sought abolition. Others, like Voltaire, criticised the slave trade in the abstract but made racist statements and invested in colonial corporations. Enlightenment, universal human nature battled with pseudoscientific racism, ironically, a consequence of species classification. The revolution abolished slavery in 1794 after a massive slave insurrection in Saint-Domingue, Haiti, but Napoleon reinstalled it. Ideal and reality differed. Relationship between intellect and emotion was another tension. Rousseau noted that humans are not rational, but the Enlightenment praised reason. The revolution showed that passions, anger at injustices, desire for vengeance, hope for glory, drive events more than academic treatises. Romanticism, a 19th century counterattack, accused the Enlightenment of disregarding the heart, tradition and faith. Edmund Burke in England and Joseph de Maistre in France held the philosophes unfairly responsible for the revolution's bloodshed by unmooring society from traditional institutions. They said that the Enlightenment's abstract reasoning had dissolved authority and led to chaos and Napoleon's rule. While this view is debatable, by the early 1800s, the Enlightenment was hailed for the Declaration of Rights and scientific advancement, but also accused of revolution. Long-term, the French Enlightenment left a deep and mostly good influence. It inspired the French, American, and later independence movements worldwide. Many Enlightenment goals were achieved in the 19th century, including the abolition of slavery in European empires, France in 1848, Britain 1833, the spread of public education, the rise of secular states and the reduction of church temporal power, the gradual and uneven expansion of suffrage, and the advancement of science and technology without dogma. The 1948 UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights is based on Enlightenment ideas. Today we echo Voltaire's calls for press and conscience freedom. Governments cite Montesquieu when creating checks and balances. When protesters invoke the will of the people, Rousseau is followed. However, the Enlightenment left more uncertain legacies. The scientific revolution and industrial society were fueled by reason, but romantics and later existentialists criticized it for promoting technocracy and soulless rationality. Westerners defended imperialism as bringing civilization, an attitude oddly at conflict with the Enlightenment's empathy, but facilitated by its aim. Enlightenment secularism allowed diversity to develop, but also left a spiritual hole that 19th and 20th century ideologies and nationalisms strove to fill, not always for the better. After Napoleon's collapse in 1815, France's monarchy re-established church dominance and conservative tendencies. Intellectual life had changed, thus the genie could not be put back. French politics alternated between liberal and conservative in the mid-19th century, but Enlightenment ideas set the standard. Even conservatives had to justify themselves in terms of logical government and national interest, not divine authority. France will officially divorce church and state in 1905, fulfilling the philosophes' aim of a secular republic based on liberté, égalité, fraternité. Enlightenment principles filtered through revolutionary experience. The French Enlightenment did not finish neatly in 1789. The revolution was chaotic and its aftermath complicated. Perhaps that emphasises a last Enlightenment lesson. The movement always understood that human affairs are imperfect and progress zigzags. Diderot observed, "Passions are the only orators that always persuade, conceding that reason doesn't control the world." Later in life, Voltaire tempered his mockery with appeals for steady improvement, not utopia. Even radical Rousseau cautioned that abrupt upheaval could lead to harsher despotism. Many Enlightenment thinkers realized that enlightenment would be a long-term, tense project. Thus, the Enlightenment's twilight transformed rather than ended. People called themselves ideologues or intellectuals instead of philosophes in the 19th century, but they inherited the Enlightenment's realm. Questioning authority, demanding reasoned answers, and claiming individual dignity became entrenched in Western civilization. When we read Voltaire's witty, courageous writings, Rousseau's profound challenges, Diderot's encyclopedic labours, or Condorcet's prescient humanism, we are reminded of the Enlightenment's very human story: salon gatherings and clandestine pamphlets, friendships and feuds, and people risking prison for a pamphlet or exile for a principle. Ideas could overthrow thrones in that age. Its legacy lives on every time an informed public holds a tyrant accountable. A youngster is taught science without superstition, various individuals sit down to talk and debate rather than fight, and we choose light over darkness. The French Enlightenment was truly a turning point in human history. You know that time when you wake up and stumble into the kitchen, still half asleep, and go for your coffee cup like it's a life preserver? So get comfortable with that nice cup of tea or coffee, because we're going to take a slow walk through some of history's most surprising and fun turns. We will delve into the origins of everyday items, and I assure you their tales are far from ordinary. Your toothbrush is probably the first item you touch today, so let's start there. You would imagine that someone sat down one day and carefully planned out this useful gadget, right? Not really. The toothbrush has a history that includes some great ideas, some happy accidents, and some, well, that escalated quickly moments. Imagine this. It's 1498 in China, and someone is having a terrible day because of wild boar bristles. Not for hunting, but for brushing teeth. Yes, the earliest toothbrush was simply a little broom made from the neck hair of wild boars linked to a bamboo handle. Think about how hard it would be to convey it to your dentist today. "Yes, doctor, I've been using high-quality boar bristles on my molars." Just thinking about it makes you appreciate your modern drugstore toothbrush with its gentle bristles and ergonomic grip. But this is where it gets fascinating. It took almost 300 years for that Chinese invention to reach Europe, where it was quickly given the royal treatment. In a literal sense. European nobles thought that boar bristles were too abrasive for their delicate mouths. It seems that even brushing your teeth was a class issue back then. They decided to use horsehair instead. Yes, toothbrushes made of horsehair. Your great-great-great-grandmother might have used what was basically a little horsetail to wash her teeth, the bit that was very funny. In the 1930s, when mass production finally started, the first synthetic bristles were created from nylon. The business that started this revolution, DuPont, named their new product Dr. West's Miracle Tuft Toothbrush. Dr. West must have been delighted that his name would forever be associated with oral hygiene. But did he ever imagine that millions of people would wake up every day with toothpaste froth in their mouths and chant his name? Now that you have envisioned that scenario, let us proceed to examine the mirror in your bathroom. You look at that mirror every morning and sometimes avoid it at night. It has a story that sounds like a medieval thriller combined with a chemistry disaster. For thousands of years, people used polished metals, motionless water, or very polished obsidian to see their reflections. Think about how hard it would be to pluck your eyebrows with a piece of polished bronze. There was a lot of room for error, to put it mildly. Then, in Venice, in the 13th century, someone had a hold my wine moment with silver and molten glass. Venetian glassmakers found that if you covered the back of glass with a thin layer of silver and mercury, yes, mercury, the thing we now know is really poisonous, you could acquire a clear reflection. Venice kept this secret like it was the key to living forever. They enacted regulations that made it illegal for glassmakers to leave the island of Murano. This was the first program in the world to protect businesses from industrial espionage. If you break this law, you could be killed. It appears that Venetians in the Middle Ages were particularly serious about their mirror monopoly. The funny thing, these gorgeous, innovative mirrors were slowly killing everyone who manufactured them. That's what mercury vapor does. It took hundreds of years for someone to find out how to build mirrors without making the workers go crazy. That term isn't just for show. Hatmakers really did go crazy from mercury poisoning. But that's a story for another enjoyable evening. But maybe the best thing about mirror history is how they become more accessible to everyone. In the past, only the very rich could see their own faces clearly. Everyone else saw their reflection in water, or had only a faint concept of what they looked like. When mirrors became cheap, they changed everything from how people dressed to how they saw themselves. Everyone could now see how the new haircut looked, for better or worse. Now that we've put your morning routine in order on our historical timeline, let's head to the kitchen, which is the heart of any home. We're going to start with something so basic that you probably never thought about it before. The fork. Yes, the fork. That four-pronged tool that looks so innocent in your drawer has a very interesting history. For most of history, humans used their hands, knives, and sometimes spoons to eat. People thought that not only was the fork not needed, but it was also disrespectful to God. This isn't a lie. When forks first showed up in the 11th century Byzantine, people were suspicious of them, like they were evil sorcery or really awful poetry. The Catholic Church said they were against God's will since God gave people fingers for a reason, didn't he? Using a fork was like informing God that his plan needed work. The nerve. A Byzantine princess married a Venetian doge and carried her golden forks with her. That was the genuine turning moment. Imagine the wedding reception. The bride is beautifully bringing food to her mouth with these bizarre little pitchforks, and the whole Italian bridal party is staring at her in terror and curiosity. When the princess died young, church leaders smugly said it was God's punishment for her using forks. The Middle Ages best exemplified victim blaming. It took another 600 years, 6 centuries, for forks to be safe to use in Europe. Even then, men fought them off longer than women since forks were thought to be feminine. Think about how insecure you are about your manhood if a small piece of silverware makes you feel bad about yourself. Real men eat with their hands was evidently a popular belief in the 16th century. Let's speak about the simple can opener, now that we've talked about kitchen revolutions. The way this story goes against common sense is so human that it seems like a comic sketch. Imagine this. A British inventor gets a patent for the tin can in 1810. Food preservation is no longer a problem. Families can stock up on food, armies can march farther, and ships can sail longer. What a great idea, right? But no one made a can opener, which is where it becomes really good. People used hammers, chisels, bayonets, and probably a lot of colourful language to open cans for 48 years. The directions on early cans said, cut around the top near the outer edge with a chisel and hammer. You know how you have to be inventive when you can't find a bottle opener? Consider how this method was the official way to open cans for 50 years. The can opener that finally came in 1858 looked like a mix between a bayonet and a torture tool from the Middle Ages. You stabbed the can and sawed around the edge, praying not to cut off a finger in the process. The smooth rotary can opener that really makes the job easier didn't come out until 1870. That's 60 years of fighting about something that should have been fixed a long time ago. But here's what makes this story so human. No one thought to stop making cans for 48 years while they worked out how to open them quickly. They just kept going with hammers and willpower. It's like making the car before you know how to fill it up with gas. Let's discuss the microwave oven now that we're in the kitchen. Its narrative starts with chocolate, radar, and a fortunate accident that makes you believe in serendipity. While working on radar technology for Raytheon in 1945, Percy Spencer saw something strange. While he was standing near a magnetron, the tube that produces microwaves for radar, the chocolate bar in his pocket had melted. A lot of people would have cursed the ruined chocolate and gone on. Hey, what else can this invisible energy cook, Percy Spencer thought. He sampled some popcorn. They went off. He had an egg. It blew up, which undoubtedly gave his co-workers something to talk about at dinner for weeks. Instead of cleaning up the egg mess and acting like nothing happened, Spencer got his company to allow him to build a metal enclosure around a magnetron. The first microwave oven was as big as a fridge, weighed 750 pounds, and cost nearly $70,000 in today's money. It was called the Radar Range, which sounds more like a superhero with a cape than a kitchen appliance. What's funny? No one knew what to do with it. Restaurants tested it, but chefs were not sure about this radiation cooking. When housewives saw the price tag, they chuckled. Microwaves didn't really find their purpose until the 1970s, when countertop models came out. That's when they were useful for reheating pizza and making undesirable food choices at 3 a.m. Let's leave the kitchen and explore your wardrobe, where even the simplest clothes have histories that weave through time. Talking about thread, the button changed how people dress despite its simplicity. Your closet probably has dozens of buttons holding your shirts tight, embellishing your jackets, and occasionally disappearing into the mysterious hole where lost socks and spare coins depart. Buttons weren't always feasible. For their first 3,000 years, they were decorative, like wearing circular-holed jewellery. Ancient cultures fastened their clothes using pins, ties, and belts. Buttons were status insignia, made from precious materials and presented like miniature paintings. Imagine wearing a blouse with buttons worth more than most people's wardrobes. The rich literally wore their fortunes on their sleeves, or fronts. Unfortunately, no one remembers who invented making a slit in fabric and inserting a button through it in 13th century Germany. With the buttonhole, those beautiful discs became useful. Humans connected these links after 3 millennia, which appears clear now. The cultural upheaval that followed made you realise how much we take simple advances for granted. Opportunities exploded in clothing design. Garments may be tighter, more sophisticated fashion. The wealthy might show off their wealth with extravagant button arrangements while remaining useful. Like finding out your decorative candles might light up. The story gets delightfully convoluted when societies were so concerned with buttons that they made laws concerning them. Buttons were covered by sumptuary regulations. In some regions, only nobles could wear gold buttons. Silver was the merchant's limit. Commoners got brass or wood. Your button material determined your social status. Police stopped people on the street and checked their buttons for overdressing. The zipper revolutionized half the population's wardrobe. Like many great innovations, it began as a solution to a different need. Whitcomb Judson watched his back-injured friend struggle to lace up boots in the 1890s. Seeing a problem and thinking, I can fix that, Judson devised the clasp locker, a system of hooks and eyes that could be fastened in one move. He solved the footwear problem, not clothing. Early zippers were mechanical failures. It constantly clogged, broke at inappropriate times and caught neighbouring fabric. A prototype like Judson's took 15 iterations before working. He kept improving it because he was sure he was right. The 1913 mechanism redesign by Gideon Sundback, yes, that was his real name, was the breakthrough. He made a reliable seal that opened effortlessly. However, nobody knew what to do with it. Manufacturers of clothes were unsure. This artificial button and tie replacement sparked popular suspicion. The zipper finds its home in boots. B.F. Goodrich called them zipper because they created a sound on rubber galoshes. Zip. The moniker stuck, the boots sold, and everyone wanted this miraculous fastening technique on everything. The fashion industry first rejected zippers for proper apparel, which is funny. They seem too nonchalant, mechanical, and American. Fashion houses in Europe sniffed. Zippers were good for labour and sportswear, but not stylish. Everything changed in the 1930s. Fashion designers found that invisible zippers could create smooth, crisp lines that buttons couldn't. Elsa Schiaparelli made practical fasteners fashionable by decorating them. Zippers became fashionable and functional. The transition was so dramatic that by the 1960s, A zipper on a dress or jacket was considered trendy and sophisticated. Formerly impolite, the latching system became fashionable. That kind of total reversal makes you question what's unpopular today will be trendy tomorrow. Paper is so ubiquitous we hardly notice it. You likely have dozens of paper products, books, notes, Kleenex, and even a supermarket bill from last week. But paper's rise to popularity is full of accidents, breakthroughs, and human stubbornness that make history fascinating. Before paper, humans wrote on clay tablets and animal skins. Imagine carrying clay tablets for everyday notes. Ancient students undoubtedly developed bodybuilder arms from hauling schoolwork. Egyptian papyrus was an excellent material for writing, but it was also expensive and prone to crumbling unexpectedly. Animal-skinned parchment was sturdy but expensive and time-consuming to make. In 2nd century China, court official Kai Lun struggled with record-keeping. Like a modern government office, the imperial court produced innumerable reports, decrees, and administrative records to record, file, and keep. Clay tablets were unworkable, and parchment was too expensive for daily usage. In a brilliantly practical answer, Kai Lun mashed mulberry bark, hemp, old rags, and fishing nets, mixed the pulp with water, thinned it, and dried it. It was smooth, lightweight, and cheap to make. While solving storage, he devised recycling. This clever approach makes you wonder why nobody thought of it sooner. But here's where the story becomes a study of innovation spread, or not. China kept paper a secret for 500 years. Slowly, trade channels brought the expertise to the Islamic world around 750 CE, when Chinese papermakers were captured in combat and compelled to reveal their methods. It took Europe 400 years to discover paper. Like most new inventions, paper initially met with mistrust, elitism, and dread of change in medieval Europe. European scribes considered paper inferior after a lifetime of parchment preparation and writing. Religious leaders feared this foreign material would degrade crucial papers. Paper contracts were disputed as legally binding. The reaction was so intense that some regions outlawed official documents on paper. It seemed too fragile, unfamiliar, and new. While Europe relied on expensive, time-consuming parchment, the Islamic Eastern China had been printing and making books on paper for generations. The printing press was the tipping point. Gutenberg's breakthrough printing machine requires quantities of cheap, consistent paper. Parchment was too expensive and unpredictable for mass manufacture. Paper was smooth, consistent, and economical enough for most people to buy books. The sticky note is a paper innovation that revolutionized office work. This story is so human in its unintended brilliance that anyone who thinks invention is logical should read it. Spencer Silver worked for 3M in 1968 to create a super strong glue. He invented a solution without a problem, a weak adhesive that could be removed and reused. No doubt it failed. It did not provide sufficient adhesion for permanent applications, nor did it peel off evenly like tape. It was sticky limbo. Silver roamed 3M for 5 years like a puppy evangelist. He showed his weak adhesive to everybody who would listen, confident it was valuable. His co-workers nodded pleasantly and returned to their sticky adhesives. Silver's glue was its most famous solution for looking for a problem. After battling with hymnal bookmarks that kept falling out, 3M co-worker and church choir member Art Fry had the eureka moment in 1974. He wondered, what if I put this on paper bookmarks? During a boring business lecture. Fry's original sticky notes were simple, Silver's adhesive on paper, but they stuck and could be withdrawn without destroying pages. His notes encouraged his co-workers to create their own. Employees at 3M quickly identified new applications, disseminating the concept like a contagious virus. Even at that time, 3M's marketing department failed to grasp the concept. The 1977 sticky note tests in 4 cities were lackluster. People couldn't figure out how to reposition paper squares. Ignorance appeared inevitable for the product. 3M solved the problem by giving away sticky notes instead of explaining them. No explanation was needed as they bombarded Boise offices with free samples. Within weeks, people were addicted. They wrote phone calls, grocery lists, and passive-aggressive professional communications on sticky notes. The rest is office supply history. Sticky notes are so essential to office work that it is difficult to imagine without them. A product used billions of times a day was built on that poor adhesive nobody wanted. Let's explore transportation, starting with the wheel. which is so essential to modern life we hardly notice it. The wheel wasn't invented for transportation, which may surprise you. It was created for pottery. In 3500 BCE Mesopotamia, a potter was bored of hand-turning clay containers and had a brilliant idea. Let the pot turn automatically. The potter's wheel revolutionized ceramics and made perfectly round containers. 3 centuries later, an observer of this spinning disc proposed, "What if we placed a heavy object on it and rolled it?" This line of thought exemplifies a fundamental aspect of human creativity. We initially designed the wheel for crafting elegant bowls before adapting it for the movement of substantial stones. Thinking about it, this is really human. We designed the wheel for beautiful bowls before applying it to hefty stones. It's akin to inventing a smartphone for gaming and then discovering its ability to make calls. After wheels met transportation, the early results were less triumph of human innovation and more comedy of errors. Wheeled vehicles began as solid hardwood discs that weighed almost as much as their cargo. Imagine being the ox pushing a cart with 200-pound wheels. Oxen undoubtedly daydreamed of the days when humans carried their own stuff. Spoked wheels did not appear for another 1,000 years. Someone discovered that solid wood was only needed to connect the rim to the hub. These facts may sound apparent, but engineering insight can change civilizations. Wheels became light, sturdy and efficient enough to change trade. The unequal spread of wheels may be the most humorous part of wheel history. Mesopotamia had wheeled carts, yet the Americas had advanced civilizations without them. While carrying everything on their backs or in canoes, the Aztecs and Mayans built wonderful buildings, devised intricate astrological systems, and created magnificent art. They understood wheels. Aztec kids played with wheels. They looked at wheels for mobility and said, "Nah, we're good." It was a decision, not ignorance. Their terrain was mountainous, their main animal was the llama, which can't pull much, and their roads were for foot transportation. Wheels didn't fit their reality. Change gears, literally, to discuss the bicycle, a creation that illustrates how the most elegant solutions may emerge from the most ludicrous origins. In 1817, German inventor Baron Karl von Drais invented the running machine. Imagine moving your feet to propel a wooden horse with 2 wheels. If asked to build a car, a child might draw it. The running machine was practically useless. You were quicker than walking, but slower than running, and you arrived fatigued from pushing yourself. It temporarily became fashionable among young European men who had nothing better to do than ride wooden contraptions. The 2-wheeled vehicle seemed destined for the seemed like a good idea at the time category for 50 years after the fad fizzled out. French carriage makers had a new idea in the 1860s, add pedals. The original pedal-powered bicycles were called bone shakers, which describes their ride characteristics. Wooden wheels with iron tyres jarred on cobblestones. Riders developed shock-absorbing tactics, creating a unique riding style that resembled interpretative dance and cycling. The revolutionary 1880s safety bicycle, with 2 equal-sized wheels and a chain drive to the back wheel, changed everything. Bikes stopped being novelty goods and medieval torture devices and became utilitarian transportation. It's wonderful that bicycle history democratized mobility. Without horses or carriages, humans could travel long distances rapidly for the first time. Bikes allowed individuals mobility previously reserved for the wealthy or the walking distance crowd. The societal impact was enormous, especially for women. Bicycles gave women independence and mobility that challenged gender norms. Victorian fashion began to crack with the bicycle suit, which allowed women to ride securely. Anthony called the bicycle the freedom machine, and she wasn't exaggerating. The excitement of early bicycle culture was possibly its most attractive aspect. All around, bicycle clubs arose with matching outfits and elaborate group rides. They penned poetry, sang about bikes, and created a culture around them. They bear a resemblance to the online community, albeit with an abundance of fresh air and a higher risk of collapse. Let's explore communication history's snug corner and discover that your smartphone has some odd forefathers. Start with the pencil, which seems basic now but was once a technological marvel. Pencil history reads like a geological thriller and international espionage. In the 1500s, Cumberland shepherds found a curious black material after a storm uprooted a tree. Pure graphite created marks unlike any other charcoal. The English, ever understated, called it black lead, even though it wasn't lead. They instantly understood they'd found something precious. This graphite was ideal for sheep marking, mapping, and writing. Even better, the Cumberland deposit was the sole known source of high-quality graphite. The following scene is so English it could be a Monty Python skit. The government sent armed guards to the graphite mine as a strategic material. They limited mining to 6 weeks each year to control supply. Smugglers sought to steal gold-like graphite. There existed a pencil-lead black market. People were sneaking around at night, risking incarceration to write with better graphite. When they sawed graphite sticks into thin rods and wrapped them in wood to make the first pencils, each one was precious due to tight security. Pencils were heirlooms and luxury items. Your great-great-great-grandfather may have valued pencils over boots. French chemist Nicolas Jacques Conté discovered how to produce graphite from powdered graphite and clay in the late 1700s, ending the pencil monopoly. The English lost their grip on the writing utensil business when anyone could create pencils. On one of the rare occasions, breaking a monopoly improved writing. But here's the charming part. Pencils still confused people once they became widespread. Making erasable marks was innovative. Writing with quill pens and ink meant mistakes were irreversible for centuries. The pencil invented the rough draft sketch, and let me think about this in writing process we take for granted. Time for another communication revolution. The telephone. Many people have recounted Alexander Graham Bell's invention story, yet the fact that no one initially understood it remains timeless. Bell aimed to improve the telegraph by sending numerous messages over one wire. A defective telegraph transmitter accidentally carried Bell's voice, leading to the invention of the telephone. When he showed the phone, folks thought it was magic. They spoke into one end and rushed to the other to see whether their words had crossed the wire. Early telephone demonstrations combined science and vaudeville. Bell's assistants were in other rooms, and audiences gasped when the talking box spoke. People believed that small beings or spirits communicating from the afterlife were inside the phone. Sound travelling over cables seemed mystical, not scientific. The early telephone use was hilarious. Phone talks were awkward in the beginning since there was no etiquette. People would shout into the mouthpiece to communicate over long distances. Some murmured, fearful that the party line could hear their private chats, which it could. The early phone operators were teenage males picked for their speed and energy. The mistake was wonderful. The boys used the switchboard as a playground, pranking callers, connecting them to erroneous numbers, and causing telephone pandemonium. Phone firms shifted to young ladies who were more polite and professional. The telephone operator voice, friendly, accommodating, and efficient, was one of the earliest standardized customer service methods. The way early telephone culture affected social interaction was possibly its most appealing characteristic. You might suddenly talk to someone miles away. Phone calls were scheduled like appointments. Families gathered to listen to phone calls like radio shows. The telephone created unprecedented intimacy over distance. Amazingly, the telephone went from astonishing novelty to critical utility so swiftly. Within a generation, not having a phone signified poverty or traditionalism. The futuristic equipment grew so essential that people couldn't envision existence without it. Every major communication advance that followed adhered to this transformation pattern. Revolutionary technology becomes an everyday necessity, which then evolves into invisible infrastructure. Radio, television, computers, the internet, smartphones, all went from impossible magic to, how did we ever live without this? To early telephone users, your smartphone's potential to connect you to anyone, anywhere, and carry the sum of human knowledge in your pocket appeared like magic. You likely utilize it numerous times each day without recognizing the marvel it represents in your hand. As we finish this leisurely tour of history's most delightfully surprising breakthroughs, let's talk about artificial lighting, which makes nighttime possible. Unbelievably, one of humanity's greatest technological achievements is the ability to read this article at night instead of going to bed. Darkness halted production for most of human history. After sunset, folks retired to bed because they had nothing else to do. Firelight was precious, candles were expensive, and oil lamps were smoky, dull, and disturbingly flammable. Unexpectedly, whale hunting started the revolution. Someone found in the 18th century that sperm whales contained a waxy material called spermaceti that burned brightly and cleanly. Wealthy people could now stay up late. This cost a lot, financially and environmentally. The need for whale oil prompted excessive hunting, destroying whale populations. This historical event exemplifies how solutions can often lead to complications. Whale oil successfully fixed the illumination problem, nearly solving the whale problem forever. Luckily, Scottish shale oil developer James Young discovered how to extract kerosene from petroleum, making it brighter, cleaner and cheaper than whale oil. Young invented paraffin oil, which changed nighttime life. For the first time in history, ordinary folks could afford excellent lighting. After dusk, kids could do homework. Evening activities for adults include reading, sewing and project work. The 8-hour workday was achievable because people could be productive outside of daylight. The incandescent bulb was possibly the most transformative lighting breakthrough, and its origin story shows something beautiful about ingenuity. Thomas Edison is credited with the light bulb, while dozens of other inventors worked on it simultaneously. Edison's skill was in making the concept practical and commercial, rather than simply inventing it. Light from electricity wasn't the big challenge, that had been done previously. Creating a bulb that lasted long enough and cost less than a home was difficult. Before choosing carbonized bamboo, Edison's team tested over 3,000 filament materials. Bamboo! They used the entire periodic table to obtain grass. Edison's stubbornness and method make him endearing. Edison used each bulb failure as data. Unlike other innovators who gave up after minutes, he meticulously documents what didn't work and why in his notebooks. He added, "I haven't failed 1,000 times. I've found 1,000 ways that don't work." Early commercial light bulbs were engineering wonders that lasted 14 hours. That's pitiful today. A bulb that burned steadily for 14 hours without smoke, smell or fire risk was magic to candle and kerosene lamp users. Early electric light users gathered around them like campfires to admire the constant clear light. The societal impact was enormous and immediate. Electric lights lengthened the day, changed entertainment and altered time perception. Restaurants may stay later. Theatres could host evening shows. Students could study after dinner. The daytime schedule loosened. Artificial lighting transformed how we sleep, which is astounding. Humans had performed segmented sleep for millennia, going to bed after sunset, waking up for a few hours of quiet activity, then sleeping until dawn. Sleeplessness is not normal. Artificial lighting eventually helped us consolidate sleep, going to bed later and sleeping all night. What we consider natural is actually a recent adaptation to electric lighting. Your great-great-grandparents may have slept differently. As we finish our pleasant tour through the unexpected origins of ordinary goods, we should consider what these stories teach us about human nature. Every innovation we've discussed, from the toothbrush to the telephone to the light bulb, came from someone thinking, there has to be a better way. The better way often comes from unexpected places, which is charming. The microwave came from radar research. Failures in adhesive experiments produced sticky notes. The invention of the telephone occurred accidentally while upgrading telegraph technology. 2 simple paper clips were rejected. Zippers were too mechanical for fashion, until they reached sophistication. Innovation rarely solves problems directly, as these stories show. It's more like a garden walk, where the best finds often come when we're hunting for something different. The everyday objects we scarcely notice are the result of numerous small improvements, joyful accidents, and determined refusals to accept good enough as good enough. Tonight, while you wash your teeth with synthetic bristles, flip light switches to eliminate darkness, and maybe write a sticky note, realize that you're part of a vast human tradition of making the commonplace extraordinary. Sweet dreams. Born on January 4th, 1643, in Woolsthorpe, Lincolnshire, England, Isaac Newton arrived into the world during a time of great upheaval. The English Civil War was in full swing, and the country was caught between monarchies, republics, and revolution. But Newton's arrival wasn't anything extraordinary. He was born prematurely and was so small and fragile that his mother reportedly said he could have fit inside a small mug. In fact, it's said that Newton was not expected to survive his early days, yet he defied those odds, growing up to become one of the most influential figures in science and mathematics. As a child, Newton's family life was complicated. His father, also named Isaac Newton, passed away 3 months before he was born, leaving his mother, Hannah A. Scow, to raise him alone. Hannah remarried when Newton was 3 years old, and he was sent to live with his maternal grandmother, while his mother moved away with her new husband. This early separation from his mother would have a lasting impact on Newton's emotional development, leading to periods of intense loneliness throughout his life. Despite his emotional struggles, Newton's intellectual gifts began to shine early on. As a young boy, he attended the King's School in Grantham, where he was known for being solitary and deeply engrossed in his studies. In fact, he was not much of a socializer, preferring to read and experiment on his own. It was during these early school years that Newton began to show an aptitude for invention. One of his most famous childhood experiments was creating a small water clock using a round-bottomed flask, which was one of the earliest signs of his curiosity about the physical world. At the age of 12, Newton's mother brought him back to live with her and her new husband in Woolsthorpe. It was at this time that he began his education at Cambridge University, enrolling at Trinity College in 1661. Cambridge was a world away from the rural life Newton had known, but it would serve as the place where he began his extraordinary journey in the world of science. In the first few years at Cambridge, Newton was fascinated by the works of the great scholars of the time, particularly René Descartes, Galileo Galilei, and Johannes Kepler. These men had made groundbreaking contributions to mathematics, physics, and astronomy, and Newton was eager to learn from their ideas. He was particularly drawn to the study of mathematics and soon became obsessed with solving problems in geometry, algebra, and calculus. However, Newton's journey wasn't without its challenges. The world was entering a tumultuous period during Newton's years at Cambridge. The Great Plague of 1665 struck London, causing the university to close temporarily. Newton, like many others, returned home to Woolsthorpe. It was during this time away from Cambridge, in the isolation of the countryside, that Newton's mind truly began to flourish. This period, known as his Annus Mirabilis, or Year of Wonders, was when Newton made some of his most groundbreaking discoveries. He began to develop his theories on calculus, an entirely new field of mathematics that would allow him to understand the behavior of motion and change. The concepts that would later shape his laws of motion and universal gravitation were born during these isolated months. He also worked on optics, conducting experiments with light and prisms, leading to his discovery that white light could be split into the colours of the rainbow. But perhaps the most famous story from this period is the one about the falling apple. According to legend, Newton was sitting in his garden in Woolsthorpe when he saw an apple fall from a tree. This simple observation sparked a profound question in his mind. Why did the apple fall straight down, rather than sideways or in some other direction? This moment of curiosity would lead him to formulate his law of universal gravitation, which states that every mass attracts every other mass in the universe with a force proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. Returning to Cambridge in 1667, Newton's reputation as a mathematician and physicist began to grow. He soon became a fellow at Trinity College, and over the next several years he began to refine his ideas. In 1687, he published his groundbreaking work, Philosophia Naturalis Principia Mathematica, or simply the Principia. In this book, Newton introduced his three laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation. These laws laid the foundation for classical mechanics and transformed the understanding of how the universe works. Newton's first law, often referred to as the law of inertia, states that an object at rest will stay at rest, and an object in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by an external force. His second law relates the force applied to an object to its mass and acceleration, essentially stating that force equals mass times acceleration, F equals ma. Finally, his third law states that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction, a principle that underpins everything from rocket launches to the way we walk. But Newton's work wasn't limited to physics. He was also a brilliant astronomer, and his discoveries in this field changed the way humanity understood the cosmos. Newton's work on gravity not only explained why apples fall, but also explained the motions of celestial bodies. He demonstrated that the same force of gravity that caused an apple to fall to the ground also governed the movements of the planets, moons, and even comets in the sky. This insight would influence the work of astronomers for centuries, most notably Albert Einstein, who built upon Newton's theories with his own theory of relativity. Despite his successes, Newton's personality and life were marked by intense rivalry, particularly with fellow scientist Robert Hooke. The two men clashed over several issues, including the nature of light and the development of calculus. In fact, Newton and Leibniz, a German mathematician, are both credited with independently developing calculus, and the dispute over who invented it first would dominate much of Newton's later life. Newton also faced personal struggles that overshadowed his professional achievements. He was known for his solitary and obsessive nature, often working for days on end without rest, sometimes even forgetting to eat or sleep. He had few close relationships, and his social interactions were limited. He also struggled with periods of paranoia, especially concerning his rivals. Despite all his success, it's said that Newton didn't feel truly content in his later years. As he aged, Newton also grew increasingly involved in the administrative aspects of science. He served as the president of the Royal Society and was a member of Parliament for a time, though he rarely spoke during his time in government. In his final years, Newton turned his attention to alchemy and religious studies, subjects that are less well known but were still important to him. He wrote extensively on biblical chronology and alchemical theories, though these writings were largely unpublished during his lifetime. Isaac Newton died on March 31, 1727, at the age of 84. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, a fitting tribute to a man whose work had fundamentally shaped the world. His tomb, inscribed with a Latin epitaph, honours the incredible mind that unlocked the secrets of the universe. Newton's legacy endures to this day, not only in the fields of mathematics and physics, but also in the very way we understand the natural world. The laws he formulated are still used to this day in everything from engineering to space exploration. His work laid the foundation for much of modern science, and his name has become synonymous with genius. As we reflect on Newton's life, it's clear that his work didn't just influence his own time, but it has rippled through history, shaping the way we understand the universe. But Newton's legacy wasn't built in a vacuum. His ideas were, in part, shaped by the scientific revolution that was unfolding during his lifetime. His works on calculus, light, and gravity weren't just products of his brilliance, but also of a changing world eager for new ways of thinking. In fact, Newton's time at Cambridge was also a time of profound intellectual transformation. The scientific revolution, which had been set in motion by figures like Copernicus, Galileo, and Kepler, was gathering speed. These thinkers had dared to challenge long-held beliefs about the universe, shifting the focus from a geocentric model, where the Earth was the centre of everything, to a heliocentric one, where the Sun was at the centre of the universe. It was within this context that Newton's work on gravity and the laws of motion became revolutionary. He unified the heavens and the Earth under one set of physical laws. Newton's ability to integrate ideas from multiple disciplines, mathematics, physics, and astronomy, was a key element of his genius. But beyond his academic work, Newton's intense focus on his studies meant that he led a life of relative isolation. He never married and had very few close personal relationships. Some say he was a man of great emotional depth, but that his intellectual pursuits often overshadowed his ability to connect with others on a more personal level. It's also worth noting that Newton's work wasn't always received with open arms. His ideas, especially his theories about light and colour, were met with scepticism by some of his contemporaries. Notably, Robert Hooke, an English scientist, became one of Newton's fiercest critics. Hooke's contributions to the understanding of light and elasticity were significant, but Newton's more developed ideas on optics put him in direct conflict with Hooke, creating a rivalry that would last for many years. Newton's battle for intellectual supremacy didn't end there. His dispute with Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz over the invention of calculus was one of the most bitter and drawn-out academic feuds in history. Both men independently developed the theory of calculus, and the ensuing conflict over who deserved credit for it led to years of acrimony. The battle was not just personal, it had a significant impact on the development of mathematics in Europe. Despite these controversies, Newton's work would ultimately be validated by history. By the time of his death in 1727, he had already established himself as one of the foremost intellectual figures of the Western world. His contributions to mathematics, physics, and astronomy became foundational to the development of modern science, and his Principia is still considered one of the greatest works ever published in the history of science. Now, when we think about Newton's lasting legacy, we cannot overlook the sheer scale of his influence on the way we live today. His laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation are still applied in everything from engineering to space exploration. The space missions that carry astronauts and satellites into orbit rely heavily on Newton's work. The trajectory calculations used to send spacecraft to distant planets, such as the Mars rovers, are based on his principles. His equations have been the bedrock upon which countless scientific advancements have been built. And even though Newton's theories on gravity have been refined and expanded upon by later scientists, such as Albert Einstein with his theory of general relativity, the core ideas about the forces that govern motion and the behaviour of celestial bodies are still grounded in Newtonian mechanics. In a sense, Newton's work provides the framework within which later theories are tested and developed. In addition to his scientific contributions, Newton's influence extended into philosophy, religion, and even the political sphere. As president of the Royal Society, he played a significant role in shaping the direction of scientific research in England. Newton's work helped elevate science to a position of great prestige, laying the groundwork for the Enlightenment, a period in history marked by an emphasis on reason, logic, and scientific inquiry. But despite his global fame, Newton remained a man of contradictions. He was intensely private and could be quite bitter towards those who challenged his ideas. He was known to be secretive, often withholding his work until he felt it was perfect, and sometimes even to the point of being paranoid about rivals. There are stories of him working for days on end without sleep, consumed by his theories, losing touch with reality. This obsessive nature also manifested in his work on alchemy and biblical chronology, fields which seem unrelated to his scientific work but were important to him nonetheless. His pursuit of alchemy, for instance, is one of the lesser-known aspects of his life. Alchemy, an ancient practice that combined elements of chemistry, metallurgy, and mystical thought, was a passion of Newton's. He wrote hundreds of thousands of words on the subject, but his alchemical works remained largely unpublished during his lifetime. It's said that he viewed the pursuit of alchemy as a way to unlock deeper truths about the universe, but this side of his personality was overshadowed by his more well-known scientific work. In the realm of religion, Newton spent considerable time studying the Bible, attempting to decode its messages and understand the natural world through a spiritual lens. While many of his contemporaries were devoutly religious, Newton's religious views were a mix of traditional Christianity and personal, unorthodox beliefs. He believed that the natural world was a reflection of God's design, and that studying the laws of nature was a way to understand the divine order of the universe. Newton's later years were marked by a mixture of public service and intense personal reflection. After spending much of his life in academia, Newton was appointed Warden of the Royal Mint in 1696, where he was tasked with reforming England's coinage system. His work in this role was diligent and successful, and he eventually became Master of the Mint, overseeing the minting of all the country's coins. This role added a new layer to Newton's legacy, proving that his skills extended beyond the academic world into the practical affairs of state. When Isaac Newton passed away in 1727, he left behind a legacy that would change the world forever. He had transformed our understanding of the physical universe and set the stage for centuries of scientific progress. His discoveries continue to be celebrated and studied to this day, with his laws of motion and universal gravitation forming the backbone of much of modern physics and engineering. Today, we remember Newton not just as a scientist, but as a symbol of human curiosity and determination. He was a man who sought to understand the fundamental laws of nature, and in doing so, changed the way humanity sees the world. His story is a reminder that one person, no matter how humble their beginnings, can leave an indelible mark on history. As we draw this exploration of Isaac Newton's life to a close, it's important to reflect on the profound impact he has had on the world we live in today. Though centuries have passed since his death, his contributions continue to shape our understanding of the universe. One of the most remarkable aspects of Newton's legacy is how his theories laid the groundwork for much of modern science. His laws of motion, for example, are still foundational to fields like engineering, aerospace, and robotics. Every time a rocket is launched into space, scientists and engineers rely on Newton's understanding of forces and motion to chart its course. His ideas allow us to send satellites to orbit, predict the trajectory of asteroids, and calculate the velocity of objects moving at incredible speeds. Without his work, our modern technological advancements, especially in fields like space exploration, would not have been possible. Even beyond physics, Newton's influence extends to a variety of other disciplines. His work in mathematics led to the development of calculus, a tool that's now used in everything from economics to medicine. Calculus is indispensable in understanding rates of change, making it essential in fields like biology, chemistry, and even social sciences. It's amazing to think that these equations, developed over 3 centuries ago, are still used by scientists, mathematicians, and economists to solve real-world problems. Newton's discoveries about light and optics, too, paved the way for our modern understanding of vision, colour, and even the development of technologies like telescopes and microscopes. His experiments with prisms demonstrated that light is made up of different colours, fundamentally changing our approach to the study of light waves. His theories on optics played a key role in the development of modern physics, and they still inform cutting-edge research in areas like quantum mechanics and wave theory. But Newton's influence isn't confined to the realm of science and mathematics. His work in establishing a more rigorous, methodical approach to inquiry laid the foundations for the scientific method we rely on today. The idea that the universe operates according to predictable, natural laws that can be understood through observation, experimentation, and reasoning is something we take for granted now, but it was revolutionary in Newton's time. We can also see Newton's impact in the way we approach intellectual problems. His relentless drive to solve complex questions, his commitment to challenging the status quo, and his deep curiosity about the world around him have inspired countless individuals throughout history. Newton's life serves as a reminder that sometimes the pursuit of knowledge requires patience, perseverance, and an unshakable belief that there are answers to be found. Yet, for all of his groundbreaking discoveries, Newton's life was far from perfect. He lived in an era that was often hostile to new ideas, and his own struggles with isolation and personal conflict are a testament to the challenges that even the greatest minds face. Newton was deeply introspective, sometimes to the point of obsession. He had a tendency to push people away, focusing all his energy on his work, which left him with few close relationships. Even in his personal life, Newton found that achieving greatness often came at the cost of emotional fulfillment. In many ways, though, Newton's journey can offer us comfort. His story reminds us that greatness is not always defined by ease or popularity. Sometimes, it's the quiet, solitary pursuit of understanding that leads to the most profound discoveries. Newton's legacy teaches us that the road to success is often winding and full of obstacles, but those who stay dedicated to their vision can leave a mark on history. As you reflect on Newton's life tonight, consider how his story connects to your own. We all have our own struggles, and sometimes the world may not understand us right away. But like Newton, we can find solace in our curiosity and passion. We may not discover the laws of motion or unlock the secrets of the cosmos, but we all have something to contribute to the world in our own unique way. And just like Newton, we must embrace the process of discovery, whether it's scientific, personal, or emotional. Every question we ask, every challenge we face, is part of a larger journey, one that connects us to the great minds who have shaped history and the ones who will come after us.
In Lindisfarne, Northumbria, 793, you kneel in the chapel of Lindisfarne Priory at dawn, whispering your usual Latin prayers. Suddenly a distant thunderclap rolls across the clear sky. You pause, lips still. The sound comes again, louder this time, and now you hear panicked shouts outside shattering the morning peace. Brother Aelfric bursts through the oak door, eyes wild. "Raiders, on the shore," he gasps. In an instant, your world overturns. You leap up, heart hammering, and follow him out of the chapel into chaos. At the top of the grassy dune overlooking the priory's beach, you stumble to a halt. The sand, where there was nothing moments ago, draws up long, dragon-prowed ships. Dozens of armed Northmen are swarming ashore. Sunlight glints off iron swords and axes in their fists. They move with a terrifying purpose, spreading across Holy Island akin to a plague. A chill of unreality washes over you. The pagan Vikings of rumour are here, in the flesh, as real as the salt wind on your face. Screams echo from the fields below. A few of the lay brothers working the vegetable gardens try to run, but the strangers are upon them in moments. You watch, paralysed, as a fur-clad raider swings his axe and cleaves Brother Osric's shoulder to the bone. Osric collapses with a scream cut short. Another monk is caught by 2 Vikings, They pinion his arms and drag him toward the shore, ignoring his pleas. You think, God help us, this can't be real, not on this sacred island. They're coming! Inside! Inside! Abbot Edbert bellows from the courtyard. At last your legs unlock. You tear down the slope toward the stone church, sand slipping under your feet. Monks in woolen habits scatter in every direction, some toward the hills, others, like you, toward the only refuge you have, the stout church of St. Cuthbert. You dash through the arched doorway, and several brothers shove the heavy doors closed behind you. Dozens of you huddle in the dim sanctuary, chests heaving. Candlelight flickers over pale, terrified faces. Outside, the guttural shouts of the Vikings grow closer. The wooden doors shudder as the axe blades begin to chop through them. A moment later, the portal splinters apart. Vikings flood into God's house and pandemonium erupts. You are shoved back against a cold stone column as panic and slaughter fill the nave. One invader lunges at a monk near the entrance and splits his skull with an iron sword. Another snatches a golden chalice from the altar, spilling holy wine across the flagstones. A third Viking flips open the enormous Bible and casually rips out its illuminated pages, laughing. You cry out in wordless anguish at this desecration, but your voice is lost in the cacophony. The sacred sanctuary is transformed into a battleground. A wiry Northman with a braided beard grabs you by the robe. He reeks of sweat and seawater. You raise your hands in a feeble plea, but he just bares his teeth and throws you to the floor. Your head strikes the stone tiles and stars explode in your vision. Before you can recover, he pounces on your chest, pinning you. Cold iron presses against your throat as he draws a knife along your neck. In that frozen moment, you glimpse Abbot Eadbert lying by the altar in a pool of blood. His throat cut, his eyes staring lifelessly at the ceiling. The house of prayer is filled with cries of the dying and wails of pain. The Northman snarls something in his harsh tongue and raises his blade. You squeeze your eyes shut and babble a final prayer. Steel flashes. Your prayer dies on your lips as the blade plunges down and everything goes dark. The scene unfolds on the Seine River, on the Frankish coast in 845. You are pulling weeds in your beanfield when the village church bell begins clanging furiously. It is a misty Easter morning, and that bell should be calling the faithful to Mass, not ringing in alarm. You straighten up, dirt on your hands, and see neighbours halting in their fields, heads turned toward the sound. Through the river fog a new sound rises, a deep war horn blast from downstream. Your blood runs cold. Northman! A shout from the hill by Bernashard's goat pasture confirms it. Ships! On the river! Instantly the quiet Frankish hamlet erupts into panic. You drop your basket and sprint for your cottage, heart thudding. Your farm lies exposed on the open floodplain. There are no walls or soldiers to protect it. Rumours have whispered of Viking raids along the coast recently, but you never imagined their dragon-headed boats on your stretch of the Seine. Yet now, through the trees, you glimpse them, long sleek ships with striped sails gliding upriver, carved beasts adorning their prows. By the time you reach your yard, chaos has overtaken the village. Families scream and scatter, snatching up children and whatever belongings they can carry. You nearly collide with your wife as she rushes out of your cottage with your 2 young daughters clinging to her skirts. Into the woods, you pant, grabbing the girl's hands. The only hope is to hide in the oak forest beyond the fields. Together, you sprint across the furrows toward the tree line. Your littlest daughter wails in confusion. You scoop her into your arms and push onward. Behind you rises a cacophony of terror. The war horn blares again, and now you hear the blood-chilling howl of the Viking battle cry echoing down the Seine. As you reach the first trees, a handful of your braver neighbours rush in the opposite direction, clutching rusty swords and wood axes. They are determined to protect their homes at all costs. Every instinct tells you to protect your farm, but one look at your wife's terrified face propels you deeper into the underbrush. You cannot leave them. Not now. Suddenly, a burly shape crashes through the brush ahead. A Viking scout steps into your path, grey eyes locking on you. He hefts a spear, and you shove your family behind you, raising your only weapon, a simple sickle, with trembling hands. The Northman's lips curl in a wolfish grin. He hurls his spear. You twist aside, but the iron head slashes a fiery gash across your upper arm. You cry out. Before the Viking can draw his sword, you charge at him with a desperate yell, swinging your sickle. He bats aside your feeble strike and backhands you with his free arm. The blow crashes into your jaw like a mallet. The forest tilts, you hit the ground hard, tasting blood. Dazed, you lift your head. Your wife is trying to escape with the kids, but more Northmen are coming from the trees. "No, please," you croak, reaching out as two Vikings seize her by the hair and drag your daughters from her arms. You wrench yourself up on one elbow, but a booted foot slams between your shoulder blades, crushing you to the dirt. A Norse warrior growls something above you. You catch only the word for slave. Rough hands yank your arms behind you and bind your wrists with coarse rope. Your village is tearing itself apart all around you. Smoke rises be. Your wife is trying to escape with the kids, but more Northmen are coming from the trees. Down. A few moments later, a Viking herds you and a dozen other captives toward the river. A Viking yanks you along by a rope around your neck. Your wife and children are nowhere in sight. Taken, dead, who knows? Hot tears of pain and rage blur your vision, but a powerful yank on the tether forces you onward. On the bank, the Northmen are already loading prisoners and plunder onto their boats. 3 other sobbing villagers shove you aboard and chain you by the ankle. As the oars begin to pull and the Frankish shore recedes, you collapse against the hull. Everything you ever loved is gone. The Vikings did not just raid your farm, they have destroyed your life. You close your eyes, trembling with silent grief. Easter morning sunlight glitters on the river, but for you no resurrection will come, only the endless darkness of slavery. This story takes place in Ireland during the 9th century. You stand atop the wooden rampart of your husband's dune fort, and watch in dread as dark sails dot the morning horizon. The mid-morning sun glints off the waves, revealing 3 Viking longships heading up the coast toward your lands. A messenger had arrived at dawn with dire news. The Northmen sacked a monastery down a river at Clonfert, and their ships were spotted in your kingdom's waters. The war horns are now echoing along the cliffs. The Vikings are coming. Below you in the courtyard, your household warriors rush to arm themselves. Men snatch spears and shields from racks, shouting to each other and offering quick prayers to God. You clutch the wooden railing, knuckles white. Your husband, Lord Eorl, is in the yard pulling on his helmet. He catches your eye for a brief moment and tries to muster a reassuring smile, but you both know what these invaders do. You have heard tales of their cruelty. Last winter, refugees from the north told of nuns violated and monks slaughtered when the Northmen attacked Armagh's sacred sites. Lord Eorl barks orders, and 24 mounted warriors gallop out through the gate to confront the enemy on the beach. The remaining defenders stay to man the fort's palisade. You send up a silent prayer for your husband and kinsmen as their war cries fade toward the surf. Minutes later, distant screams and the clash of metal carry on the sea breeze. You pace along the rampart, heart in your throat. The sounds of battle die out, and for a moment there is eerie silence. Suddenly, a lone figure, one of your warriors, comes sprinting over the sandy ridge toward the fort. His tunic is soaked in blood. "Close the gate!" he shrieks, eyes bulging with panic. Behind him, a mob of Vikings appears, pursuing like wolves on the hunt. The fort's captain curses and orders the gates barred, but even as your men shove the oak portal, the first Northman rams into it from outside. A desperate struggle ensues at the sallyport. Spears thrust through the gap, axes hacking. The defender's courage falters when a massive Viking forces the gate ajar and cuts down a guard in a single stroke. Within seconds, the enemy swarm inside. Screams fill the yard. You stumble back from the rampart as chaos engulfs the fort. The surviving guards and servants, horribly outnumbered, throw down their weapons or try to flee. A hulking Viking with an iron helmet and braided blonde beard strides past the bodies toward the keep. He kicks open the doors of your hall. You are still on the steps when he spots you. His hard eyes flick over your silk dress and the gold brooch at your shoulder, marking you as a noblewoman. "Take her," he grunts to 2 of his men. You step backward, trembling with rage and fear. "I am Lady Muireann of the Wee Nail. We can pay ransom," you cry, trying to sound commanding. One of the Vikings answers by swinging the back of his axe into your guardsman's skull as if swatting a fly. Blood splashes your gown. You scream. An instant later, the blonde giant closes the distance and strikes you across the face with a mailed hand. The world flashes white. You find yourself sprawled on the ground, ears ringing. Before you can move, 2 Vikings haul you up by your arms. One roughly yanks off your jewelled brooch and belt. The other binds your wrists with rawhide. Around you, the courtyard is a nightmare made real. Your husband's corpse lies in the gateway, nearly beheaded. Flames consume the thatched roof of the chapel. All around the fort lie the bodies of those who tried to defend it. The stable boy, the cook, and even the old bard who were cut down without mercy. Hot tears of anger fill your eyes. With a surge of defiance, you spit at the Viking chief's face as he approaches. A hush falls over the raiders. The blonde giant wipes your spittle from his cheek, then grabs you by the throat. Effortlessly, he lifts you until only your toes scrape the bloody mud. You gag, the edges of your vision dimming. He holds you there, face to face, until your defiance crumbles into choking desperation. Finally, he releases his grip and you drop to your knees, coughing. The onlookers chuckle. Ropes are leashed around your neck and the necks of a handful of other captives, mostly young women who survived the slaughter. You are herded downhill like cattle. Your beloved Doon, once a proud seat of Gaelic power, is now a smouldering ruin littered with the dead. As the Vikings march you to their boats bobbing in the bay, you stumble in shock, barely feeling the pebbles under your bare feet. They shove you up a plank onto a ship's deck. All around you, Northmen cheer at their haul. Coins, chalices, fine clothes, horses, and half a dozen sobbing prisoners. The ship pushes off under the afternoon sun. As oars beat the water, you watch your homeland recede. Black smoke clings to the sky from your burning hull. You resist the urge to scream as you bite down on the gag they force between your teeth. They have taken everything and everyone you love and enslaved them. You try to pray, but no comfort comes. Only the creak of the oars and the jeers of your captors answer your silent pleas. The gentle hills of Eire fade from view, and you realize with crushing despair that you will never set foot on your native soil again. You are bound for an unknown fate across the sea, just another piece of plunder in the Vikings' haul. Furthermore, in Courland on the Baltic coast in 854, sound the horn, the Sphere are coming. The shout carries across your Baltic seaside village as dawn lightens the sky. You snatch up your spear and race from your hut, heart pounding. From the cliff top you see them, a fleet of longships with striped sails crowding the bay. Olaf, the Swedish king, has returned. A year after your people drove off his Danish allies in a previous raid. This time he's brought a much larger force, dozens of ships, hundreds of warriors. A chill knot of fear forms in your gut. Despite being fierce pirates themselves, the Curonians vastly outnumber you today. Around you, villagers scream and scramble. Men grab weapons, mothers hastily usher children toward the woods inland. You spot your younger brother throwing a sack of grain onto an ox cart where your mother and little nieces huddle. He's preparing to evacuate the family. You clasp his arm and thrust your hunting knife into his hand. Go! Get them to the marshes. Go! You urge. He hesitates, hairs in his eyes. Neither of you wants to part. A distant blast of the enemy's horn jolts him into action. With a crack of the reins, he drives the cart toward the forest as fast as the ox can pull it. You send a brief prayer to Pecunus, god of thunder, to guard them and to give you strength now. Inside the timber fort that crowns the hill, the remaining men form up. You join a knot of stout farmers and fishermen on the palisade, spear and bow in hand. Your father, the militia chief, limps past, wounded in last year's battle, shouting final orders. Down the slope, the first wave of Sphere Vikings lands on the beach. Tall figures in mail and helmets advance in disciplined lines behind a wall of shields. Their war leader, likely King Olaf himself, marches at the front in a blue cloak, his sword raised. The ragged handful of Curonian defenders around you exchange nervous glances. This will undoubtedly be a battle to the end. With a thunder of boots, the Viking host charges up the hillside toward your walls. "Loose arrows!" someone cries. You raise your bow and let fly. The sky darkens with a brief volley from your side. A few of the enemy fall, pierced by lucky shots, but an answering storm of arrows whistles back at once. A barbed shaft thuds into the throat of the man beside you. He gurgles and collapses from the rampart. A sling stone smashes into your wooden shield with a heavy, the sound of a crack nearly knocks the object from your grip. Before you can blink, the Sphere are at the ditch, hurling grappling hooks and axes. The palisade shudders as dozens of blades chop and pry at the logs. "They've breached the gate! Fall back!" comes a scream from your right. You spin to see the main gate hanging in splinters and Vikings pouring through the gap. Your father hurls a spear into an onrushing raider, but a Nordic axe hacks into his side and he goes down with a cry. Rage and panic surge through you. You've lost control of the walls. Back to the keep! You bellow, helping your wounded father to his feet. A handful of you retreat from the rampart, sprinting toward the old stone storehouse at the fort's centre, the closest thing to shelter remaining. The Swedes flood into the courtyard unopposed. You half drag, half carry your father toward the storehouse doorway. A glance over your shoulder reveals utter carnage. Our Curonian warriors are being butchered where they stand. The blacksmith Irma swings his axe desperately, but 3 Vikings set upon him at once, swords flashing. He falls in a spray of blood. Others drop their weapons and beg for quarter, only to be cut down without mercy. We have completed the fort. Just steps from the storehouse, a powerful blow from behind knocks you sprawling. A red-bearded Viking looms over you. He had sprinted silently behind and struck you with a club. Your spear falls from your hands. You roll onto your back, gasping in pain. The Redbeard snarls something you don't understand and raises his sword to end you. Behind him, through the haze of smoke and dust, you see a knot of Viking warriors forcing the last few captives, including a wounded, sobbing boy, to their knees at sword point. You know it's over for your village. The Viking's blade pauses in the air as he notices your fierce, unyielding glare. For an instant you see uncertainty in his eyes. Perhaps he expected pleading. Summoning your last strength, you spit a curse at him in your native tongue. The Redbeard's face hardens. With a swift, brutal stroke, his sword falls. Searing pain cleaves your skull. The world bursts into blinding light and agony, and then immediately fades to black. As your lifeblood seeps into the soil of your homeland, the last feeling you experience is a grim sense of satisfaction. You did not beg. The Northmen may have razed your village and enslaved your kin, but you would sooner die than live under their boot, and so you have. You crouch behind a stack of furs in the riverside market stall near Novgorod, Eastern Europe in 860, heart hammering against your ribs. Outside, by the wharf on the Volkhov River, frustrated voices erupt into screams. The Varangian Rus have come to Novgorod's trade post again, and this time they aren't leaving peacefully. Your people have been paying tribute in the form of goods and silver to these Rus Vikings for years, and it was never enough. Today their chieftain arrived with dozens of warriors and demanded double the usual tribute. You watched from a distance as the elders humbly offered furs, honey and a chest of silver coins, hoping to appease the Northmen. The Varangian leader only sneered. He even demanded 50 young men as slaves. At that, the pretense of negotiation shattered. An axe lodged in the skull of one brash merchant, who immediately shouted in protest. An uproar ensued. Now the air is filled with panicked shouts and the clash of steel. From your hiding spot, you peek out. A flaxen-haired Viking smashes a pottery stall with his shield, sending shards flying and the potter scurrying. Across the way, another Norseman overturns a wagon of grain, laughing as it spills. Your precious wares, fine winter furs and carved walrus ivory, are likely lost to pillage, but that is the least of your worries. You grip a long skinning knife, the only weapon at hand. It's almost useless against fully armed raiders, but you refuse to surrender without a fight. A spear suddenly flies overhead and impales a fleeing neighbour just beyond your stall. The man collapses with a gurgling scream. You bite your fist to stifle a whimper. "Round up the rest!" a Varangian warrior barks in his tongue. You understand a little of it. 2 merchants sprint past your shelter, making a break for the tree line, but they don't get far. One is skewered by a thrown spear, the other is run down by a red-bearded Russ who slams him to the ground and clubs him senseless with the butt of an axe. Your mind races. Perhaps you can slip away along the riverbank amid the chaos. If only you can reach your boat. Gathering your courage, you clutch your knife and prepare to bolt. You rise, and a pair of iron hands seize you from behind. Ha! Hiding like a rat. A hulking Varangian in a wolfskin cloak hauls you out into the open by your tunic. You slash desperately with your knife, but he catches your wrist with contemptuous ease and twists until the blade drops from your numb fingers. "Let go of me!" you snarl in Slavonic, kicking at his shin. In response, the Viking drives his knee into your stomach. All air rushes from your lungs. You double over, gagging. Rough laughter rings out. The wolf-cloaked warrior forces you to your knees. Another Northman strides over with a length of rope. Working efficiently, they bind your wrists behind you and loop another cord around your neck. You dimly realise that they are also tying up other survivors, including a few young women and 2 wounded elders elsewhere in the market. They will soon herd you and a line of captives toward the longships that are waiting. A rope around your neck links you to the prisoner ahead. Your cheeks burn with humiliation and fury. But when a Varangian jerks hard on the tether, you stumble forward without resistance. Your town headman, an old friend of your father's, sobs pitifully as he's dragged along beside you. He begs the Vikings in broken Norse to spare his family. The chieftain ignores him, casually wiping blood from his sword. At the riverbank, the Northmen shove you and the others onto their boats amid piles of plunder. The Northmen force you to sit on the deck, tying your wrists and neck to a ring by the mast. Within minutes, the oarsmen push off and the current carries you away from the smoking ruins of your marketplace. As the ship turns downriver, you catch a final glimpse of Novgorod's wooden ramparts receding into the morning mist. Hot tears blur your eyes. You've heard what comes next. The Varangians will take you east to sell in the slave markets of the Greeks or Arabs. Perhaps that will be your fate, sold far from home, never to return. A blonde Viking guarding the captives notices your tears. He smirks and mockingly pats your cheek as one would a child. You stare at him with hate so intense it scares even you, but your defiance only amuses him. With a shrug, he turns away to count the silver coins piled at his feet. You sit in stunned silence as the boat carries you into the unknown. In your mind, you see an image of your wife and young son, as they were this morning, waving goodbye when you left for market. Are they alive? Will you ever see them again? A sob escapes before you can choke it back. The Northman's laughter echoes across the water, and you silently curse the gods for abandoning you to these wolves. You realise that your life as a free man in Russ's land is over. You are now just human cargo, another soul enslaved beneath an endless foreign sky. Anglo-Saxon England, 871. The ground shakes under the onrush of the enemy horde. From your position atop the timber palisade, you see them coming across the fields, hundreds of Danish warriors advancing in a solid shield wall. You swallow against the terror rising in your throat. Wessex has mustered every able man to defend this town, and still the Northmen outnumber you. Their battle cries carry over the morning breeze as they close in. You tighten your sweaty grip on your spear. Lord Ethelred's banner, a golden dragon on red, flutters above the gate, a hopeful token. But today, you will have to make a stand against the powerful Viking army. All night we laboured, and still they come, mutters Osric beside you, hefting his axe. It's true, you and the townsfolk spent the dark hours reinforcing these crude walls with wagons and debris. The women, children and elderly have been packed into the stout stone church at the town centre, the only building likely to withstand an assault. You send a quick prayer heavenward for your wife among them. If the Danes break through, that church will be their last refuge, and perhaps a tomb. You force the thought away and refocus on the enemy. There was a sudden blast of a horn. Arrows suddenly whistle out from the Viking line. "Shields up!" you shout, raising your wooden shield overhead. A black feathered arrow slams into it with a jarring thud. A heartbeat later, a javelin impales the comrade to your left. He slumps with a strangled groan. On your right, another Saxon's shield is shattered by a slung stone, staggering him. As you brace yourself, the Danes suddenly appear at the ditch, their roars akin to those of beasts. Axes bite into the palisade timbers with furious force. The whole wall quivers under the onslaught. You jab your spear downward through a gap. Below, a wild-bearded raider is chopping madly at the logs. Before you can strike him, the palisade buckles. "They're through! Fall back!" someone screams behind you. You whirl. The main gate has been smashed open. The Vikings inundate the town with a torrent of steel and rage. "Retreat to the church!" comes the order. You fly down the ladder, along with the few still living defenders, and sprint toward the stone church at the centre of town. Around you, all is bedlam. Panicked villagers clog the muddy street, fleeing for their lives. A woman carrying a baby runs right into a Danish axeman emerging from an alley. His blade flashes, and she drops in a spray of blood, the infant wailing beside her corpse. Flames crackle. One of the thatched roofs is ablaze, pouring kabuk into the morning sky. Gasping, you reach the churchyard just as the last survivors shove their way inside. "In! In!" you shout, practically throwing a wounded old bowman through the door. The heavy oak doors boom shut a second later. Dim, dusty candlelight illuminates the packed sanctuary. Terrified faces of women and children, a few bloodied men from the wall, all huddled together. The stout doors shudder under blows from outside. You plant your feet among a half-dozen others, forming a ragged line at the entrance. You grip your spear with both hands. There is nowhere else to run. With a splintering crack, the church doors explode inward. A massive fur-cloaked Dane barges through, shield first. You and two others thrust your spears. One pierces his thigh. The Viking roars in pain as he falls, but more push into the breach, dark shapes flooding the sacred space. Northman lunges at you, swinging a sword. You parry with your spears halved, but the force shears it in two. He raises his weapon for a killing blow when Osric, your neighbour, tackles him from the side. They crash to the floor, grappling. You seize the jagged broken end of your spear and stab it into another Viking's belly as he rushes past. The invader collapses, shrieking. All around the church, brutal close quarters combat rages. Pew benches overturn, screams and the clash of steel echo against stone walls. A Viking axe cleaves into old Father Wilfred, who is clutching a processional cross. He drops without a sound. Near the altar, two Danes corner a cluster of cowering children. You see one raise his sword and a small boy crumples, blood spreading across the flagstones. The scene is hellish. A wild slash catches you across the side. White-hot pain sears your ribs. You cry out and fall against the altar, blood soaking your torn tunic. The big Dane with the fur cloak looms over you now, recovered from the earlier spear wound and bent on revenge. He lifts his two-handed sword, eyes alight with triumph. You know you are about to die. Summoning one last surge of strength, you lock eyes with him and snarl, ungodly heathen, as defiantly as your trembling voice allows. The Dane hesitates, momentarily surprised by your boldness. That's when a thrown axe whirls out of the smoky air and buries itself in his back. The Viking's eyes bulge, he topples forward and crashes at your feet. Through swimming vision, you perceive Lord Alfred's red dragon banner suddenly amidst the melee. Saxon warriors pour into the church through the shattered doorway, yelling war cries of Wessex. Reinforcements. By some miracle, they arrived in time. The remaining Vikings, caught by surprise, falter and then break under the fresh assault. "Drive them out!" a familiar voice, your cousin Cuthbert's, bellows over the din. Within moments, the Northmen are fleeing back the way they came, cut down as they scramble through the doors. It's over. We have defeated them. You slump against the altar, vision blurred with tears of relief and pain. Despite all the odds, you have managed to survive this terrifying dawn. Alive, you slide down to sit on the blood-slick floor. All around are mingled sobs of joy and mourning, victory at dreadful cost. Cuthbert rushes to your side and presses a cloth to your bleeding wound. "Hold on, cousin," he urges. You manage a faint smile. Outside, the Viking war horn sounds a retreat. Alfred's men shout in triumph atop the battered walls. Your town still stands. Despite being battered, burned, and littered with the dead, your town remains unconquered. As Cuthbert helps you to your feet, you gaze over the carnage inside the church and feel both grief and gratitude. The Danes will return, you know they will, and more blood will be shed. But not today. Today, by the grace of God, you have witnessed the impossible. The enormous Viking army in flight. You have survived a Viking raid, scarred, exhausted, half in shock, but alive. The final scenario in the aftermath, Enslaved, takes place in the 9th century. You awaken before dawn to the tug of the iron collar around your neck. You begin yet another day in servitude. Slowly you push yourself up from the straw on the firm clay floor of the barn. Every muscle aches. Years of back-breaking toil under the Norsemen have left your body knotted with pain. You move carefully so as not to rattle the short chain attached to your collar. The household still sleeps, and you dare not wake your masters. Grey, pre-dawn light seeps in through the wooden slats. You are a thrall, a slave in this Viking farming village far from your homeland. The cold iron ring riveted around your throat is the permanent mark of your bondage. Reaching up, you touch the metal collar and remember the day it was forged in place by your captors. Your hair is raggedly shorn, cut short as another sign of your servitude. Once you were a proud, free person with a family, land and hope for the future. Now you are property. Outside, roosters begin to crow. Your heart jumps. You must be at your chores before the Norse household awakens, or risk a beating. You shuffle out of the barn on bare feet. The morning air is damp and chill. As you hurry across the yard toward the well, two dark shapes suddenly sprint toward you, the guard dogs. You freeze, eyes down, and extend your empty hands. The dogs sniff and circle, then trot away. They recognize your scent by now. Still, your pulse races. You've seen those hounds tear into runaway slaves before. By first light,
You're hauling water from the well to the longhouse. The routine of labour gives you a fragile sense of order. You fill the trough for the livestock one bucket at a time. Next you lug armfuls of firewood inside to rekindle the hearth. Your hands are a landscape of scars, burns and calluses. Hard work has become your only constant. At times, you almost forget there was ever a life before it. Almost. While gathering kindling, you catch sight of your reflection in a puddle outside the kitchen shed. A gaunt, hollow-eyed face stares back, barely recognisable as you. Unbidden, memories flood in. You see the day of your village's fall, flaming roofs, screaming loved ones, and sword-wielding figures storming through the chaos. Your knees buckle, and you grip the shed wall to steady yourself. Last night was the same as every night, haunted by nightmares of the raid. You relive the moment you were spared, if this existence can be called being spared, the moment a Viking shoved you into a chain instead of cutting you down. Awake, you can push these thoughts aside while you labour, but in sleep you see your family's faces again. You hear your little son's cry as the Northmen drag him from your arms. You smell the blood and smoke. A sharp voice jolts you from your reverie. "Get moving, thrall," snaps Astrid, the farmer's wife, emerging from the longhouse with a clay pitcher. You cringe and lower your gaze. "Yes, mistress," you respond in Norse. Scurrying to hold the door open for her, she shoves the pitcher into your hands. "Fetch fresh water and be quick," she growls. You bow your head and rush back to the well, clutching the pitcher tightly to hide the tremor in your fingers. Even after 5 years of slavery, that tone of contempt still burns as hot as ever. Tears prick your eyes as you wind the well rope. You blink them away fiercely. A thrall's life depends on his master's goodwill. You've learned to show no hint of anger or grief, but inside your soul roils. Drawing up the heavy bucket, you mouth a silent prayer in your native tongue. To God? Are you praying to the old gods? You're no longer sure. You pray for strength to endure this living death, or the mercy of a quicker end. The sun crests the horizon, golden light spilling over the farm. You pause a moment, squinting toward the eastern glow. In your old life, sunrise meant warmth and promise. Now it just marks another day of chains. Still feeling the sun's rays on your face revives something in you, a distant memory of freedom. For a heartbeat, you recall walking your fields at dawn, your little boy on your shoulders. The ache of loss nearly doubles you over. A bitter truth sears your mind. The person you had died on the day of the Viking raid. A distant laugh from the longhouse shakes you back to reality. Your masters are awake. Shoulders hunched, you hoist the pitcher and hurry to serve them. As you shuffle inside to pour Astrid's morning ale, she wrinkles her nose. "You stink of sweat," she says, waving you off. "When you're done here, wash yourself. I won't have guests smelling a filthy thrall." You nod obediently and retreat. Shame creeps over you, but also a spark of something else. Indignation. Filthy? You spend hours each day scrubbing their floors and laundering their clothes. When would you even wash yourself? But you swallow the retort. A thrall with pride is a thrall with a death wish. Outside, you dutifully ladle water over your body at the trough. The icy splash makes you shiver. You stare down at the muddy ground and realise you feel nothing. None of the fire that once filled your heart. The Vikings took everything from you. They even took the person you used to be. In his place stands this empty shell performing tasks on command. Perhaps it would have been better to have died fighting like so many others. Perhaps you are the unlucky one for surviving. Hot tears well up and fall into the dirt. You allow yourself a few ragged breaths of sorrow under the morning sun, which by now hangs bright in the sky. Then you inhale, wipe your eyes, and gather the buckets for the next chore. As you hoist the yoke onto your shoulders, you catch a glimpse of the distant sea glittering beyond the cliffs. For one moment, a flicker of resolve cuts through your despair. One day, you think, one day I'll be free again. The thought is gone almost before it formed, chased away by years of brutal reality, but it lingers in your chest like an ember under ash. A harsh shout from the smokehouse jolts you back to duty. You lower your head and carry on with your burdens in the yard. This is your world now. Fear, toil and memories that hurt more than any whip. In a way, your captors did not spare your life at all, they simply claimed it. And so you labour on, a survivor in the Vikings' wake, living day to day in a fate worse than death. The Cuban Missile Crisis didn't arise in a vacuum. It was the culmination of years of Cold War tensions, a time when the world seemed to teeter on the edge of uncertainty. Imagine, for a moment, the quiet hum of the post-war era giving way to the slow, steady march of ideological rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union. This rivalry, like a deep and resonant drumbeat, echoed across the globe, shaping the landscapes of diplomacy and conflict alike. The United States, with its vision of democracy, and the Soviet Union, determined to spread communism, found themselves locked in a careful and delicate dance, their every move calculated, every gesture weighted with significance. By the early 1960s, this struggle had already seen pivotal moments, like the Berlin blockade and the Korean War, leaving an enduring imprint on the hearts and minds of millions. Then came 1959, a turning point that brought Cuba into sharp focus. The Cuban Revolution swept through the island like a soft but unrelenting wind, carrying Fidel Castro to power and replacing the Batista regime. Under Castro, Cuba aligned itself with the Soviet Union, transforming into a communist stronghold just 90 miles from American shores, a distance so short it might as well have been a whisper across the ocean. This proximity brought with it a quiet but undeniable unease, a tension that settled in the minds of US leaders like a lingering shadow. The hum of covert operations soon followed, culminating in the failed Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961. This misstep, like a ripple in still water, spread embarrassment for the Kennedy administration and deepened the chasm of mistrust between the US and Cuba. At the same time, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev, ever watchful and calculating, saw an opportunity to exploit this growing divide. He began to weave a plan that would take full advantage of Cuba's location, creating a web of uncertainty and anticipation that seemed to stretch endlessly across the calm skies. As we linger in this moment of reflection, picture a world on edge yet still wrapped in quiet resolve. Let these images and thoughts drift gently through your mind, like leaves carried by a slow, steady current. The stage was set, each thread of tension delicately placed, weaving the intricate fabric of what would soon become one of the most dramatic and perilous moments in modern history. In the quiet skies of October 14th, 1962, something extraordinary unfolded, something that would ripple through time like a soft, endless wave. High above the peaceful landscapes of Cuba, an American U-2 reconnaissance plane glided effortlessly, its sleek form cutting through the stillness of the heavens. From its vantage point, the plane captured a series of photographs, silent yet profound, revealing a truth that would shake the world. Soviet missile sites, nestled discreetly amidst the lush and tranquil countryside, were under construction. These were no ordinary missiles. Their presence was like a whisper of something immense and dangerous, carrying with them the potential for devastation. Capable of reaching the heart of the United States within mere moments, these medium and intermediate range ballistic missiles carried the weight of a silent, looming threat. The images, delicate and unassuming, were swiftly brought back to Washington, where they were met with a storm of hushed urgency and careful deliberation. Picture the scene as President John F. Kennedy and his advisors gathered in the stillness of the White House. The room was heavy with the quiet murmur of voices, each one low and deliberate as the photographs were laid out like puzzle pieces on a smooth, polished table. The gravity of the discovery hung in the air, a presence as tangible as the tick of a distant clock. Each second stretched, slow and steady, like the rhythm of a deep and calming breath. As the advisors spoke, their words mingled with the ambient quiet, and the room seemed to hold its breath. It became clear that this was not just a military challenge, but a profound shift in the balance of power. The missiles in Cuba mirrored the US's own installations in Turkey, creating a precarious symmetry of threat that deepened the unease. This delicate balance, like a tightrope suspended above a chasm, demanded extraordinary care and calm. For a moment, close your eyes and imagine the scene. The soft rustle of papers, the distant hum of voices, and the unspoken tension that lingers in the air like a gentle mist. This was a time of reflection,
a time when the world seemed poised on the edge of a decision that could change everything. Yet, amidst the tension, there was also a stillness, a fragile sense of order holding back the chaos beyond. As the president and his team weighed their options, the choices before them seemed infinite, like waves rolling gently onto a shore. Diplomacy, military action, or something in between, each decision carried the weight of an uncertain future. But for now, in this moment, let these thoughts settle, like leaves falling softly to the ground, as the story gently unfolds further into the night. In the days that followed the discover, the world seemed to move in slow motion, each moment drawn out as though the air itself had grown thicker, heavier. President Kennedy and his advisors, the Executive Committee of the National Security Council, often referred to as ExComm, met repeatedly in the quiet, reflective halls of the White House. Their discussions, careful and deliberate, centered on one pressing question: how to respond to this grave discovery. The choices before them were as weighty as the stillness that filled the room. One option was a military strike to destroy the missile sites, swift and decisive. Another was a full-scale invasion of Cuba, an action that would surely provoke a direct confrontation with the Soviet Union. But even as these strategies were considered, their risks loomed large, like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. A misstep could spark the very thing they all feared: a nuclear war that might engulf the world in unimaginable devastation. Amid the tense deliberations, a third option emerged, one that seemed to offer a chance for resolution without immediate violence: a naval quarantine of Cuba. This option, though less aggressive, was no less bold. By establishing a blockade to prevent further delivery of Soviet missiles and military equipment to the island, the United States could demonstrate its resolve while leaving room for diplomacy to take hold. The term quarantine was chosen carefully, softer than blockade, to avoid the suggestion of an act of war. Picture, if you will, the long pauses between words as the advisors weighed this plan. Their voices, low and measured, filled the space like the gentle lapping of waves against a shore. The room, dimly lit and hushed, seemed to hold its breath as the implications of the quarantine began to crystallize. Would it be enough to deter the Soviets, or would it provoke them into escalating the conflict further? The question lingered, unanswered, like a faint echo in the stillness. On October 22nd, 1962, President Kennedy addressed the nation in a speech that broke the quiet tension of those days. His calm and steady voice carried across the airwaves, explaining the situation and announcing the quarantine. He described the missiles in Cuba as a secret, swift, and extraordinary build-up, and made it clear that the United States would not tolerate this threat so close to its shores. Yet, even in this moment of firm resolve, there was an undercurrent of hope, a hope that reason might prevail, that diplomacy might yet find a path through the shadows of uncertainty. Imagine the millions of listeners across the world, leaning closer to their radios, their breaths slowing as the words sank in. The quarantine was now in place, a quiet but firm line drawn in the waters around Cuba. The decision was made, yet the outcome remained unknown, hanging in the air like a gentle mist at dawn. As we move forward, let these thoughts rest gently in your mind, like whispers carried on a cool, soothing breeze as we drift deeper into this unfolding story. Take a moment, breathe deeply, slowly, and imagine the calm before a storm, the kind of quiet that hums with anticipation when time seems to stretch and every second feels longer than the last. This was the atmosphere as the United States naval quarantine of Cuba went into effect on October 24, 1962. The blockade was not just a line drawn in the water, it was a test of wills between two superpowers. American warships moved into position, forming a silent, steady wall in the ocean, ready to intercept any Soviet vessels attempting to deliver more missiles or military supplies to Cuba. These ships, though distant from the shorelines, carried with them the weight of a global audience's gaze as the world watched and waited, holding its collective breath. Far away in the stillness of the Kremlin, Premier Khrushchev faced his own moment of reflection. Soviet ships were already en route to Cuba, some carrying cargo that would challenge the blockade directly. Would they stop or press on? To retreat might signal weakness, to advance might spark open conflict. The tension was palpable, an invisible thread pulling tighter with each passing hour. Imagine the seas, vast and unyielding, their surface calm but concealing a profound sense of unease beneath. The American ships floated silently, their crews ready but motionless, listening to the soft rhythm of the waves and the low hum of the engines. Across the Atlantic, the Soviet vessels continued their approach, the space between them shrinking slowly, steadily, like the narrowing of a great and ominous gulf. Back in Washington, the ExCom held near-constant meetings, their discussions now carrying the gravity of the quarantine's first test. Reports from the blockade zone came in, each one met with careful deliberation. The tension in those rooms was thick, almost tangible, as though it might spill out into the world beyond. Every voice was measured, every pause significant, as the weight of their decisions pressed down like a blanket of still and heavy air. Then, on October the 25th, an eerie moment of calm arrived. The Soviet ships stopped just short of the blockade line. This pause, this single moment of restraint, was both a relief and a reminder of how precariously balanced the situation remained. Khrushchev sent a message proposing negotiations, a glimmer of light breaking through the clouds of uncertainty. For a moment, let your mind linger on this fragile quiet. Imagine the stillness of the ocean, the distant shapes of the ships, and the muffled sounds of calm activity on deck. It was a pause, but not yet a resolution, like the faintest hint of dawn before the sun begins to rise. As the world held its breath, the next moves remained uncertain, waiting to unfold with the slow and deliberate pace of history itself. Pause for a moment. Let the tension of the previous days fade, and allow yourself to sink into this pivotal chapter, a time when words, not weapons, became the instruments of a potential resolution. As the blockade held firm and Soviet ships paused in their advance, the crisis shifted from the oceans to the realm of communication. It was now a battle of letters and messages, where every word carried the weight of the world. On October 26th, Premier Khrushchev sent the first of two letters to President Kennedy. It was a message of emotion and urgency, filled with words that seemed almost pleading, like whispers carried on a breeze. Khrushchev proposed a resolution. The Soviet Union would withdraw its missiles from Cuba if the United States would promise not to invade the island. The tone was personal, almost vulnerable, as if Khrushchev sought to reach Kennedy not as an adversary, but as a fellow human standing on the precipice of disaster. The next day, however, brought a second letter, different in tone, harsher, more calculated. This one demanded that the United States also remove its Jupiter missiles from Turkey, an escalation that added a new layer of complexity to the already delicate negotiations. These letters, arriving like waves in succession, left Kennedy and his advisers navigating treacherous waters. Which message represented Khrushchev's true intent? Was this a sincere offer or a ploy to gain an upper hand? In the stillness of the White House, Kennedy and the ExCom deliberated late into the night. Their discussions were careful, deliberate, each word spoken slowly, as if to avoid disturbing the fragile balance they were trying to maintain. The question lingered in the air like the soft echo of distant footsteps. How could they accept the first offer without appearing weak, while also avoiding a direct confrontation that might spiral into war? Imagine the quiet of those rooms, filled only with the faint rustling of papers and the low hum of thought. It was a moment of immense pressure, but also one of profound restraint. as though the weight of their decisions was held aloft by a delicate and invisible thread. Finally, Kennedy made his choice. He responded to Khrushchev's first letter, agreeing to the proposal of a non-invasion pledge in exchange for the removal of the missiles from Cuba. The Jupiter missiles in Turkey were not mentioned in this reply, a deliberate omission meant to simplify the path to resolution. At the same time, Robert Kennedy, the president's brother and attorney general, quietly met with Soviet ambassador Anatoly Dobrynin to discuss the removal of the Turkish missiles as a separate, unofficial arrangement. As the letters were exchanged, the world waited in silence. Imagine millions of hearts beating slowly, steadily, as the fate of humanity seemed to hang in the balance. This was diplomacy at its most fragile, like a fine thread spun across an open void. And yet, in that fragility, there was also hope, a faint but growing light at the end of a long and shadowed tunnel. Let this, though, drift gently through your mind as we move toward the final chapter of this remarkable story, where the crisis finds its resolution and the world begins to exhale. As the sun rose on October 28, 1962, the world awoke to a glimmer of relief. Premier Khrushchev announced that the Soviet Union would dismantle and remove its missiles from Cuba. His decision, conveyed in a public radio broadcast, marked the end of the 13-day standoff that had brought humanity to the brink of nuclear war. The missiles, he declared, would be taken apart and the weaponry returned to the Soviet Union under United Nations supervision. For President Kennedy, this was a moment of cautious triumph. The US quarantine had succeeded in forcing a peaceful resolution without resorting to violence. The secret agreement to remove the American Jupiter missiles from Turkey added a layer of complexity but remained undisclosed to the public, allowing both nations to save face in the eyes of the world. In the following days, work began to de-escalate the situation. Soviet personnel in Cuba started dismantling the missile sites, and American reconnaissance planes confirmed the progress. Meanwhile, the US ships maintained their positions until the removal was complete, standing as quiet sentinels of the fragile peace that now settled over the Caribbean. The resolution of the Cuban Missile Crisis was hailed as a victory for diplomacy, but it left an enduring impact on both nations. In the United States, Kennedy emerged as a skilled leader who had successfully navigated the most dangerous crisis of the Cold War. For Khrushchev, the crisis was a humbling moment that exposed the limits of Soviet power and, in part, contributed to his eventual removal from office. Yet, the aftermath also brought reflection. The sheer proximity to disaster prompted both superpowers to reconsider their approach to conflict and diplomacy. In 1963, the two nations established the Moscow-Washington Hotline, a direct communication link designed to prevent misunderstandings and delays in future crises. It was a small but significant step toward reducing the risk of nuclear confrontation. Imagine the stillness of those post-crisis days. The world, so recently shadowed by the threat of annihilation, now seemed quieter, calmer, as if holding its breath in gratitude. The Cuban Missile Crisis had shown how close humanity could come to its own destruction, and how essential it was to step back from the edge. In the years that followed, the crisis became a symbol of both the dangers of the nuclear age and the power of restraint and diplomacy. It remains a reminder of the delicate balance that sustains peace and the courage required to preserve it. As we reflect on the Cuban Missile Crisis, we realize its profound significance in shaping the trajectory of history. These 13 days in October 1962 were more than just a tense standoff between two superpowers. They were a moment when humanity stood on the edge of a precipice, where the future of the world hung in the balance. The resolution of the crisis, through diplomacy, restraint, and the courage to seek peace, reminds us of the fragile nature of our existence and the deep responsibility we all share to preserve it. The Cuban Missile Crisis serves as a testament to the power of careful communication
and the importance of maintaining calm in the face of peril. It is a reminder that even in our darkest moments, when fear and uncertainty seem overwhelming, it is possible to find a path toward peace through understanding and cooperation. The decisions made during that crisis, by leaders and diplomats alike, were not just about averting disaster, but about fostering a future in which humanity could move forward, together, with a deeper commitment to avoiding the devastation of war. This story, with all its tension and drama, carries with it a profound sense of satisfaction, knowing that through diplomacy, cooler heads prevailed. The crisis could have led to a catastrophe, but instead, it ended with the restoration of a delicate peace, and as we find comfort in that resolution, we can allow ourselves to drift into a space of tranquility, knowing that even in the most tumultuous times, peace is always within our reach if we dare to reach for it. As we close this chapter on the Cuban Missile Crisis, take a moment to feel the weight of history's lessons wash over you, soothing your mind and heart. The story, though intense, carries with it a sense of relief and calm, a reminder that peace, like the most gentle rain, can cleanse even the deepest tensions. Now, as we begin to let go of these thoughts, allow the soft sound of rain in the background to fill your senses. Let the music gently carry you, like a breeze through the trees, into a state of deep relaxation. The calm, steady rhythm of the rain, with its soothing patter and the quiet hum of the night, will help you unwind fully, offering a peaceful escape as you settle into a restful sleep.